L.
Yeah, on the AVLs.
Yeah. And this, the defense is opposing that.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear you then.
Scott, please, my lord. We have divided the subject matter in 5 headings. In the introduction, we give a bit of a background. Then we, on page 2, on page 3, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. Then on page 4, we deal with the nature of the evidence that the state seeks to re-examine the witness on. Then on page 6, we give an explanation as to why the movement report was not presented when the evidence in chief was given by the witness.
Okay.
And lastly, we deal with the interest of justice. My lord, coming to page 1, paragraph 1.1.
Yes.
We mentioned that the crisp issue at this stage of the proceedings is whether the state can be allowed to re-examine a witness by introducing the records of the automated vehicle location, what is also referred to as the movement report. Paragraph 1.2, we mentioned that insofar as may be argued that this is new evidence, the state makes a formal application to the court to be allowed to re-examine the Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL records. In paragraph 1.3, we mentioned that the defense put it to Sergeant Mukhani that on the 19th of June 2020, while he was transporting the accused in a Toyota Fortuner en route to Moroka police station, he took a detour and stopped at a place near a filling station, near a directional board to Alberton, where the accused was assaulted. They proceeded to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, where there were steel stairs and poles, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That they thereafter proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwana Hospital, where Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was picked up. Thereafter, they proceeded to an empty space at Orlando, where there were disused ATMs, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That Brigadier Gininda appeared with some documents, and the accused was forced to affix his thumbprint on them, and thereafter they proceeded to Moroka police station to complete the process, as the accused did not affix his thumbprints on some pages. Paragraph 1.4, we submit, my lord, that these allegations are so serious that they ought to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist the court in the determination of these issues, that it is in the interest of justice that this evidence be allowed at this point in time. Paragraph 1.5, we explained, my lord, that AVL is a computer-based vehicle tracking system used to monitor the movement of vehicles in real time. It helps to determine and transmit the geographic location of a vehicle in real time. And we make the point, my lord, that as it were, it's an eye in the sky. Paragraph 1.6. We make the submission that the AVL records will therefore show if there was any deviation along the route to Moroka Police Station. And we, in paragraph 1.7, we mention that the AVL records are therefore a silent witness. In paragraph 1.8, we argue, my lord, that it will not be necessary to await that a witness from the tracking company should testify first, as such evidence is usually given in a form of a 212 statement. In other words, just a formal statement stating that a tracking device was installed in a particular vehicle which provides vehicle location information, and that witness gathered or retrieved information from their system, and would normally state that they attached the vehicle movement information for a particular period. And that's purely, my lord, to authenticate the movement report. And we argue here, my lord, that the Sergeant Mokhani can authenticate this information, as he was the driver of the vehicle in question and has testified as to the route that he followed, which is contained in the movement report, the AVL. We make the submission, my lord, that he can therefore validate the information provided in the AVL report as reliable. And we mentioned, my lord, that at this point in time, there's nothing that stops Sergeant Mokhani from commenting on the movement report that we intend to re-examine him on. And we make this point, my lord, that even if it were argued that that it is hearsay evidence at this point, we refer to Section 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act, subsection 3 thereof, which provides that hearsay evidence may provisionally be admitted in terms of Section 1B if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends will himself testify at the proceedings, and provided that if the person does not later testify, then such evidence can be disregarded. And we argue here, my lord, that and we've also indicated to the defense that this witness statement will be handed up in due course. And in under point 2, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. And we quote Section 1661 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. And the heading there is cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. We mentioned that under point 1, an accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings, and the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings, and we put an emphasis on the following: and a witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during the cross-examination of that witness. And this is, my lord, the exercise that we're trying to embark upon. And a witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Under point 2, we mentioned that re-examination is the right which may be exercised when cross-examination is complete, as in casu, by the party who called the witness. The purpose of cross-examination is to clear up any point or misunderstanding, to correct uncertainties or wrong impressions which flowed from cross-examination, or to supplement something which did not come out fully. And here we refer to Himstra Criminal Procedure, the 2023 version at pages 22 to 61, as may have occurred during cross-examination. Under paragraph 3, we mentioned that re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness evidence before the court, and thereby to get to the truth. And we refer to the case of Ramolope. The citation appears there. And under paragraph 4, this is now the basis upon which the current application is premised. New matters can be canvassed only with the leave of the court, which may allow further cross-examination on the new evidence, hence the state's application. Under paragraph 5, we submit, therefore, that no prejudice will be suffered, as the defense will be allowed to further cross-examine Sergeant Mokhani on the AVL records. Paragraph 6, we therefore request, with the leave of the court, to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mokhani, on the AVL evidence. And, my lord, we mentioned that the evidence will only be confined to the route traveled by Sergeant Mokhani on the 19th of June, so there was a typing error, should be 19 June 2020, whilst transporting accused number 2 to Moroka Police Station and thereafter to Foslores Court. Under paragraph 3, with the heading Nature of Evidence Sought to Re-examine a Witness on, we've already made the point, my lord, under paragraph 3, that AVL is computer-based vehicle tracking system. We're not going to rehash it here. Under paragraph 3.2, the defense for accused number 1 and 2 objects to this re-examination on the basis that it's new evidence. And I suppose other counsel who might also raise objection. Under paragraph 3.3, we mentioned that the state contends that it is not new evidence, that now should read not new evidence, as during cross-examination of Sergeant Mokhani, the defense put it to him that he was transporting accused number 2 in a Toyota Fortuner vehicle, and whilst en route to Moroka Police Station and eventually Foslores Court, he stopped near a filling station near a directional signboard to Alberton, and that they were joined by Constable Butelezi and Mapumlo, who were driving a Nissan hardbody, that Constable Jonathan also joined them driving in his vehicle. That accused number 2, so the version goes, was then taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put in the vehicle of Constable Jonathan. That accused number 2 was then placed in the right rear seat of Constable Jonathan's vehicle, and that the late Sergeant Mabena sat at the left rear seat and Constable Buthelezi stood at the right rear door next to the accused, and that Constable Jonathan pushed the driver's seat backwards towards the knees of the accused, accused number 2, and pressed the knees very hard. It was further put to him that the late Sergeant Mabena used a silver-colored Truett's plastic to suffocate the accused, whilst Constable Buthelezi was blocking accused number 2 from leaving the vehicle. Paragraph 3.4. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that from that place they proceeded with accused number 2 to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, and all the cars then stopped at that particular place, that there were steel chairs there with steel poles, that the hands of accused number 2 were handcuffed at his back, and were then, when they reached that place, they were taken off, and accused number 2's one hand was then handcuffed to a steel pole, and his jacket was then taken off. It was then put to the witnesses that the assault continued, and that accused number 2 was poured with water on the front part of his body, that Brigadier Gininda arrived in a white BMW with female Sergeant Mohola and another person in braces. Accused number 2 was then electrocuted by Sergeant Mabena, Constables Buthelezi and Jonathan taking turns. That when the plastic was removed from the face of accused number 2, he was bleeding from his nose. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that he did not participate in the assault at the garage or the steel place, but that he moved away when accused number 2 was assaulted, and came back and said, and we quote, Shekelan Diman, with close quotation, paragraph 3.5. It was put to the witnesses that there was then a meeting, and they drove to Soweto, that Sergeant Mohani, accused number 2, and Sergeant Mabena drove into the premises of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where they met Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. That Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was with his wife and a child, and he gave his car keys to his wife. That they then drove with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu to Orlando and stopped at an empty area where there were disused autoteller machines. The cars were then parked, and accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner, and the assault continued. Brigadier Gininda then arrived with Sergeant Mohola and opened the boot of the BMW and sat on the edge. He took out certain documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu, and accused number 2 was forced to sign those documents by affixing his thumbprint. And that's from the 16th of June 2020, the accused was not 2020. The accused number 2 was not in the right state of mind because of the assault. Paragraph 3.6. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that there were pages on which the thumbprint of the accused were not affixed. Hence, they proceeded to Moroka Police Station to complete the process. as already intimated, my lord, we make the submission that these allegations are so serious that they need to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist in the determination of these issues, it is then in the interest of justice that the evidence on AVL be presented to determine if these serious allegations are true or not. And here, my lord, we're referring to the re-examination. The Sergeant Mokhani be re-examined on those AVL records. And under paragraph 4, with the heading explanation as to why the evidence was not led in evidence in chief, paragraph 4.1, we mentioned that the AVL records were only received on Friday, 3 November 2023 at 9:47 after the evidence in chief of Sergeant Mokhani had already been concluded, and we attached the email from Brigadier Gininda in this regard. And we mentioned under paragraph 4.2 that the AVL records were immediately disclosed to the defense when they came to hand. Paragraph 5, under the heading the interest of justice. Paragraph 5.1, we respectfully submit that it is in the interest of justice to allow this evidence to determine if the proposition put to Sergeant Mokhani that he took a detour and stopped at 3 places to allow the accused to be assaulted is true or not. Then, my lord, we refer to the case of Hepworth that has been traversed in these proceedings. 1928 AD 265 at 277, where the court held that criminal proceedings are not a game in which one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake made by the other, and that the duty of the trial judge is not only to direct and control the proceedings according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice was done. We also refer to the case of State versus Sheikh and others. We give the quotation there where the court held as follows, and we quote, "The applicant stressed that they place their reliance on the general right to a fair trial, which, as this court has held, extends beyond those specific rights enumerated in subsection 35(3)(a) to O of the Constitution. The right to a fair trial requires a substantive rather than a formal or textual approach. It is clear also that fairness is not a one-way street, conferring an unlimited right on an accused to demand the most favorable possible treatment. A fair trial also requires fairness to the public as represented by the state. It has to instill confidence in the criminal justice system with the public, including those close to the accused, as well as those distressed by the audacity and horror of crime. We also refer to the multi-choice case versus the National Prosecuting Authority and another. We give the citation there. Even if this case dealt with the right of the media to access the proceedings, the comments that were made by the Supreme Court of Appeal are opposite in this matter. And we give a quotation there in paragraphs 13 to 17. Our Constitutional Court has been vocal regarding the protection of the rights to a fair trial. Indeed, any accused person who appears in a court of law facing any charge has the constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial, which includes the foundational values of dignity, freedom, and equality, which are central to a fair trial. And in this regard, the Constitutional Court referred to the case of State versus Zukuza and others, where the court confirmed that the right to a fair trial is a comprehensive right and embraces a concept of substantive fairness, and that at the heart of the right to a fair criminal trial and what infuses its purpose is for justice to be done and also to be seen to be done. And we close the quotation. And we also refer to the case of Dlamini, Dada, and others, Joubert versus Kitekat. We give the citation there. This case was given in the context of bail application. However, the remarks by Judge Krichler are opposite, wherein he describes what is meant by the phrase interest of justice, and he said the following, we quote, this is a useful term denoting in broad and evocative language a value judgment of what would be fair and just to all concerned. And we close the quotation. We therefore submit, my Lord, with respect, that the state be allowed to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL. I mentioned on Friday that the state may as well lead the evidence through other witnesses, but the fact of the matter is that Sergeant Mukhani will then have to come back to then give his comment on such evidence. We submit that the balance of convenience at this stage and the interest of justice, my Lord, will be served if Sergeant Mukhani is allowed to be re-examined on the vehicle movement report. Okay. These are our submissions, my Lord.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu.
My Lord. Firstly, my Lord, I wish to express my apology for my non-appearance due to the circumstance that I was not feeling well to come to court, my Lord.
Okay, fine.
Court pleases, my Lord, may I beg leave to hand over the heads of argument for in relation.
Yes, thank you.
Court pleases, my Lord. The heads of argument in relation to accused number 1 and 2, because that will actually even touch the movement of Mr. Mukhani in relation to accused number 2. They are structured in this manner, my Lord. Introduction, it deals with the gravamen of the objection or issues. My Lord, it has been submitted. We'll submit that the application by the state to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the evidence or on the document of an AVL does not find fairness and justice because he is not a competent expert in the field of the tracing and the tracking systems. Our heads of argument are structured as follows. Firstly, paragraph 2.1. There are two state witnesses which has testified about the escorting of Sergeant Mukhani and the late Sergeant Mabena to various places. Their oral evidence was not supported by AVL records, and as such, why would it be significant to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani differently from other witnesses who were escorting Sergeant Mukhani and the late, including the accused person? May I substantiate my argument in the following manner, my Lord? In this case, I would submit that the defense is relying on the submission made by the state in their heads of argument to the effect that the reason for the recalling or tendering this new evidence is based on the version of accused number 2. The case of the state, my Lord, is not founded on the version of accused number 2. This version is put to the witness to counter the evidence given orally by Sergeant Mokhane. And, my Lord, this is a documentary evidence which, by submission, was supposed to be discovered prior to the matter being set down for hearing and during the discovery of relevant documents. On paragraph 2.2, my Lord, it is contended that secondly, the nature of the AVL records requires an expert who will be able to explain the synopsis, functioning, and the recording of the AVL system. Thirdly, the state has not laid the basis of the AVL's report, and the state has not established the agent who tracked the motor vehicle or the movement of the Toyota Fortuner as from the 16th of June 2020 to the 27th of October 2020 and beyond. The role of an expert witness and the evaluation of the expert witness. An article was drawn from Tools and Trade. It's headed 3rd March 2021. The expression expert witness is ordinarily used to refer to a witness whose opinion and the reasons on which they are based are admissible in evidence in litigious, technical, and scientific nature, enables such witness to draw inference and form views in circumstances where a court or a tribunal is unable to do so reliably unless it receives an assistance or guidance from someone with expertise on the relevant subject matter or in that particular field. My Lord, it is further submitted that in case this proposition has been supported by R. versus Vilbro and another, 1957, Volume 3, SA 223, AD, page 228, from G to H. It was held that a party intending to call or calling a witness to give expert evidence of the kind discussed, he is required to furnish the other party with a summary of such witnesses' opinion and reasons thereof. In this case, my Lord, nothing has been furnished to the other party as contemplated by or as provided in the case of R. versus Vilbro. I would submit further that before we proceed, the state, after having discovered this document on the Friday, which it has already submitted, was not a reasonable time for the state to produce such a document or to discover such a document, and as such, there is no summary of such witness in leading his opinion of the records. In the case of Schreinder NO versus Automobile Association and another. Judge Davis also referred the well-known South African textbook of the law of evidence, Zephyr, in Paces and Skien, the South African law of evidence at page 330, where the learned authors thereof, citing the English judgment of National Justice Campania, Nivera, South Africa versus Prudential Assurance Company Ltd, outlines the duties of an expert as follows. An expert evidence presented to the court should be and should be seen to be the independent product of the expert, uninfluenced as to the form or content by the exigencies of litigation. In this case, my Lord, I would submit with respect that Sergeant Mokhano is not a neutral person in giving assistance on the evidence of these AVL recordings, on the basis that he is a team investigating this matter, and his conclusions will always be biased. May I further make a submission in terms of the above-mentioned case? An expert would provide independent assistance to the court by way of objective, unbiased opinion in relation to matters with his expertise. An expert witness should never assume the role of an advocate. An expert witness should state the facts or assumptions upon which his opinion is based. He should not omit to consider the material facts which could detract from the concluded opinion. An expert witness should make it clear when a particular question or issue falls outside his expertise. In the case of MTV versus MEC Health, the Pretoria High Court once again placed the issue of expert evidence firmly in the judicial spotlight. Focus was squarely placed on the requirement for expert witness to provide the court with an objective and unbiased opinion as possible based on their expertise. What is common cause between the parties? There is a common cause between the state and the defense that the evidence to be led requires an expert evidence. Sergeant Mokhane is not an expert in the AVL system or recording or system, my Lord. They're supposed to be records. But for investigating team in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa under case number 636 of 10/2014. Submissions by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. It is submitted with due respect that the evidence of the AVL recordings does not exist in vacuum, that the kind of expert evidence requires an expert who is not biased, and does not have and does have an independent and impartial conclusion and inferences. As discussed supra, the tracking agents must assist the court with expert opinion which may be admissible as evidence. The expert to which the state has not convincingly brought the evidence to which the state has not convincingly brought its case on the admissibility or of confessions and or of pointing out. It is my humble submission that the state case on the trial, within the trial, be argued and finalized after the testimony of Brigadier Ginenda. There is no law available justifying the limitation of Section 35(1) of the Constitution and Section 35(5) of the Constitution for non-compliance with the provisions of Section 217(1)A and 217(1)B, Roman figure 2, respectively. The expert evidence of any nature in these proceedings may be utilized in the main trial, and in the event the above honorable court find in favor of the state by ruling on the admissibility of the alleged confessions and pointing out. The expert evidence causes an unreasonable delay in the finalization of this trial within the trial. In conclusion, even if an expert can be called therein, there is no likelihood to assist the court drawing inferences, a reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered document or copies of the AVL records, dental reports. Furthermore, when looking at the AVL reports, it does not stipulate exact places where the said vehicle went and stopped at. My Lord, this is the summary of the
Yes.
heads, which I would like to beg leave, my Lord, to supplement in this fashion. In respect of the element of prejudice, it is my submission, my Lord, that the time in which this document is intended to be introduced by the state in these proceedings on its own is irregular, and the accused persons will suffer prejudice because the basis for which this application is made is to reintroduce an evidence to rebut the version of accused number 2. Accused number 2 will still come and testify if a need arises, and the state will have an opportunity to rebut the evidence that is placed under oath by accused number 2. My Lord, it is further submitted that one must look at the reasonable time, the reasons why it was not discovered timelessly. I would reiterate in my submission by saying, if an expert witness is called, firstly, to place the authenticity of the document before this honorable court, secondly, to assist the court in drawing inferences and conclusion on the recordings, it is of pivotal importance that any submission or any evidence given by the should not be given or should be given a preference to an independent somebody who does not investigate the matter. Hence, if Sergeant Mokhano has to give evidence or his view, that view cannot hold water in terms of the admissibility of such expert of such AVL recordings. My Lord, I would submit further before I sit that a judicial discretion is also required to be exercised when this application is brought, and to the extent that its nature, the nature of this application, must not be seen to delay the proceedings of this case. The reasons for saying that is because the state had an opportunity to investigate all the necessary information, either on factual base and on technical and scientific evidence that is purported to be used before this honorable court. And my submission further, my Lord, is that it will be prudent if the court were to rule in favor of the state to recall the previous witnesses, Mr. Mapumulo and Mr. Sadike or Mr. Jonathan, so that their AVL recordings must also be brought before this court on record and must also be challenged. And furthermore, my Lord, the evidence of this witness, to the extent of canvassing the logbooks and the pocket books of the witness, may also suffice in order to corroborate the evidence in which the state intends to lead this witness. Unless there's anything that your Lordship wants me to address.
No, thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
As we have maintained on behalf of accused number 3, we don't have any submission to make. We shall abide by the decision of the court.
Okay, yes, thanks. Mr. Mkumalo?
My Lord, I've prepared my heads of arguments. May I beg leave to hand them to the court?
Yes.
My Lord, my heads are not an objection per se, but
They're not?
they are not an objection per se, but I wish to render my services as an officer of the court.
Yes, good. I appreciate that.
I've also discussed my position with my colleagues.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I will start with the introduction, where I deal with the facts. Paragraph 1. During the trial, within the trial into the admissibility of a statement made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapad on the 19th of June 2020 and to the magistrate, Ms. Cronje, on the 24th of June 2020, pursuant to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the state led the evidence of Detective Sergeant Mohane, who is one of the investigation officers. 2. The evidence of this witness is to the effect that he booked out accused 2 on the 18th of June 2020 to conduct an interview in the boardroom that will be at Valeria Police Station. Subsequent to the interview, he traveled with accused number 2 following his alibi in the company of the late Detective Sergeant Mabena. The copies of the occurrence book register, open bracket, SAP 10, close bracket, in respect of the accused 2 in this exercise were submitted, entered into the record as Exhibit NN. 3. Detective Sergeant Mohane testified that on the 18th of June 2020, when they were traveling with accused number 2 to his workplace in Carltonville, Rustenburg, and back to detain accused 2 when they received a phone call from Brigadier Gininda, who informed them that they had to take accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapatu at Moroga Police Station for purposes of a statement. 4. It is common cause that they were traveling in a Toyota Fortuner with registration plate FV47LRGP, which was driven by Detective Sergeant Mohane. Detective Sergeant Mabena and the accused 2 were passengers. 5. The defense assertion is to the effect that the vehicle in which accused number 2 was traveling took various detours where accused number 2 was assaulted and tortured by various police officers and later made to sign a document, Exhibit HH, on the portions that were not signed at Moroka police station. 6. The issue for determination is whether the state can use the AVL record of the vehicle that accused 2 was traveling in re-examination of the witness for the first time when such was not raised under cross-examination. Under paragraph B, I deal with the applicability of law to the relevant facts. I deal with the provisions of the Constitution. 7. Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, deals with arrested, detained, and accused persons. The provisions of Section 35(3), which deals with accused persons, provides as follows. Section 35(3). Every accused person has a right to a fair trial, which includes the right, small letter B in bracket, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense, small letter I in bracket, to adduce and challenge evidence. C, the provisions of the Act, paragraph 8. The time-honored sequence of our adversarial system of cross-examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination is enshrined as far as criminal trials are concerned in Section 166(1) in bracket of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. Section 166, which deals with cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. Subsection 1. An accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings. And the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And the witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. And the witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Close quotation. Paragraph 9. The right of a party to re-examine his or her witness is therefore a favor granted by the court. Is therefore not a favor granted by the court, but a legal right, statutory entrenched. The accused is called to testify in a criminal trial, is a witness on behalf of the defense, and is entitled to rely upon Section 166, subsection 1 in bracket. Paragraph 10. As far as the right to re-examine the witness is concerned, the operative word in Section 166, subsection 1 in bracket are of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. Paragraph 11. 2 points emerge from an analysis of the quoted words. Firstly, there is a statutory right to re-examine on any matter if it is raised during cross-examination. These words of very wide compass, any being a word of wide and unqualified generality. See R versus Hugo, 1926 AD 268 at 271. Paragraph 12. Secondly, the right to re-examine a witness on any matter is only limited to the extent that it was a matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. The contextual meaning of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness cannot lead to misunderstanding. Paragraph 13. It will result in the absurdity that if any matter were raised during cross-examination in chief and the witness were cross-examined thereon, no re-examination will be permissible. This will be a denial of a time-honored rules relating to examination of witnesses acknowledged in our courts from the inception of the adversarial system. Paragraph B, the object of re-examination. At paragraph 14, generally speaking, the object of re-examination is to, small letter A in bracket, clear up any point or a misunderstanding which may have occurred during cross-examination. Small letter B in bracket, to correct wrong impressions or false perceptions which may have been created in the course of cross-examination. Small letter C in bracket, to give the witness a fair opportunity to explain answers given by him under cross-examination, which if unexplained may create a wrong impression or be used to arrive at a false deduction. Small letter E in bracket, to put before the court a full picture and extent of facts elicited during cross-examination, or to give the witness an opportunity to correct patent mistakes made under cross-examination. 15. Re-examination can be and frequently is a very important mechanism for presenting a full and fair picture of the evidence of a witness and thus of arriving at the truth. Paragraph 16. After cross-examination has been concluded, the side that called the witness is given an opportunity to ask questions. This is done according to the rules which apply to re-examination in chief. Questions are limited to the field covered in cross-examination. Paragraph 17. If counsel wishes to deal with new matters that is not arising from the cross-examination, he requires the leave of the court. This is in nature of fresh examination in chief and gives the opposing party the right to cross-examine again. Paragraph 18. Re-examination is not limited to questions broached for the first time in cross-examination. In this regard, see State versus Ramalope, 1995, Volume 1, SA 616A at page 619 to 620H. Re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness's evidence before court and thereby to get the truth. This was also said at State versus Ramalope at paragraph 620, at page 620, paragraph B to C. Prejudice. Paragraph 19. With regards to the test to be applied to an application to reopen, see Oosthuizen versus Stanley, 1938 AD 322 at 33, and Barclays Western Bank Limited versus Guinness and another, 1981, Volume 3, SA 91N at 95C to 96H. Paragraph 20. The consideration mentioned by the courts include the following. The reason why the evidence was not led timeously, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of the shoe, the possible prejudice on the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. In this regard, see State versus Farthan, 1999, Volume 1, SACR 481 SCA, at 486, paragraph G to 487B. Conclusion. Paragraph 21. The provisions of Section 173 of the Constitution provide that the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the High Court of South Africa each has the inherent power to protect and regulate their own process and to develop the common law, taking into account the interests of justice. Paragraph 22. The role of a judicial officer is central to a criminal trial. The competency and impartiality of a judicial officer are substantive matters which affect and determine the fairness, in bracket, or lack thereof, close bracket, of a trial. Where there is a demonstrable lack of either on the part of the judicial officer, it cannot be said that the accused had a fair trial. It is appropriate to refer to a well-known dictum of Carl Lewis, J.A. in R. versus Hepworth, 1928 AD 265 at 277, regarding the role of a judicial officer in criminal trials. And I quote, "A criminal trial is not a game, and a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He is only to direct and control the proceedings according to recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done." My Lord, simply, there are two issues that I have raised in my heads of argument.
Yes.
One is that if the state intends to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mukhane, on the document, it has to seek leave from the court. Seek leave.
Seek leave.
Leave from the court to open the re-examination. Secondly, if it decides to call Sergeant Mukhane later in the evidence, it has to show that the evidence, why the evidence was not led timelessly, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of a shoe, the possible prejudice to the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. Those are my submissions.
Okay. Any response, Mr. Baloyi? Oh, sorry. Ms. Mshololo.
Thank you, my Lord. I've got no submissions, my Lord.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't see your head. Yes, any response?
As a court, please, my Lord, we just wish to respond to two issues raised by counsel for accused number 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Firstly, he contended that the AVL report should have been disclosed right at the outset when the rest of the statements were disclosed. My Lord, the version of the accused was only put during the trial, within the trial. Before the matter is enrolled, we only sit with confessions and pointings out. We don't know what the version of the accused is going to be. We don't know whether there's going to be a trial within a trial. So the state only became aware of what the version of the accused is during the trial within a trial. The second point relates to expect evidence, and this is stated in page I think it's page 3. In conclusion, Advocate Ngumazile makes the point that if an expert witness can be called, there is no likelihood to assist the court in drawing inferences or reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered copies of the AVL, or well, I suppose the inclusion of dental reports was a mistake, as we're only dealing with the AVL. Fact of the matter is, Sergeant Mukhane is here. He's able to comment on the AVL reports, and Advocate Ngumazile on page 2 of his heads made the point on expect evidence, its role, and how it should be approached. And my Lord, in this instance, one wonders whether one can regard AVL as expect evidence in the traditional sense of the words, because these are just a report on the movement of a vehicle. It is as it were, a fly against the wall that monitors the geographical location of a vehicle. We've indicated what the nature of a statement will be from the company that installs the device. So, my lord, it's just merely a report that helps to determine where a vehicle was at a particular point in time. And as we've indicated, my lord, Sergeant Mokhane was the driver of the vehicle. He's able to tell this court as to which route they traveled. This AVL report is merely supplementary to indicate whether the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane is correct or not. Thank you, very much.
Thanks. What's your time there?
11:34.
Hello?
11:34, my lord.
11:34. Okay, let's go out for 15 minutes. You mean the issue is concerning the ruling I must make? As crystallized by the state. Sorry. The state intends applying, and it indeed has so applied, to call the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane pertaining to what is related or narrated by the state as the automatic vehicle location system. The state has argued that this evidence relating to the requirement by itself to re-examine Sergeant Mokhane concerning this automatic vehicle location system is not new evidence. The state argues that this evidence arises from the cross-examination and the assertions put and made against Sergeant Mokhane by Mr. Mgomezulu, when he put it to Sergeant Mokhane that his client was taken to various locations after having been taken from the Pretoria police station with the intention of being taken to the Boksburg court, but allegedly Sergeant Mokhane, who was the driver of a vehicle identified and put to him by Mr. Mgomezulu as a Fortuner, white in color, with a hard body. And this is the vehicle which Sergeant Mokhane concedes, accused number 4, was transported in. Consequently, this piece of evidence, regarding the fact that this vehicle, the Fortuner, SUV, is not new in the sense that it is interlinked to the evidence of the automatic vehicle location system, because that system forms part of the vehicle allegedly driven by Sergeant Mokhane. And this is the assertion which is put by Mr. Mgomezulu, for instance, that this vehicle was driven to various locations. And during the stops at these various locations, it is also put to the sergeant that he was assaulted by, amongst others, Mabena, Jonathan, etc. And consequently, that's why this court is saying, strictly speaking, this is not new evidence, in the sense that when you talk about the automatic, the AVL system, it is part of the vehicle which was used by Sergeant Mahano and his colleagues to transport the accused to various locations with the intention of assaulting him in order to coerce him into making a confession. The other aspect which this court has to deal with is the fact that when the re-examination of the sergeant was being done by advocate for the state, he had only just finished testifying in chief and having been taken under cross-examination by Mr. Ngomezulu. In the same court, this is not a case where you find a witness testifies and is cross-examined, and allegedly the cross-examination and the re-examination is finalized, and the witness moves out of court, goes to the Kruger National Park for a holiday or to be employed there. And after 3 months, 6 months, the state gets a brainwave to recall that witness. No, this witness is contemporaneously and instantaneously testifying in this court. When Mr. Baloyi launches an application to re-examine this witness on the system, which allegedly tracks, he says it's an eye in the sky, it tracks the movement of the vehicle. This court must start maybe with the fact that once the prosecution has decided, after gathering evidence, to prosecute a person, the Constitution of this country kicks in. So too does the National Prosecuting Authority Act kicks in. And at that time, the state then is seized with presenting evidence to this court in order to prove its case against an accused person beyond a reasonable doubt. And also Section 35(5) of the Constitution kicks in, because after the accused has been charged and prosecuted, he's entitled to be given an opportunity, a full-blown opportunity, to rebut the state's case and to challenge any evidence which is adduced by the state. And don't get me wrong, there is no onus on the accused to prove his innocence. The onus reposes always on the state. So the duty of a prosecutor is to place material evidence, material relevant evidence before this court in attempting to prove its case against a particular accused. And correspondingly also, although it is not an onus on the accused has the right to place evidence before this court challenging and rebutting the evidence which was led by the state. And the accused also is entitled to adduce evidence to contradict and countervail the evidence which is led by the state. And these are interactive constitutional duties. The court, after having listened and heard the evidence adduced by both parties, this evidence obviously assists the court in ascertaining what the truth or where the truth lies. Consequently, this court must hear all the evidence, if it is available, and if it is material, and if it is relevant. In Cooper, de Toit, de Jager, Pijzes, Skien, and Van der Merwe, the commentary on the Criminal Procedure Act, in relation to section 150. This is what the learned authors say regarding the reopening of a state case. And in this case, the state case is not closed, and I dare say the state case in some instances can be closed. And the state, if there is a cogent reason and exceptional circumstances, can launch an application to reopen its case and recall evidence or further adduce evidence of a witness who never even testified in that case. If it is in the interest of justice, the SCA has held that that exigency should be allowed. But like I say here, we are not even dealing with that exigency. For instance, in the case of Joseph Molula, it's case number 074/2014. It was heard on the 18th of August. The judges were Brandt, Busielo, Zondi, Fori, and Matopo. In this case, it was already on appeal at the SCA. You can read it. It was already on appeal at the SCA when the state made an application to adduce new evidence right in the SCA after the case was argued. Now that tells you how potent the interests of justice govern our law relating to fairness and fair play. And the only debate the court had in this regard was whether the further evidence should be adduced in terms of affidavit, or the court must be remitted back to the High Court for that evidence to be heard. But the principle is, as late as that stage where, a person was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment, and it transpired that in this rape case, allegedly, the lady was infected with herpes, but the attorney who was defending the gentleman who allegedly raped her and infected her with herpes, no medical examination was conducted because of that exigence. And this case was handled by my brother Mushidi. The SCA said that exigency is so important because it's determinative of whether that person will be acquitted or not. And in fact, after this gentleman was examined, it was found that he does not have herpes. So he couldn't have had intercourse with this lady. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how far the scale goes. Sorry. So the paramount reason after the state has decided to prosecute a person is that the state must conduct such prosecution without fear, favor, or prejudice. That is the duty which is imposed on Mr. Baloyi. And that the state should not take improper shortcuts in the presentation of the case for the state, and that proper evidence must be made available. Proper real evidence should also be produced, because the prosecutor is enjoined to act with objectivity, and he's enjoined to protect the public interest, and must purposefully take all the reasonable steps to ensure maximum compliance with the constitutional obligations, because a prosecutor has an obligation to ensure that an accused's right to a fair trial is protected. And this is so because of our constitutional adversarial criminal law justice system. Consequently, the prosecutor must carry out his professional functions with a discretion, and his decisions must be taken judiciously, impartially, and objectively. Consequently, I now address the question whether this evidence relating to a report of the AVL system should have been furnished to the counsels, consequently the accused, at the inception of the trial. But Mr. Baloyi says this evidence only surfaced when Mr. Sergeant Mahano was being cross-examined, because it was only then that the version of accused number two was being put to Sergeant Mahano, namely that he was taken to various avenues and locations and assaulted, meaning that this Peugeot, this Fortuna SUV, traversed various locations, and consequently the state apparently is in a position to countervail that evidence, because at this stage there are two versions before this court. Sergeant Mahano is not himself only. Jonathan, all the police denied that accused number two was assaulted by them, and number two is adamant that he was assaulted. They actually told him, is he still alive? That's how murderous they had assaulted him, this police. And you know, this case has got to do with reputational damage. Two senior police officers, Mbodlo, who allegedly took one of the confessions, and Rapadu, who allegedly took the other confessions, they are alleged by accused number two to have been instrumental in orchestrating what Mr. Ngumezulu calls a severe assault and a severe torture of accused number four in order to extract a confession from him. These are senior police officers. This court has a duty, if constitutional rights of an accused person are being transgressed, to refer that exigency to the relevant authorities. Consequently, that is why this court must have access to all the evidence in order to traverse all the evidence objectively. I've got a case here which was conducted by Ronald Sutherland, the Deputy Judge President of the Transvaal. Where he states that if it comes to the notice of an investigating officer during his or her investigations relating to forensic or scientific analysis of real evidence, that police officer must immediately inform the prosecutor about that exigency. And he says this is so because the investigating officer is in a special representative position vis-a-vis the prosecution, because he assists as an investigating officer the prosecutor to prepare the case and to prepare the evidence. And in this case, for instance, the learned judge says, because of that exigency and because the versions which are disclosed by accused persons for the first time happened during cross-examination, and if the state wishes to pursue that aspect of evidence, because the state requires amplification or clarity or clarification or qualification or simply an explanation, those matters need to be followed up, and if needs be, postponements should be sought to investigate the correctness or otherwise of the facts underlying the testimony in question. And it may well be that such a practice is not attainable in every case because of logistical restraints. But because persons could be convicted because of the charges they face, and they could be sent to drastic terms of sanctions following the conviction, it follows that the investigating officer ought to be mandated in terms of standard prosecutorial and police procedures to investigate further. See in this regard the case of S versus Sibofi, 2015, 2 SACR 179 GJ at 169. As I say, the judge was Sutherland. It was an appeal case. He was sitting with Justice Opperman. So in other words, there is no definite time when you say the state can no longer investigate. I just shown you proof that even when the matter is before the SCA is being argued, if there is a necessity to investigate a certain exigency which may have a bearing on the outcome of the appeal court says, in the interest of justice, that case must be remitted back. That additional evidence must be traversed. So in this case, it is unfair. Actually, the law doesn't even countenance it. It is unfair to accuse Mr. Baloyi of having dragged his feet and not having, as Mr. Mgomezulu states, made it a point that he investigates before charging the accused. No. As late as when Mahano was being exposed to those assertions that they took the accused to various locations and assaulted him, if the state comes across evidence, and I'm not arguing the state's case, which may throw evidence, which evidence may throw light as to whether that exigency exists or not, the court is bound and obligated and enjoined to hear that evidence. But here I hear Mr. Mgomezulu say, no, don't investigate. Don't listen to that evidence. I'm listening to the same case. He says, no, you mustn't listen to that evidence. Really? Is that evidence relevant? Is that evidence pertinent? Is that evidence going to enable the court to reach to the truth of what happened in the exigency which is denied by this witness, Mr. Sergeant Mokhano, and which is insisted upon by accused number 4? Consequently, the adversarial and accusatorial nature of criminal trials in South Africa demand that parties should, as far as possible, be given equal opportunities in the presentation of their cases. As I said, the state must be accorded all the opportunity to call and adduce relevant material to prove the owners reposing on it beyond reasonable doubt, and the accused should also be accorded a full opportunity to present evidence in rebuttal of the case against him and to challenge any evidence which is so presented. See in this regard the case of S versus Mpeta, 1983, 1 SA 492 C at 494 A to C. And see also the case of Director of Public Prosecutions, North Gauteng, Pretoria versus Makubelo, case number A91/2014, decided on the 6th of August 2014. And this is so because prosecutors are not practitioners who represent clients, but prosecutors are public officers who should assist the court in ascertaining the truth. And to enable the court to see that justice is done, the prosecutor is expected at all times to act in a manner which is responsible and fair to the accused, and to be open and candid to the court. Consequently, he's going to present and place all the material before this court, as Mr. Baloyi is attempting to do. He says there's evidence which, according to him, if this court can hear, it may find that it is relevant. I don't know if that evidence is relevant or not. And the prosecutor's duty, unlike that of a defense counsel, his primary duty is to assist the court in ascertaining the truth. See in this regard S versus Razini versus Director of Public Prosecutions, Western Cape, 2009, 1 SACR 540C at 549H to 550A. And see also the case which has been quoted by Mr. Kumalo and Mr. Baloyi, as versus Ramalope, 1995-1, SACR 297, Orange Free State. And also see versus Sabisa, 1993-2, SACR 52-5, Transkei. And see also as versus Goma and others, 2, 1994-2, SACR 182C. But critically, this is what the TOEIC says. And I appreciate the various counsel quoting me section 166 regarding cross-examination and re-examination. But this is what the TOEIC says. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the close of the defense case should be limited to the situation when new matters is introduced which the state could not foresee. That's the law in South Africa. I'll repeat it. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the state has closed, after the close of the defense case should be limited to a situation where new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. An inflexible rule of this sort would hamper the exercise of the judicial officer's discretion. They say I mustn't listen to the evidence. It's an injunction. Each case depends on the facts and the guidelines mentioned in the judicial case, and the new evidence may be allowed without injustice to the accused. Even here, where's the injustice if this court listens to the evidence of the AVL system? Where's the prejudice to Mr. Tansi? Where is it? I don't know what the evidence is going to be. But the state submits that if need be, the manufacturers of that system will be called to come and give evidence in explaining the mechanism of that system. And by the way, the accused, through their counsels, are entitled to cross-examine that witness who's going to testify on the efficacy and the utilization of that AVLW machine. So there's no prejudice in hearing that evidence. I take note of what Mr. Ngomezulu says about the evidence of an expert. I'm aware of the cases. And also, I take a judicial notice of what the former president of the SCA, Mpati, said about expert knowledge. He says it's not only acquired from going to university and reading tomes and tomes of books. Sometimes through physical and objective environment of working in a particular workplace for some time, one acquires expert evidence sometimes. You can quote the case of Dr. Barnett, 1968, when he transplanted a heart, as the first surgeon in South Africa to do so. He was assisted by a black gentleman, I just forget the name of that gentleman, who actually taught him how to operate. Never went to school, that Xhosa gentleman. And he was acknowledged as an expert in anatomy of the heart. You are aware of that history, Mr. Ngomezulu?
No, I'm not aware, man.
You're not? Were you born then? 1968, says Barnett. So Mpati is referring to that. To say, no, you don't have to study necessarily to acquire expert knowledge. You can acquire same by being in the environment. Okay, so in the case of S versus Fulton, 1999, 1 SACR, 481 SCA, it is also quoted by my learned colleague here, Ngumalo. Conditions mentioned by courts as guidelines include the following: the reasons why the evidence was not led previously. Because in this case, apparently, Mr. Baloyi says it was only discovered when the version of accused number 2 was put to Sergeant Mokhano. the degree of the relevance of the evidence. This evidence is relevant to this court because it involves, allegedly, through the version of accused number 4, senior officers, colonels, abusing their position and infracting on the constitutional rights of accused number 2 by assaulting him viciously. So that is the relevance of that evidence. Because I will have forensic, scientific evidence of a machine, not a human being. And I'm sure a machine is not biased. I've heard everything, but I've never heard of a biased machine. So, it is relevant. And the reasons why the evidence was not led previously, as explained by Mr. Baloyi, is that it was just found recently, and also the possible prejudice to the other party, such as the fact that a rebutting witness may no longer be available. Mr. Ntasi, accused number 2, is available to rebut that evidence. The stage at which the proceedings have reached, we are in a trial within a trial. And the general need for finality. See also the case of Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965, 1 SA 614A. I think I have it here. I'll take it for you. Yeah. Yeah, this is a civil case, which is relevant if you want the citation so that you can check it out. It's Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965. 1 All South Africa Law Report 603A. It was hit on the 24th of November, 1964, before appeal judges Van Blerk, Ogilvie Thompson, Rumpf, Holmes, and Williamson. It also dealt with the exigency when can one reopen a case, and what are the consequences if you do so. Sorry, let's check. Yes, consequently then, using my judicial discretion as enunciated in section 197 on the notes under the commentary on Criminal Procedure Act, this is what it is said. A judge has a discretion to exclude cross-examination, even if it should be technically permissible in terms of section 197, if it would unduly prejudice the accused. But in this case, the accused is not being prejudiced. But here they say, if the cross-examination or the re-examination of that witness, which is intended to be called by Mr. Baloyi, is going to be prejudicial to the case, to the fair case standard, which our Constitution insists on, then this court should exclude it. And they say the exercise of this discretion may be appropriate where the prosecution, as opposed to a co-accused, seeks to cross-examine the accused in terms of subsection B. And then they refer us to the case of State versus Mazibuko and others, 3 SA 198 at 197, where it was said that no discretion is conferred by the language of section 197B, and that there is a considerable body of authority which supports the view that the court which relates to the prohibition or to restrict such cross-examination on grounds of irrelevancy at all. But here, this evidence is relevant. Like I say, it's interlinked to the evidence which was given by Mohano, and it is also interlinked to the assertion which were put to this witness that that vehicle traversed certain locations, and that vehicle facilitated the assault on accused number 4, because it took him to Tembisa, Orlando, Alberton, Paraguanas, everywhere. So that's the cogency of that evidence, I believe, can assist this court in establishing the truth. And they say if the evidence is relevant, then it operates as a legal rule. Although of necessity, it has to be very flexible, and it's not to be subjected to further vagaries of a judicial discretion. I've quoted all the authorities. I don't have to read them. But the primary principle here is it in the interest of justice to allow that evidence to be heard? Is that evidence which Mr. Ngomezulu says I shouldn't hear, is it relevant in this case? On both accounts, I find that it is, and consequently the state is allowed to lead that evidence. Okay.
Indaba belumayelana ke nobufakazi umbuso ofisa ukuthi ubethule ubufakazi bokuthi le moto ekuthiwa ke uSergeant Mukhane naye avumayo ukuthi yayishayelwa uyena ngaleli langa ekuyifortuna emhlophe, ukuthi ke kulethe ubufakazi obutshengisayo nanjengoba kunezinsolo ezibuya kuyena umsola wesibili ukuthi le moto lena yahamba indawo eziningi kunala eyema khona, yahamba yaya ngase Orlando ila ashaywa khona, kwahanjwa kwayiwa futhi nase Baragwana la ekwathola khona uSergeant Raphathu. Inkantolo ke ithi ke manje uma kubhekwa ke okuningi ke noma ke ibheka amacala amaningi ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani ke ukuthi ngabuvumela noma ingabuvumela yini lobo bufakazi. Okokuqala kusho ukuthi akusibona ubufakazi obusha lobo, ukuthi lo bufakazi bothulwe noma buze ungathi ummeli kaMsola wokuqala nowesibili yena ke uadvocate Ngomezulu uma ebuza lo bufakazi uyena ke owethule noma owelethe lobo bufakazi, nokuthi kungani umbuso eqaleni ungabuvezanga lo bufakazi. Umbuso uphenduleleke ngokuthi bona ke bebengazi ukuthi umsolo wesibili uzoyiphendulela athini-ke kungenkathi ufakazi lona ke esethula ubufakazi bakhe la khona ke bezozwa khona ukuthi uphendulela athini, nokuthi futhi ke lo bufakazi babuthole nge-3 zika November kwakungolesihlanu, nge-3 zika November ngathi ke buthunyelwa uyena umphenyi oyinhloko kuleli cala ubrigadier uGininda. Ilapho ke asengidlulisela lokhona lobo bufakazi ebudlulisela kubona ke abameli lobufakazi ekhulunywa ngabo ke ubufakazi beAVL athi umshushisi futhi uma iphendelela ukuthi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo kule insolo eyilethwa uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi washaywa le moto yaphuma emzileni la ekwakufanele ukuthi ihambe khona yase iya kwezinye indawo la ashaywe khona ke uthi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ngempela ibone ukuthi cha la ekwakumele ihambe khona le moto lena yaqezwa ke yaphumela eceleni yila ke manje esekungashiwo khona ukuthi insolo zakhe umsolo wesibili ngempela ke ziyaphatheka ke nokuthi ziyiqiniso ke ekugcineni ke inkantolo ithi uma isiwafundileke wonke amacala lana ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani lobufakazi bungamukelwa noma bungamukelwa ukuthi ngempela ukuthi abusibone ubufakazi obusha lobu nokuthi ukhona umnumzana uNtanzi ula enkantolo uzoba nalo ithuba lokuthi aphikisane nakona lokho ekugcineni ke inkantolo ukuthi lobufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ifinyelele kwiqiniso futhi nokuthi ke futhi ke imfuno noma ke idingo zobulungiswa ke ziyakuvumela ke ukuthi lobufakazi lokhu inkantolo ingabulalela ngoba izofinyelela kanjani kwisinqumo ekuyisona ingekuzwanga ubufakazi okumayela nokuthi le moto lena yahamba kuphi nendawo ngaleli yalanga ngokusho kanjalo ke umehluleli uthatha isinqumo nomfikele kwesinqumo sokuthi lobufakazi lobu bekuthiwa beAVL abethulweke la kuzokuthi wonke umuntu abone ezwe khona ukuthi le moto yahamba kuphi ngalelo langa lelo.
Biale Sergeant botlhatsi bola ba lena jwalo ka ga ile gore motšhotšhisi le ba boleledi ba latofatswa bona be bantse ba bolela ka bona gore bona ba dumela gore mo botlhatsi bo ba lena bo amogelwe go ba botlhatsi ba lena bo ska amogelwa ntate baloi yena mamotlhaforogo o yeme a fitla a khopela a phaphata go khoro gore botlhatsi ba lena bo amogelwe botle bo kgone go theletswa ka lebaka la gore botlatla bothusha mo molatong woke ye leng gore ntate Mngomezulu irile ga emelela yena a re a wa botlhatsi bo ga botlo thusha ka selo gape go tlo nyaka le gore go bitswe le ditlhatsi tše dingtsela tše leng gore di bese di fane ka botlhatsi ba tsona go tshwana le bo Mabena le bo Jonathan le bo Buthelezi le ba bangwe gore le bona batle ba boye ba tlo fana ka botlhatsi gore ke nnete ba sepetse lena le sepetse tsona dilo tše fapafapaneng tše leng gore go bolelwa ka tsona mo molatong woke ge ile gore lena botlhatsi ba lena botlo swanela gore botheletswe gape bona bo Mngomezulu ba re ke botlhatsi bo eleng gore ke bo boswa bo eleng gore ga botlo thusha khoro ka selo ka lebaka la gore lena botlhatsi bo ga se le bolele ka bona ge be le fana ka botlhatsi ba lena mathomong e fela ntate baloirile le yana ga yemelela a se a khopela khoro o ile re ga se botlhatsi bo boswa ka lebaka la gore botlile ka moraga gore bona bo molatofatswa ba bobedi e be bona ba eleng gore ba le butša dipotšišo tšeo di feletše le gore di dira gore lena le arabele ka tsona ditaba tša gore koloi ya lena ile ya tswa tseleng goba ga se nke e tswe tseleng jwalo ka ga bentše lena le ilo dira mošomo wa lena kana letšatši leuwe ke mo e leng gore khoro jwatse irile ge re boya ka moraga gore khoro e se e be irile re tšea nakonyana khoro e re ge ke tsopola khoro yona e re botlhatsi bo ba lena ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo botlhokwa gape ga se botlhatsi bo boswa jwalo ka ga e le gore ke dilo tše e leng gore di botšišitšwe mo kgorong yona e ga se gore lena le ile la sepela la ilo šoma tulotshoko mo e leng gore mohlomong lena le ile la ilo šoma ntoweng parking yela Kruger National Park mo e leng gore e rile ge le boya ye be le gore le nyaka go botšišwa dipotšišo tšeue gape kgoro e re go molato o mongwe e leng gore o fetile go na le mo be setse molato o leng Supreme Court of Appeal mo be motšhotšhisi a ileng a kgopela gore ke kgopela go bitša tlhatsi goba ke kgopela go bontšha botlhatsi bo bong bo boswa ke mo e leng gore kgoro yela ya Supreme Court of Appeal ile ya re re theletše gore botlhatsi bo boswa bo reng ke mo e leng gore go molato ola motho ola o feleditše a bonwa a se molato ka moraga gore go theleditše botlhatsi bola bo boswa gane jwale botlhatsi bo kgoro e re ga se bo boswa jwatše bona ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo ka thuša go molato woke ntho ya mafelelo e kgoro e bolelang e re botlhatsi bo yona ya dumela gore lena le ka tšwela pele motšhotšhisa le botšiša dipotšišo ka bona lena le tšwele pele le arabe gore molato wo o tle o kgone gore botlhatsi bo fele ya be le gore molato wo o tšwelela pele. As the court pleases, thank you my lord.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
Mr. Court, please, my lord. By the way, the gentleman who assisted Professor Barnard was one Mr. Hamilton Naki.
Yeah, Naki, yeah.
Yes, he was a lab assistant. He didn't have, formal education, but he had amazing surgical skills, and he was teaching medical students,
Yes,
and
yes.
physicians. Yes.
Yeah. You knew that, Mr. Ngoma. Umnyama sport. Yeah, he was an amazing gentleman. Amazing. You know, the structure of a heart. You know, it took human beings over 2,500 years since the Romans first had an operation, and the Greeks, for a guy to take out somebody's heart and replace it. And here's a guy from Etigeni can do
Please,
that.
my lord.
Okay.
The state will be leading evidence on the movement report, which has been marked Exhibit MM2.
MM2.
Yes, and it will only be, my lord, for the 9th, as mentioned, will be confined to the 19th of June 2020. I'm told by Advocate Ngumezulu that he wants to play something on
On record. Okay, yes, Mr. Ngumezulu.
God bless my lord. My lord, I've indicated to my colleague that I would actually note that I'll bring an application for a special entry
Yeah, fine.
to be made, not at this time, my lord, as I've indicated. I requested that this application should be brought after the evidence of the investigating officer, Brigadier Kininda.
Okay, fine.
The court pleases.
Fine.
And my lord, further, I don't dictate what the state has, what type of evidence they need to lead in respect of this document. But we are finished with 2 copies. And the incident relating to the assault, as the court has mentioned in the judgment, relates in other days that the state is not intending to produce in one of these bundles that we were given. So I was given 2 bundles marked MM2, but the other one is reduced from the date of the 19th, and the version that I put to this witness starts from the 16th, and
So you want the bundle to
both
start from...
bundles to be
They must start from the 16th.
from the 16th, my lord.
Yes, okay. Mr. Baloyi.
Court, please.
As a court, please, we can make that, but as the state indicated that we...
What's that?
We can do that, but we are of the view that the issues that are in dispute at this stage relate to the 19th of June 2020, my lord, and the...
Wait. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Where do you have the record of the 16th?
Yes, it starts
Where?
on the 4th of June. It's a whole book, my lord. That
It starts on the
starts on the 1st of June.
1st of June.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mzumezulu, you say you want it as from the 16th.
From the 16th.
You don't want the whole book.
Not
Maybe
the
he should give you the whole book.
Not, because I believe this is the bundle that consists of the dates during the 16th of June. It's marked MM2.
Yeah, MM2.
Yes, my lord. We'll focus mainly on the
16th.
from the 16th onward, because
Onward.
our version starts from the 16th.
So, Mr. Baloyi, why don't you provide your colleague with the bundle as from the 16th, as he says?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can do that, my lord. As I say, the bundle that we have starts. In fact, I think we've already provided them with that document.
Which document is it?
The one that starts from
The 16th.
that covers the dates on that my learned friend is referring to.
What is the problem? Don't you have the document that starts from the 16th?
Yes.
You have it?
Yes, we do have it, my lord.
Yeah, give it to him.
Well, we will do that, my lord. But as I said,
But he wants it before we start. Is that so, sir?
I recently got this document for the 16th.
Yeah. So
Yes. But now, according to the submission by the state, they intend to lead evidence from the 19th. And according to the version that we have put to the
it
witness,
starts on the 16th.
it starts from the 16th. What is of crucial importance, the 17 hours that we alleged was the time in which he was subjected to torture.
Yes, yes.
It's on the 18th, preceding to the 19th. So we say the state cannot start.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yes.
as a court, please, for the sake of completion, so we have a document that starts from the 1st of June. If it's in order with my learned friends, we can hand up these documents. It starts from the 1st of June and goes all the way up to the 24th of June.
Is that okay?
Yeah, looks like they are happy with that, my lord. We'll
Yeah,
then,
hand it over so that.
we'll then ask permission to hand up, it still remains exhibit MM2.
Starting from the 1st of June.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
And this document, my lord, that we've just handed up as exhibit MM2 consists of 43 pages. We've numbered them. Pages 1 up to page 43.
Okay.
Page 1 covers the 1st of June 2020. And page 11 covers the 5th of June 2020. Then page 14 covers the 16th of June 2020.
14.
No, 16 June,
Yeah.
page 14, yes.
40.
1-4.
1-4. Okay.
Then page 24 covers the 18th of June 2020.
18th of June.
Yes. 18th, 1-8.
On 8.
Then page 32 covers the 19th of June 2020. This is the page that the state will be canvassing, 19 June 2020. Then the last page 43 covers part of the 24th of June.
Page 43.
Yes, page 43, 24 June.
4 June.
But that will not be helpful as this vehicle was not used on that particular day. A different vehicle was used, not the Fortuner.
Yeah.
Maybe on that note, my lord, it's time for the long adjournment.
Oh, is that so?
Can we then take the long adjournment?
Okay, fine. Okay, let's adjourn.
Registration number of the vehicle that you are using on the 19th of June 2020 on records. Just repeat those particulars, the make of the vehicle, the color, and the registration number.
Le ska lebala gore lena le fa sa ka no ya go bolela nneteng kere gape ba khopela gore lena be se le boletse gore koloi ela ke ya mohutamang gape le di registration number tja lena tja koloi yewe ba khopela gore mamotla le busheletse le ba botse gore koloi yewe be le ya mohutamang le di registration number tja yona be
Ke a white Toyota Fortuner.
It is a white Toyota Fortuner, my lord.
okuyifortuna emhlophe ngombala imoto kakuphinde imoto le ayahamba
Registration Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
Registration F
Foxtrot Victor
V
47 Lima Romeo GP.
7
Lima Romeo GP. LR.
GP.
inamba yayo kwaku BF 47 LRGP.
It's FV, my lord.
Please, my lord. Reference will also be made to exhibit MM during the course of this witness evidence. Do you know if this vehicle was fitted with a tracking device?
Ya tseba gore koloi e be loketswe tracker. Correct, I know.
Yebo ngiyazi-ke ukuthi imoto leyo yayinayo i-tracker.
Just want to show you exhibit MM in brackets 2.
Ba re ba nyaka go le bontsha botlhatse ba MM.
If I can ask you to turn to page 32.
Ba khopela gore le ye paging ya bo 32
of exhibit MM in brackets 2.
go bona botlhatse bo ba MM ka di ka mashakaneng 2. Yes, I am there.
Can you just identify this exhibit? What is it?
Nke le re botse gore ke eng botlhatse bo we.
Ke bontsha tsela ya koloi eo be ke realize sepetseng ona.
This is the route of the vehicle which I was driving, which we took on that day.
Khombisa-ke umzilane noma umgwaqo esasihamba ngayo noma engangihamba ngayo ngaleya moto engangishayela ngaleliya langa. Ubona-ke lo exhibit MM.
There are various columns in exhibit MM2. Can we just place the particulars of those columns on record? If you look on page 1 of exhibit MM2.
Go na le mashaka a fapaneng gana mowe mo go MM2 ba khopela gore lena le ba botsa gore mashaka uwe ka go latelana ga ona wona a reng.
On the first column, those letters in bold.
Go ya mathomo mowe mo ngwetseng ka boso.
Ingwetse 1 June 2020.
On top it is written 1 June 2020, my lord.
Ngaphezulu-ke sina-ke iveliwe lana. Falwe 1 June 2020 lana phezulu.
Yes, just give those columns. The headings of those various columns.
Le kaela mowe mo di ntlhagolo tsa mashakana uwe.
Ithoma registration.
First column, it's registration.
Eqaleni-ke laphayana elabhalwe khona inombolo noma registration emoto.
Yeah. You just place the registration on record.
Registration e wengele baleng.
Is Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
It's FV47 LRGP, my lord.
Yona-ke leya number FV47 LRGP.
Yes, the next column.
Bobby number, Rama Revichaga SAP number.
And there is a Bobby number, however we refer it as a SAP number.
Kuna number akabathi i-Bobby number kodwa thina-ke bafuyise siyibiza nanjenge SAP number.
And what is that?
I ring yona.
Bravo Tango Lima 719 Bravo.
It's BTL 719B.
leya number ke u-BTL 719B nizobona ile yesibili ke uma usuka ngaku left.
But what does that number represent? The
Yeah,
SAP number?
nomoro eo
It represents the color ya rena.
It represent-
Re lo re be issue misho ke batho ba uniform.
it represents our vehicle if it was used by uniform personnel.
Ichaza ke imoto yethu uma kuwukuthi leyo moto leyo yayisetshenziswa yilabo abagqoka i-uniform noma impahla ke yamaphoyisa.
Yes, next column.
Ya boraro yona engwatshweng
Date and time.
date and time.
Usuku ke noma ilanga ke kanye nesikhathi.
Yes, next column.
Yengwe,
Status.
its status.
Nokuthi ke isimo semoto noma isimo sayo.
And what does status refer to?
Go status e bolela ka eng?
We bontsha re koloi ya sepela or e eme or e timile or ya idle.
It shows whether the vehicle is driving, idling, stationary, or it's on a motion.
Lana ke ichaza khona ke ukuthi imoto lena imile iyaduma ke iyahamba yini.
Yes, next column.
Speed.
Shows the speed.
Ibisi tshengisa ke isivinini.
E bontsha speed sekusepela ngasona.
It shows the speed in which I was driving in.
Ikhombisa noma tshengisa ke isivinini engangihamba ngaso.
Yes, next column.
Column ye latelang.
Ngwetse order.
Odo.
Nokuthi ke noma mileage yayo ke imoto noma ihambe kangakanani.
Yes.
Abitsona order e emetseng ka normal jam of asaki depreciation.
I do not know what does the Odo stands for because even the numbers that are shown there, I do not understand them.
Yes.
Ukuthi ke odo lo umele nike angizwisisi ngoba ke nama number alawo ke angimalandeli.
Next column.
Ya go latela.
Location.
Shows location.
Bese chaza ke indawo.
And location, what does it represent?
Sewe se bolela go reng sewe sa location.
E bontsha gore koloi eo ka tšatši la leuwe le ka nako eo be e sepela kae.
It shows where was the vehicle driving on the day and at the time.
Ichaza ukuthi imoto yayihamba kuphi ke ngalelo langa nangaleso sikhathi.
Yes. The next column.
Ya go latela.
Longitude.
It shows longitude.
Ona le nomoro tsona tsona tla tšhaoša ke reng.
There are numbers as well and I do not know how to explain them.
Yes.
Nalapha yana ke ichaza ke kunama number akhona ukuthi ashuthini angikwazi.
Yes, next column.
Latitude.
The next one is latitude,
Le yona ke tsona nka tlhaloša gore ke reng.
which
Ona le nomoro.
I also do not know how to explain it as it has numbers.
Bese kuba no latitude ke nayo inama number enawo ukuthi ashuthini ke noma ngawachaza kanjani nalokho angikwazi.
Yes, if I can then ask you to turn to page 32.
Ba re le go page e ya bo masometharo pedi.
What is the date?
Date
reflected
mo we
there?
e reng
19 June 2020.
19th of June 2020.
Bese siya ke kwikhasi ke manje lamashumi nantathu anambili idate yakhona ke i-19 June 2020.
And just that very first entry, what time does that entry start?
Ya mathomo mo we go ngwadilwe ka nako mang?
2026 19
It says 2026 19
00 .14
00.14.1403.
Ilanga lo kungeyi-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi ke imizuzu ke ewu-14 emuva ke ko-12 ebusuku.
Right, you testify that on the previous day, 18th of June. As per Exhibit MM.
lena le be le fane ka botlhatse ba letšatši le be le fetile la di 18 tša June go ya ka botlhatse bowe ba MM.
He took out the accused number 2 on investigation and came book him back on the 19th of June 2020 at 02:30.
le rile lena le tšere molatofatšwa wa bobedi la mmuša mo e leng gore le be le ile mmotšiša dipotšišo gona ke mo e leng gore la mmuša go sasa ka masa ka di 19.
I didn't need to.
That is correct, my lord.
Kuqiniseka ukuthi bengifakazeleke ngasho ukuthi zingamkhipha-ke ngalo ilanga lange-18 ngase ngimbuyisa-ke kulanga elilandelayo ngentathakusake yange-19.
Do you remember in which street the police station is situated?
Le sa gopola gore police station yela e mo mmileng o mofeng? May I please get time to look?
It's fine, can you turn to page 33?
Barle go page 33.
Yes, 33.
Yes, I am at page 33, my lord.
Police station yela iri near Benfield, June Street, Pretoria North.
It shows that the police station is near Belfell Street in Pretoria North.
Ikhombisana ngitshengisa-ke i-police station nanjenge-Near police station for Pretoria North. Where do you see that?
Sorry.
Le bona kae?
Page 33.
Yeah, we're on page 33.
Thoma mo moving speed 10.
And
It shows where it says speed from 10, my lord.
it's under location, my lord.
Under
Location.
Under location.
0.
It would be easier if I can ask you to turn to page 34, the next page.
Bare e tla ba bofefo re ba pele ka ya go page 34.
The third entry from the top. Can you just put those particulars on record?
Go tlogella godimo kwa nke le re balle mowe.
The,
Ke thoma ka registration.
start with the date and, yeah, we'll start with the registration number.
Le ka thoma ka yana registration.
This number ka bitsa ka botoka bjalo lo kgone go kwešiša FV
I will
7 LRGP.
I will refer to it in simple terms. It's FV47 LRGP.
Ngizoqala ngayo kwi-registration eku-FV 47 LRGP.
Bobby number BTL 719B.
And OB number, it's BTL 719B.
Bese sibiza le number ke bathi i-Bobby number u-BTL 719B.
Nako letšatši le nako 2020 of 6/19.
The date and time, it's 2020 of 6/29.
02/24/20.
And the time, it's 02/24/20.
Bese kuthi ke i-date yilena-ke lange-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi imizuzu ewu-24 emva ko-2 nama-seconds awu-20.
So on page 34, are you on page 34?
Yeah.
Le mo
Page 34, the third entry from the top.
Page 34 ya boraro go tlogella godimo.
Okay.
The time there,
Nako e reng
2020 of 6/19 2:30.
it says
1:36.
2020 of 6/19 2:30.36, my lord.
I-date-ke yi-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi u-02:30:36 ama-seconds.
yes.
Status ignition off.
and the status it shows that the ignition was off.
nokusho ukuthi imoto yayingadumi noma ayidumi.
Speed 0,
The speed is 0,
Speed u-0,
order 0,
odo is 0 as well.
moto u-0 futhi.
near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
And that was near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria North in Pretoria.
Chaza-ke la ukuthi kuseduze nase-Emily Hope House Avenue, ePretoria North.
Yes. The earlier question was, where is the police station situated?
Puchisho be ile gore police station yela yona e mo kae.
Imo gare ga ilo wa ga mara because ina le the entrance jeopardy.
It would be in between, my lord, because it has 2 entrances.
Kusho ukuthi i-police station ake ezoba phakathi nendawo ke ngoba ke kuney'ndawo ey'mbili la ongena khona.
Emily Street le Benfell.
It's between Emily Street and Belfelyun.
Phakathi ke kwaley'trata lezi ke i-Emily kanye nayo i-Benfell.
Yes. If I can ask you to refer to exhibit MM, page 7 there.
Bare gona go botlhatsi bo we ba MM page ya bo shupa.
It's already on record, but just put that on record again.
Bare SJ le gona lena le kae bala gape.
Which le rifle mo.
Which one are you referring
The
to?
one at 2:30.
Bare ye ya 2:30.
Okay. Friday 2026-19. Serial number 531.
Ithi ke ngolesihlanu ngeyi-19 zikaJune 2020 serial number. Can you repeat serial number?
Serial number 531.
U-531 serial number.
Napo 2:30.
And the time it's 2:30
Isikhathi ke u-2:30.
Investigation back.
and the investigation back.
Buya ke lona uphenyo.
Detective Sergeant Mokhan of National Cold Case Unit booked back 1 male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, Bongani Ntanzi. SAP 14 6406/20. SAP 14A.
Yes, thank yes.
Can
Thank you.
Can you just show me that? Let me to look at it. Okay. Lana ke okubhaliwe ke ukuthi uyena uDetective Sergeant Mokhane ewayo ke National Cold Case Unit ubuyisa ke umuntu wesilisa oyedwa umsolwa kwicala ke lokubulala la kwaNongoma ucase 16310 2018 ubongani Ntanzi igama.
And where did you come back from? Just put that on record again.
Lebe le boya le tswa
Where were you
kae?
returning from?
Lebe le boya le tswa kae?
Carltonville.
I remember we were coming from Carltonville, my lord.
Khumbula ukuthi uma sibuya ke sasibuya khona eCarltonville.
Yes, and can you just place the next entry?
Nke le re balleng ya go
It's
latela
0450.
ya 0450.
0450. Okay, you never like I said, eh?
You can start on exhibit MM.
Le ka thoma go botlhatsi bo ba MM.
Okay. Serial number.
This one ends with 235, my lord.
Yes, after that one of 235. The next one.
Ba re ka moga ga yela ya 235 ya o latela yona e reng.
It's
you
entry
never like I said,
534.
Yeah, serial number 534. Now 450.
The serial number is 534 and the time is 4:50.
Serial number ke lana u534 isikhathi ke u450.
Prisoner transferred.
And it shows the prisoner transferred.
Ukuthi ke usiboshwa ke sase sindluliswa.
Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit with 1 male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 6/2018.
ukuthi ke yena Detective Sergeant Mokhane ebuyisa umsolo oyedwa kumuntu wesilisa qala ke lokubulala kaNongoma
Bongani Ntanzi,
ubongani Ntanzi
cell 64/06/2020,
cell 64/06/2020
SAP 14A 512666765.
okay SAP 14A can you repeat that please Sergeant SAP 14A
S1266 765.
765
S1266765.
okay S1266765 sorry for that
Yes.
Transferred to Fossolaras Court without any injury or complaint. Correctly transferred Gasaina.
And after having correctly transferred, I signed.
wasendluliselwa ke eFoslorus ke kungekho ke la akhala ngako noma ukulimala okukhona ngase ngiyasayinda ke emuva kwalokho
Can I then ask you to turn to the AVL Exhibit MM2, page 34?
Bar le gona ka mo go page 34 mo bontjere le gona. Yes, I am there, my lord.
The sixth entry there at the top in the middle of the page.
Bar ya botshela dimo go tloga paging ya mogare.
Can you just place that on record?
Ye ka godimo.
This one.
The one on top, my lord.
Yes. at-
Six, you're counting from the top, six down.
6, okay. 1, 2, 5, 6.
Yes.
Yes, keep according to human.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
Yes.
Ke thome ka polo e gape gore ke no
Should I
thoma-
No, no, just the time. Is it correct? Is the same vehicle?
Bar nako ke yona koloi yele eventually
e
issue.
sa le yona.
Yes, it is the same vehicle, my lord.
sele ya moto eyodwa yebo
Yes. At 0502, just place those particulars on record.
Le ka bolela ka nako ka yana ewe ya 0502.
Okay. E re 2026-19-0502 driving.
It shows 2020-06-19 0502 driving.
lana ke ichaza ilanga ukuthi i-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi imizuzu ewu-2 emuva ko-5 iyahamba
Nako 210.
And the time was 2:10.
Yes, just place the entire time on record.
Ilokeleng ka moka.
Or
Nako eo.
2 double
Awa nako.
nako. Okay, ke 2026-19-0502. Okay, sorry. 10
It's
10 10 double dot 10.
seconds. It's 2020-06-19 and the time there is 0:02 and 10 seconds.
chaza isikhathi ke ukuthi 2020 iminyaka 19 zikaJune 502 namanijana nje ayishumi
Status driving.
And the status, it shows that the vehicle is driving
nokuthi imoto yayihamba
Speed 10.
driving at a speed of 10.
sivinini kwaku-10
Order 0.
The order is 0
odo uno-0
Location near Belfeld Union Street, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
and it was driving near Belfeld Street in Pretoria.
And just for record,
futhi-ke nendawo eduze ne-Benfield Street ePretoria North ePretoria
and just for record purposes, who was driving the vehicle?
Ke mang o be a reila
Understand.
koloi eo?
We drive again now.
It was driven by myself.
mina owayeshayela imoto leyo
And just for record purposes, just put the time when you arrive at the police station.
Nke le re botse ka nako e be le fitlha police station
The
ka
second
yona.
line there,
Mo
in the-
thaladi wa go latela wa bobedi.
just 4 lines above where you were reading.
Ya bone go tloga mo be le bala gona.
Okay. 1, 2. Hey, I give
E leng ya bobedi.
one.
Nke re be le bala ya botshela.
Yeah.
Napile ge le ya godimo.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Eh.
2020-06-19
It says 2020-0619.
Okwe-19 zika-June 2020.
nako 4.50.118
And the time was 4:50.18 seconds.
Nokuthi-ke isikhathi-ke kwaku-450 nanenjana awu-80.
And the location?
Location ya gona e reng?
near General Divet Street, Pretoria,
And
North.
it is near General Divet Street in Pretoria North.
Eduze-ke kwestrata i-General Devet ePretoria North ePretoria.
Just in terms of exhibit MM2, when you were driving off at 0502 on the 19th of June 2020, where were you headed to?
Ge be le reila le kgwetša ka 0502 moye ya botshelela lena le be le reila le yabe.
Maria Fosloras Court.
We were going to Fosloras Court.
Lana-ke ethi khona 0502 le ibifudiwe kuqala-ke uma sisuka-ke lapho sasihamba siya enkantolo eFosloras.
Yes, to do what?
Le be le yo diang.
Berisha Musariwa Court.
We were taking the accused to court.
Yes, which accused?
Motshwari wa
Accused
mo-
number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
Accused number 2 Bongani Ntanzi.
Sihambisa-ke umsolwa-ke ngalelo langa ngihambisa ngimisa enkantolo yena-ke umsolwa wesibili uBongani Ntanzi.
Can you just maybe focus on the location, put on record how you drove?
Nke le lebeleleng mola mo location le re botše gore lena le kgweditše jwang.
Okay, Rila Ottawa Police Station, la Tsipalaka, Benfield Union Street,
From-
Pretoria North.
From the police station, my lord, we used Benvenue Street, Pretoria North.
Masiphuma-ke khona-ke epolice station sahamba-ke sisebenzisa yona iBenfield Street.
Ratsanaka Rachel De Beer Street, Pretoria North.
And we went into Rachel De Beer Street in Pretoria North.
Sangena-ke kulesi strata esibhalwe lana i-Rachel De Beer Street ePretoria North.
Ratsanaka M1 Road, Pretoria North.
From there, we went into M1 North, Pretoria North.
Sase singena-ke kulesi esilandelayo i-M1 ePretoria North.
Rasipalaka yona M1 Road, Pretoria North, Ufihlalari, Richa Eskiam Pachel Drive, Mayville, Pretoria.
We proceeded with M1 Road, Pretoria North, until we took Eskia Mphahlele Drive.
Injere Sipalaka Eskia,
Sase sihamba ngayo-ke i-M1 leyo-ke saze sayofica-ke eSkiya Mphahlele Drive eMayville ePretoria.
Century Sipalaka Eskiam Pachel Drive, Ratlaka Mountain View, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still using Eskia Mphahlele, we then took Mountain View in Pretoria.
Ma sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo sase sihlangana nayo-ke i-Mountain View ePretoria.
Ratsanaka Roseville, Pretoria Salmo Eskiam Pachel.
And we went into Roseville in Pretoria whilst we were still in Eskia Mphahlele.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo sase siyohlangana-ke ne-Roseville.
Rafita Capital Park, Pretoria Saspalaka Eskiam Pachel Rape.
We passed Capital Parks in Pretoria while still on Eskia Mphahlele.
Sisekuyona-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo sandlula-ke eCapital Park.
Sale Eskiam Pachel Drive, Rafita Rape taking on rent, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we also passed Technicon Road, Technicon Rank in Pretoria.
Sisahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele sase siyohlangana-ke ne-Technicon Rent ePretoria.
Umer Salmo Eskiam Pachel Ratlak to east there, Ratlaka Pretoria West.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we then Eskia Mphahlele Drive East, we then went into Pretoria West.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele Drive e-East sayodlula-ke ePretoria West.
Rafita Zela Eskiam Pachel Ratsanaka Francis Barf Skogronte 648.J Akibono Naki in Pretoria.
And whilst the Eskia Mphahlele Road then took us into Franz Bard Street, Skogrond 6 Showgrounds 6, 4, and I do not see what other numbers, but it was still in Pretoria.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo ePretoria West-ke sayohlangana nayo i-Francis Bark Street showgrounds angiboni ukuthi ibhalweni lapha kodwa kusesePretoria.
Napile Ratsanaka Nanasita Street Skogronte 648J something Pretoria.
And we also used Nana Nanasita Street Showgrounds, right in Pretoria as well.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayofika ke noma sayohlangana nenana Sita.
Mera Siplaka Sophie de Brain Street, Pretoria Central.
We also used Sophie de Brain Street in Pretoria Central.
Sayohlangana noma sahamba ke ngayo iSophie de Brain Street ePretoria maphakathi nedolobha.
Erfecha Rasipulaka de Kwa Road, Salvo Cop, Pretoria.
After that, we used Dekwa Road, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Saze sayohlangana ke noma sahamba ngayo iDekwa umgwaqo iDekwa eSalvokop ePretoria.
Mera Tarafita Gape Kausili Jansmas Drive, Salvo Cop, Pretoria.
We also passed John Smart Drive, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Sayofika ke noma sayondlula ke kuyona iJohn Smart Drive eSalvokop khona ePitoli.
Mera Tenaka Skuman Freeway, Salvo Cop, Pretoria.
We then went into Ben Skuman Freeway, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Saze siyohlangana ke noma siyongena ke kuyona ke iBen Schoeman Freeway eSalvokop ePitoli.
Sepela Gape ka Ben Skumane, go fihlela re tla Groenkloof 358 JR, Pretoria.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman Freeway until we got to Grondloof 358 JR in Pretoria.
Saze sihamba ngayo ke saze siyohlangana ke nayo iBen Schoeman sihamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana neGroenkloof 358 JR ePitoli.
Mera Sasbela ka Ben Skuman Gape, Ratlaka di Hoves Centurion.
Whilst we were still driving on Ben Skuman, we then went into the Hoovers
The Hoovers.
the Hoovers in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neDiwuvers eCenturion.
Salemo ka Ben Skuman Gape ra Littleton 88 Centurion.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we went into Littleton in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLittleton eCenturion.
Rasipela ka yona gape ra kopana le Swartkop Centurion.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman until we met Swartkop in Centurion.
Sihamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman saze sayofika ke noma sayohlangana neZwartkop eCenturion.
Sasipela ka Ben Skuman Gape ra tla ka Brakfontein 399 Centurion.
While still using Ben Skuman Freeway, we then came across Brankfont 399 in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neBrakfontein 399 Centurion.
La tla gape ka yona Ben Skuman ra feta Low Ladia Centurion.
And whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also came across Lowladia in Centurion.
Sisahamba ngayo iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLowladia eCenturion.
Salmo Ben Skuman Gape ra feta Halfway Gardens Midrand.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also passed Halfway Gardens in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke leyo ke sayohlangana ke halfway ku N1 Freeway neHalfway Gardens eMidrand.
Omera sepela gape ra feta Waterfall 5 Nakibo numero Midrand.
And we were still on Ben Skuman, and then we passed Waterfall 5, and I do not see that number, however it was in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayohlangana ke Waterfall or Waterfall kona ke eMidrand.
M1 Freeway Woodmead Sandton.
And it proceeded into M1 Freeway, Woodmead in Sandton.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayohlangana ke neWoodmead eSandton.
Misal M1 gape ra feta M1 Freeway Batlu.
Still on M1, we passed Batlu Freeway.
Sisahamba ngayo ke iM1 leyo sayofika ke iBatlu Sandton.
Ra feta Eastgate Sandton.
We passed Eastgate in Sandton.
Sayindlula iEastgate eSandton.
Misal M1 Freeway ra tla ka Wynberg Sandton.
While still on M1 Freeway, we passed Wynberg in Sandton.
Sekona ku M1 Freeway sayindlula eWynberg eSandton.
Ra latela ka Bramley Park Sandton.
Followed by Bramley Park in Sandton.
Kulandela ke iBramley Park eSandton.
Ra latela ka Safer Fontaine 51 J something Johannesburg.
And we followed by Safer Fountain 51J, and the other number I do not see in Johannesburg.
Sase sahamba ngayo ku M1 lo sayofika ke eSaferfontein 51 eJohannesburg.
Salmo M1 freeway gape ra feta Houghton Estate.
Still on M1 freeway, my lord, we passed Houghton Estate.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 freeway sayofika ke Houghton Estate.
Mme ra feta Kilani M1 freeway gape.
And still on M1 freeway, we passed Kilani.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 sayofika ke eKilani.
Ra tla gape M1 freeway ra feta Parktown.
While still on M1 freeway, we passed Parktown.
Sisabona ku M1 freeway sayofika ke namasadula eParktown.
Parktown in Johannesburg.
Parktown, which is in Johannesburg,
eSegoli.
Ra tla gape freeway Johannesburg.
and proceeded still in that freeway in Johannesburg.
Qhubeka ngayo ke lo freeway lo eGoli.
Ya feta gape ya M1 freeway Selby.
And it proceeded to M1 freeway in Selby,
Yaqhubeka ke ngo M1 freeway eSelby.
Ya latela ke Omonde 99 IR Johannesburg South.
followed by M1 freeway, Omonde 91 IR, Johannesburg South.
Landelwa ke yona ku M1 freeway Omonde 99 eJohannesburg.
Excuse me. Salomo M1 freeway gape ra feta Robert Sam Johannesburg South.
Whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Robert Sam, Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ke M1 freeway kusandlula ke yona ke Robert M Johannesburg South.
Ya tla gape ra latela ka Evans Park Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Evans Park in Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ku M1 lo kusandlula ke Evans Park eJohannesburg South.
Ya change atsela gape N2 freeway Memdio Johannesburg South.
And now we went into the M12,
N12.
N12, November 12 freeway, Mondio in Johannesburg South.
Sase manje ke sesingena ke kuyona ke N12 freeway eMondio eJohannesburg South.
Ra sepela ka yona ra feta N12 freeway Ireton Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the N12 freeway, we passed Aeroton, Johannesburg South.
Sisekena ke N12 freeway sandlula ke eErton Johannesburg South.
Sa feta gape N1 freeway Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we passed the N1 freeway, Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sandlula ke na ku N1 freeway eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Ra tsena gape ka Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we used the old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sase sidlula ke kwendlela ke lomgwaqo ke abathi Old Potchefstroom Road eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Sa sepela gape ya Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
As we were still driving, my lord, it then went into Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Sisahamba ke kuyona ke Old Potchefstroom Road umgwaqo lo ke eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Sa driver gape ra tsena ka Chris Hani Road Power Park Soweto.
Whilst we were still driving, we went into Chris Hani Road, Power Parks in Soweto.
Sahamba kanjalo ke sandlula ke kumgwaqo ke iKhrizani ePower Park eSoweto.
Elatelang ya near Elias Motsoaledi Road Dlamini Soweto.
The following one, it then went into near Elias Motsoaledi Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Elandelayo ke kwabo ke umgwaqo ke iElias Motsoaledi eDlamini eSoweto.
Awulatela Chris Hani Road Dlamini Soweto.
It was followed by Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Olandelayo ke kwaba umgwaqo ke iKhrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Sepitsa ka yona o fitlhela Koma Street Dlamini Soweto.
We followed the Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto until we got to Koma Street in Dlamini in Soweto.
Sihambile ngayo ke eDlamini oke sawufika ke eKoma Street eDlamini eSoweto.
Apile ra sepela gape ra tla ka Makhalima Street Moroka.
Then we drove into Makhalima Street in Moroka.
Sihamba ngayo ke sase singena ke kumgwaqo noma ke strato ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Apile motoro wa Idler
From there, the motor vehicle was idling.
And which place is this?
E be e le mo kae?
Moroka Police Station.
It was now at Moroka Police Station, my lord.
lapho-ke imoto nje yayiduma-ke namalokhu akabiza ukuthi-ke ayidla-ke ayidla emoroka police station esoweto.
And what time was the time of arrival?
E be e le nako mang ka be le fihla?
Ka no re fihlile ka 6:22 ka re tsena re emenyana ya idler.
I can say we arrived at 6:22 because we stopped upon our arrival and it kept on idling.
Ngizothi-ke isikhathi esafika ngaso-ke lesi sibhalwe laphayana-ke u-6:22 ngoba safika-ke semakhona-ke imoto yabe iduma-ke noma i-idler.
Can you once again just clarify for record purposes why you drove to Moroka Police Station?
Nke le re tlhalosetse gore e kgone go gatishwa gore go baneng le na le ile la ya Moroka Police Station.
Ka re ke le ka hlalosetsa gore ka no ka re tswa police station kwa ke kelela mogala go tswa go Brigadier Gininda.
As I've explained to court that as we were driving when we were leaving, I got a call from Mr. Gininda,
Bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambi
Brigadier Gininda.
chazela le nkantolo-ke ukuthi ngase ngisahamba-ke ngemoto leyo-ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya kuyena uBrigadier Gininda.
Gore pele re ya Fosolras Court re fete Moroka Police Station.
And instructed me that before going to Foslora's court, we should firstly pass by Moroka Police Station.
Engitshela-ke ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngihambe ngiye enkantolo yase-Phosphorus kuzofanele ukuthi ngiyodlula-ke e-police station yase-Moroka.
Ba o kwelele motho wa ka tšea confession ya Ntanzi, accused number 2.
As he had found a person that would be able to take a confession from the accused number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
Esho-ke ukuthi wayesemtholileke umuntu owayezothatha-ke istatement noma la awayezothi khona-ke uBongani Ntanzi agonyuluke khona.
Can you just then go back to Exhibit MM2 after the last idle? What happened there?
Nke le
Under
boele
status?
go bona botlhatsi bo we ka moraga idling ya mafelelo go diragetseng.
Ka date ya 2026-19-0646 ka nako 0646.28 seconds ke ile ka tima motoro.
On the date of the 19th of June 2020 at 6:46.28 seconds, I then switched off the ignition.
Kwathi-ke ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi-ke 06:48.28 ama-seconds-ke ngase ngicisha-ke imoto.
And the location?
Lebe le kae?
Vele Makhalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
The location was in Makhalima Street in Moroka Police Station in Soweto.
Indawo-ke kwakuse kwistrata-ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Yes, then the next activity under that?
Napile ka moraga mo we e reng
Sal 26/19/08/12/06 startup Golea Duma.
on the same date of the 19th of June 2020 at 06:12 and 6 seconds. That's when
08.
08, my apologies, my lord. At 08:12, that's when the vehicle was ignited, it started up.
Sale
Ngazo-ke i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi-ke 08:12:06 ama-seconds ila engadumisa khona-ke imoto futhi.
sale ka mogare ka police station ya Moroka.
And we were still at Moroka Police Station.
Sengaphakathi-ke kuyona i-police station yase-Moroka.
Be ke tswaletse space sa motho ke phakile space sa motho a berekang mola be ke shootisha koloi.
And I was moving the vehicle as I had blocked someone's space, someone that worked at Moroka Police Station.
Ngangisusa-ke imoto ngoba kwawukuthi-ke ngangivaleleke noma ngisendaweni-ke yomuntu osebenza khona lapho eMoroka.
Salona mo ya idle gape.
Whilst we were still there, it idled again.
Sisekhona lapho-ke imoto yayisaduma-ke futhi.
Ka lona letsatsi lewe ka 8:35 ka tima motoro.
On the same day at 8:35, I switched off the vehicle.
Yeah. ngayo ke u-8:35 ngaphinda futhi ke imoto ngayicisha.
The AVL, sorry, the AVL shows that the vehicle was idling from 8:21 until 8:31. Do you remember what the reason was?
E bontsha mo we gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 8:21 go fihlella ka 8:31 le a tseba gore lebaka e beileng. Yes, I still remember.
Mshutshisi uthi ke kuyabonakala ke la ukuthi imoto yayiduma ke kusuka ngalesi sikhathi lesi u-8:21 8:26 kwaze kwayoshaya ke u-8:31 uthi yebo ngiyasazi isizathu ukuthi bakuyini.
Ka re go tonya be ke shumisha hitara.
As it was cold, I was using the heater, my lord.
Nanjengoba ke kwakubanda ke noma kwakunamakhaza ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngangilayite i-heater.
Yes, the next activity after ignition off.
Napile ka moraga gore ignition e timiwe gwa diragala eng?
Ya ke ile ka starta gape ka 10:08.
I ignited the vehicle again at 10:08.
Kwathi ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngo 10:08 ngadumisa imoto futhi.
Sala ka mogare ka police station gape.
And I was still at the police station.
Ngisephakathi ke kuyona i-police station.
Ka tloga ganyane.
And then it moves
Ka 10:13.
at 10:13.
And what was the reason?
Yase isuka ke
Lebaka e beileng.
10:13 sorry.
Re shetse re lokishetsa go tloga
We were now
kwa Moroka re ya Vosloorus.
we were now preparing to drive from Moroka to Vosloorus.
Sase silungisela ke ukuhamba khona ke eMoroka siya eVosloorus.
Yes.
Ome ka re la ganyane a itla gape.
I drove just a little bit as it was still dry idling.
Hamba ke kancane nje nanjengoba yayisaduma ke.
Yes, it shows that the vehicle was idling from 10:14:48 until 10:44:30. What was the reason?
E bontsha gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 10:14:48 go fihlella ka 10:44 lebaka e beileng.
Be re sa lokisha ona re so separa bang mo tseleng.
Lana ke kuyabonakala ke ukuthi imoto leyana ke yayiduma ke ngayo u-10:14 kusuka ngayo u-10:14 lana kwaze kwashaya u-10:39 ne? Okay, go over.
And
Listen, boss.
we were still preparing to how are we going to get to Vosloorus.
Sase lungiselela ke ukuthi sayofika kanjani ke khona eVosloorus.
Ome ya itla gape.
And it was idling again.
Yes, after the last idle, what was the next activity?
Ka moraga gore e duma gona mauwe go diragetseng.
Ile ya tima gape.
The ignition was turned off.
The time?
Yayisaduma ke khona lapha ke kuyena u-10:44 emuva kwalokho ngase ngiyicisha ke.
Nako e be e reng?
10:46.
10:46 was the time, my lord.
Isikhathi ke kwaku-10:46.
Yes, in seconds?
Metsotswana?
10:46.56.
10:46 and 56 seconds.
Ama-seconds ke ayu-56.
Yes, next activity?
Napile ka moraga mauwe go diragala eng?
Sa lona tšatši la re 2026 19/11:42.
It was on the same day of the 19th of June 2020.
Start up gape sa la moraga police station.
And at 11:42, that is when I ignited the vehicle once more.
Ngalo lelo langa ke lange-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi ke u-11:42 ngayidumisa futhi ke imoto.
Ome ka lona tšatši leo gape 11:42:09 seconds. Sorry, 11 ignition off sa la moraga police station.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 11:42 and 9 seconds, the ignition went off.
Ngalo ke lelo langa lelo ke lange-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi ke u-11:42:09 ilanga switch off khona noma ngicisha khona ke imoto.
Ome lona le tšatši leo gape 2020/06/19 11:59:00.
And on that same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 11:59:00 seconds,
Ka starta gape koloi isa le Moroka police station ya Moroka.
I ignited the vehicle whilst we were still at the at Moroka police station.
Ngalelo langa lelo kalanga 19 ka June 2020 umzuzu nje owodwa ngaphambi kwayo ukuthi ishumi nambili ila engayidumisa khona ke imoto ngangisengaphakathi ke kuyona i-police station yase Moroka.
Gomme ka 2020 0619 12 o'clock 15 seconds ka starta go driver.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 15 seconds I started driving.
Ngalelo langa langa 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke kwakuse u12 ke manje ngaqala ke ukuhamba.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka belingi.
Re setse feditse ka Ntanzi o dira confession re ya court for Sloras.
We were done with Ntanzi as he had made a confession and we were now going to Fosloras.
Sase siqedile ke ngaye uNtanzi ke la awaye egonyulo kakhona ke sase manje sisundlulela khona ke eFosloras.
Yes, can you indicate the route that you traveled?
Ngele re hlalosetse ge ditsela tse leng gore lena le sepetse ka tsona.
Ke sa lona le tšatši leo nka se ba le dinako ke tla no bala gore le tsamaele kae.
On the same day I will not mention the times, however I will mention the route which we took.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke angeke ngesa ichaza.
Now you must mention the time if it's there.
Oh, okay.
Ba re le bolele gore nako e be e reng.
Okay.
Kanto lithi ke akachaze ke isikhathi engayiswela ukuthi asichaze isikhathi bezochaza nje umzila ke kodwa inkantolo ngicela ukuthi akachaze isikhathi uma ngabe ukuthi sikhona lapha.
Alright ka 2026 19 12 00.15 driving Nyakoma Street Moroka Soweto.
On the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 and 15 seconds I was driving near Koma Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Lana ke ngalelo langa langa 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke u12 ngihamba ke kwestrado iKoma eMoroka.
2026 19 12:01 05 seconds driving near Chris Hani Dlamini.
And on that same day at 12:01 and 5 seconds, my lord, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke noma 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi u12:01 ngihamba ke umgwaqo ke eDlamini eSoweto.
Umersale sa tsamaka Chris Hani Road Dlamini. Ratlaka nearly 12:03 Ratla Chris Hani Road Klipspruit.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:03 and 5 seconds near Chris Hani Road in Klipspruit.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke langa 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke u12:03 sihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke iKrizani eKlipspruit eSoweto.
And there's an activity, the status.
Mo we go na le mo eleng gore e bontsha gore go diragetseng.
Hash braking.
It shows hash braking.
Do you remember the reason?
Le sa gopola lebaka? I do not remember what was the problem at that time.
Lana ke ukhuluma ke ngendlela ke noma ke lokho kubhalwe la ukuthi ke hash braking ke noma indlela ke yobreaka nje angisasikhumbula izathu ke noma kwakuyini eyenzeka.
Salona Chapter 2026 19 got a 19 12:08 driving near Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 5 seconds I was driving near Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 u12:08 isikhathi ngihamba ke hamba kona ke umgwaqo ke iOld Potchefstroom eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Salona le tšatšelo gape 2026 19 ka nako 12:08 35 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Deep Kloof 319 Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 35 seconds we then joined the N12 Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 isikhathi ke u12:08:35 hamba noma ngishayela ke u-N12 freeway eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Recipe ka yona N12 freeway yo ka lona le judge lo fitla ka 12:10 15 seconds.
We proceeded on the same day using the N12 freeway until 12:09 and 12:10 and 15 seconds.
Sihambile-ke ngalo langa saze sayofika kwaze bayoshaya isikhathi u-12:10 nama-seconds awu-15 sihamba kuyona-ke lo mgwaqo.
Recipe ka N12 freeway Araton.
And we were using the N12 freeway in Arroton.
Sasihamba ngayo-ke u-N12 freeway e-Araton.
Sa lona le judge lo gape 12:10 58 seconds ra tsena ka ra feta Swartcourt Street Ridgeway Johannesburg.
And on the same day at 12:10 and 58 seconds, we passed Swartcourt Street in Ridgeway in Johannesburg.
Ngazo i-19 lezo zika June 2020 u-12:10 u-58 seconds sayodlula-ke kwistrada abathi yi-Swartcourt e-Ridgeway e-Johannesburg South.
Sa lona mo we gape 2020 0619 2011 go fitla ka 2020 619 12:11 13 seconds. Recipe ka N12 freeway go fitla ka 2026 19 12 58 santsana le tsama ka N12 freeway Ridgeway Winchester.
And we proceeded with N12 freeway from 12:11:13 until 12:12:58, where we got into Glen Eagles in Johannesburg South.
Sihambile-ke lana saze sayofika-ke i-Ridgeway lena ukusuka ngaso isikhathi-ke u-12:11:13 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke isikhathi lesa esiwu-12:12:58 sihamba ngayo kwe-N12 leyana u-N12 freeway ibhaleke i-Glen Eagles.
Umele sa sepela ka lona le judge lo gape ka nako 12:14 00 seconds ra sepela ka N12 freeway Basonia.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:14 and 00 seconds, we drove into N12 freeway in Basonia.
Sisa ngalelo langa lelo-ke isikhathi-ke u-12:14 ama-seconds awekho-ke u-00 ngayo N12 freeway eBasonia.
Go tloga ka lona le judge le 12:14 18 seconds go fitla ka 12:16 31 seconds where sepela ka N12 freeway Albertine Southcrest Albertine.
And my lord, from 12:14 and 18 seconds on that same day, we were driving in N12 freeway in Alberton until we got to 12:16:31.
Ngalelo langa lelo-ke lazo i-19 zika June 2020 ngayo u-12:14:18 kwaze kwayofika-ke ngayo u-12:16:31 sihamba ngayo umgwaqo leyana u-N12 freeway e-Albertine kwaze sayofika-ke N12 freeway South Crest.
Salgona mo gape ka 12:16:31 seconds ra tlaka no 8 okay ka di 19 2026 19 12:18 00 seconds and then ra tlaka N3
And
Fontaine 108 Jimiston.
on the same day at 12:18 and 00 seconds, we then drove into N3 freeway in Elandsfontein.
12:18:10.
Yes.
Okay. Ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 ngayo isikhathi-ke u-12:18:10 sihamba ngayo u-N3 freeway e-Elandsfontein 108 eJemiston.
Then Salwana mo judge lewo 2026 19 12 19 11 seconds. Rasplaga N3 freeway Albemarle Jimiston.
And on that same day at 12:19 and 11 seconds, we were driving in N3 freeway Albamam in Germiston.
Ngalo lelo langa ke lange 19 June 2020 12:19 ama-seconds awu-11 ke sihamba ku N3 freeway Albemarle eGermiston.
Albamari.
Albamari, sorry about that.
I apologize, my lord, it's Albamari.
Albemarle ke ngiyakholisela lokho.
Umersalo namo wake at 12:19 42 seconds near entry freeway for Woods Park, Albertine.
And on that same day, my lord, at 12:19 and 42 seconds, we were driving in Fairworth Park in Albertine. Fairworth Park.
Sorry. Ngalo lelo langa ke lange 19 June 2020 12:19:42 sasihamba ke ku N3 freeway eFairworth Park Albertine.
Salwana mo gape ka lona tšatši go tloga ka 12:20:33 go fihla ka 12 sa di 19 gape 12:21:25 seconds re feta road entry freeway road e Kop Germiston.
And my lord, on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:20 and 33 seconds, we joined N3 freeway in Radio Cop in Germiston up to the 12:35. 12:21 up to 12:21 and 25 seconds, and we were still in N3 freeway in Radio Cop in Germiston.
Ngazo ke i-19 June 2020 kusuka ngayo ke u-12:20 20:33 kwaze kwayoshaya ke u-12:21:25 sasihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo lo N3 freeway i-Road Cop 139 eGermiston.
Salona tšatši lo gape ka nako ya 12:23:55 seconds re sepela ka yona tsela eo near Berry Mares Road Freddy Boss go fihla ka 12:24:15 seconds.
And on the same day from 12:23 and 55 seconds, we were now driving in Berry Marais Road in Freddy Boss in Boksburg until 12:24 and 15 seconds still on the same road.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke kusuka ngayo ke u-12:23:55 kwaze kwayoshaya ke 12:24:05 u-12:24:05 sasihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke abathi i-Berry Marais eFrede Boss eBoksburg.
Umera sepela gape sanele tšatši 20:25:45 seconds re tsena ka Bierman Road Vosloorus extension 29.
And on the same day at 12:25 and 45 seconds, we joined Biermar Road in Vosloorus extension 29.
Ngalo lelo langa ke ngo-12:25:45 sasesingena ke eBierman Road umgwaqo ke eBierman eVosloorus extension 29 eVosloorus.
Bierman Road Vosloorus ke mo court le gaufi le police station.
And Bierman Road, it's at court near the police station, my lord, in Vosloorus.
Umgwaqo ke eBierman police station iseduze kwecourt eVosloorus.
Umeka lona tšatši 12:26:16 seconds ka tima koloi.
And on that same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:26 and 16 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke u-12:36 ama-seconds awu-16 la ngacisha khona ke imoto.
And where were you at that stage?
Lebelele kae kana nako ewe?
Re le mo gating ya court.
We were at the court gate.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke sasise gate-ini ke noma esangweni ke lasenkantolo.
Umeka 13:26:02 ka starta koloi gape.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 13:26 and 2 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
Ngalo langa lelo ke lange 19 June 2020 isikhathi ke u-13:26 ama-seconds awu-2 ke ngadumisa imoto futhi.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka be e leng?
Be ke shutela truck ya di voucher.
I was moving for a truck that was bringing prisoners.
Ngangisukela ke itraka eyayilethe iboshwa.
Umeka chapter 1327 gape ka tima koloi.
And on the same day at 13:27 and 19 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke ngaye u13:27 ama seconds awu 19 ngacisha imoto futhi.
Then ka tsena ka court.
And I went in court.
Ngapungena enkantolo.
Ekfeditse sona le tšatši leo gape ka 14:04:08 seconds.
And when I was finished on the same day at 14:04 and 8 seconds,
Ngathuma sengiqedile ke ngalelo langa 14:04 ama seconds awu 80.
Ka starta koloi gape sale ka mogare ga jarata ya tronko e re jarata ya court.
I ignited the vehicle once more whilst we were still in the courtyard.
Ngadumisa imoto futhi ke sise ngaphakathi kona ke amagceke asenkantolo.
Yes.
Sale gona mo gape 14:06 ke sepela near entry freeway for Sloras.
And on the same day at 14:06 and 35 seconds, I joined the N3 freeway in Vosloorus.
Yeah,
Kwase
just,
kuthi ke ngayo ke 14:06:35 ngase ngihlangana ke noma umgwaqo ke u-entry freeway eVosloorus.
but just before you proceed, when you switch off the ignition for the first time at 12:26:16, what happened?
Rene-
What happened to the accused?
Rene le tima koloi ka 13:26. Go diragetseng ka 12:26.
Re mo tsentšhitše di court cells.
We put him into the court cells.
Uma ngicisha ke imoto ngalesi sikhathi ke siwu-12:26 umsolwa ke nake sabhekisa ke kuma-cell asenkantolo.
Yes, and then what happened to him?
Napile gwa diragala eng ka yena?
O ile a tsena court.
He went into court.
Wangena enkantolo.
No, azange a tsene court. O tsene mo di-selling holding cells.
My apologies, my lord. He went into the court holding cells.
Ngiyaxolisaka kangenanga enkantolo kodwa wase eyogcinwa ke kuma-holding cells ke akhona lapho enkantolo.
Yes, the outcome thereof is on then Exhibit MM. Can you just put that on record?
Napile katlholo ile ya ba gona a shibo
The
botlhatsi
register,
bona
the self.
lena mo registereng mo go ngwadilwe eng
Can I help you?
le reng ba le thuse.
The long one. It's UU1.
Ke botlhatsi ba UU1.
Okay, ke ile go tswa ke ile go mmea kwa di-holding cells ka go bona motšhotšhisi.
After placing him at the holding cells, I went to see the prosecutor.
Ngathi uma sengimshiyile ke kuma-cell alapho ke ngahamba ngayobona umshushisi.
Omme molato azange ba o enrolla mo court roll.
And the matter was not enrolled on the court roll.
Nokuthi ke icala lelo ke lalingekho kuhla lamacala ke asenkantolo ngalelo langa lelo.
Yes. Then what happened to the accused?
Napile molatofatwa gwa diragala eng ka yena.
Re ra mtšea ra sepela le yena.
We took him and left with him.
Sase simthatha ke yena ke msolwa sihamba naye.
Yes, thank you. You were on the N3 freeway
Lebelele mo
First
tseleng ya
Lawrence.
N3
at 14:06:35.
ka 14:06:45 55.
Re pele re tloga kwa court Sergeant Mabena o ile a lemoga gore o tlogetse dikhia tša gage le dikhia tša koloi le memory stick kwa Moroka.
When we
police
left
station.
the court, Sergeant Mabena noticed that he left his memory stick and his keys at Moroka police station.
Sathi ke uma siphuma ke lapho noma sesihamba ke lapho wase ebona ke yena ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi wakhohlwa izikhiya zakhe kanye nayo ke memory stick yakhe epolice station yaseMoroka.
Ome re boela mrago botse ne tshwantse re ile Phukeng le ra ba re feta re driver boela back Moroka police station.
And when returning back, we were supposed to went to Phukeng. However, we drove back to Moroka police station.
Kwakufanele ukuthi ke sihamba ke siya ePhukeng kodwa saphoqeleka ke ukuthi ke asiqaleke eMoroka noma sibuyele khona eMoroka.
Ome re go tloga Foslorus court ra ba re tsena ka driver ka N3 freeway Foslorus
And
ka
when
14:06 55 seconds.
And when we left the Phosphorus court, my lord, we drove into N3 freeway in Phosphorus at 14:06 and 55 seconds.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo14:65 ama seconds ke awu55 uma siphuma khona ke enkantolo ePhosphorus sasihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke iN3 freeway ePhosphorus.
Salwana mo gape ka same day 14:07:35 ra feta gape N3 freeway free the Boksburg.
And on the same day at 14:07 and 35 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway Fred Boss in Boksburg.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke 14:07:35 sahamba ngayo ku N3 freeway sadlula ke Fred Boss eBoksburg.
Salwana mo gape kana tšatšileo ka 14:09:12 seconds Rafita freeway road Cop 139 Jamestown.
And on the same day at 14:09 and 12 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway in Rodi Cop, the 139 in Jamestown.
Kwase kuthi ngalo lelo langa ke 1906-2020 u14:09 isikhathi ama-seconds awu-12 ku-N3 freeway sadlula ke eRoda Cop 139 eJamestown.
Fitela gape kana tšatšileo 14:10:40 seconds ra ba re fetša freeway road Cop ka 14:11 tšatšileo ra ba re joina Heidelberg road Cop.
And on the same day at 14:10 and 40 seconds, that is when we were completing the N3 freeway Rodi Cop, and we were then at 14:11 and 10 seconds joining the Heidelberg road.
Kwase kuthi ngasekwe ngesikhathi ke esu14:10 ama-seconds awu40 ila esiqedelela khona-ke lo mgwaqo lo N3 freeway kwathi ngo14:11:10 sabe sesiphumana-ke noma sesihlangana-ke nomgwaqo-ke iHeidelberg Rodekop Jamestown.
Go fitlhela ka lona tšatši leo ka 14:14:10 seconds ya ba re tšwa Heidelberg road ka 14:17 re tsena ka Ring Road East New Market.
And on the same day at 14:14 and 10 seconds, that is when we were off-ramping at Heidelberg Road in Ilatsfontein, and at 14:17:05, we then joined the Ring Road East in New Market, Parks in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo ke u14:14 ila esesimanje sesiphuma khona-ke noma siqeda khona-ke uhamba ngayo umgwaqo iHeidelberg. Kwase kuthi ngo14:17 singena-ke kumgwaqo iRing Road East eNew Market Park eAlberton.
Re sepetse ka yona Ring Road East New Market Alberton o fitlhela ka lona letšatši la 2026 19/15/26 ke ge re tlo joina ka 15:27 re tlo joina Helston Street New Red Roof Alberton.
And we proceeded on that same road, my lord, and at 15:27, that is when we joined New Road West in New Redhurst in Alberton.
If I can take you back, I'm sorry.
Sihambile-ke ngawo lo mgwaqo lo kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u15:27:40.
Yes.
15:27:40 ila esesihlangana khona-ke nomgwaqo-ke iRing Road West eNew Red Road eAlberton.
At 14:20:35 seconds, it shows that the ignition is off near Ring Road East, New Market, Alberton. Can you remember what the reason was?
Ka 14:20 le metsotswana e 35 go bontsha gore koloi ile ya tima mo Ring Road East le sa gopla gore le bakabeleng.
Ngo14:20 ke kuyotshengisa-ke la ukuthi imoto-ke yayicishiwe-ke eRing Road. Usakhumbula ukuthi isizathu kwakuyini?
If go gopola botse re eme sa morara ka metsi if ke sa gopola botse.
If my memory serves me well, we stopped somewhere and bought water.
Uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle khona la esemakhona ke sathenga amanzi.
Napile ka 1436 ra starta go le ra sama gape.
And at 14:36 and 59 seconds, we started the vehicle and drove off.
Ngokuthi ke ngo1436 ke ila esadumisa khona ke imoto sase sehamba futhi.
Yes, at which place did you buy water?
Ke kae tulong yewe e le rekileng metsi go yona?
I mean, is it a retailer? Is it a garage?
Ke eng ke lebenkele
Convenience
goba
store? Or
ke
do you
garage
remember
goba
what
ke
type
eng
of place that was?
e be le tulo e jwa?
Ukuthi indawo enjani ke la enathenga khona ke amanzi kwakuyistolo kwakuse garage kwakuphi nendawo nje.
Gola botse ke ka molo ga ke sa gopola re tsene Pick n Pay or kae mara ke mogare ga molo ya ra ema garage.
We went into a mall. I do not know which store exactly, whether was it Pick n Pay or which store, but we did not stop at a garage.
Asange simeke egarage uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle ke ila khona ke ekunenyathela yezitolo angisakhumbula noma ukuthi sangena ePick noma kuphi nendawo.
And for whom were these purchases?
Le be le rekela mang?
Be rekela nna le Mabena le Ntanzi.
I was buying for myself, Mabena and Ntanzi.
Ngangithengela mina uMabena kanye futhi noNtanzi.
Did you remember what you bought for accused, Mr. Ntanzi?
Ntanzi gore yena Ntanzi le mo reketseng.
Mo reketse metsi le di Simba chips.
We bought water and Simba chips for him.
Usakhumbula ukuthi uNtanzi yena wamthengelani amthengela kamanzi kanye nama Simba chips.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
Re le ra reila gape ra sepela.
We drove off.
Yeah, it shows that between 1442 and 1457 the car was idling.
E bontsha gore go tlogela ka 1442 go fitlhela ka 1457 koloi e bentse e duma.
Njengisake la ukuthi ngayo u1442 kwaze kwaba u1457 imoto yayiduma.
In fact, up until 1522,
Botse e bontsha go fitlhela ka 1522.
Kodwa uma ubheka ke njengisake nomkhombisa ukuthi yayiduma ke kwaze kwayoshaya u1522.
Be re feta re ema di roboto ke mo di robotong.
This is where we were passing the robots and this is where we stopped.
Ila esasifika khona ke kuma robot bese siyama khona.
Umersa lo gona mo gape 2026 19 15 25 55 we driver ka yona King Ring Road East New Market Albertine.
And on the same day at 15:25 and 55 seconds, we were driving in Ring Road East New Market Park in Alberton.
Kuthi ke ngazo i19 lezo zika June 2020 isikhathi 15:25 55 kona ke umgwaqo iRing Road East New Market Park eAlbertine sasihamba ngawo.
Ufitlela ka 15:27 30 seconds ra tsena ka Helston Street Red Roof.
And at 15:27 and 30 seconds, we went into Helston Street in New Road in Alberton.
Kwaze kwayofika ke ngayo u15:27 nama seconds awu30 singena kusona ke istrada eHelston eNew Red Road eAlbertine.
Omega la tšatši le 15:27 40 seconds. Ra tsena e sa le yona Ring Road West New Red Road.
And at 15:27 and 40 seconds, we were still at Ring Road West in New Red Road in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke u15:27 nama seconds awu40 samba ngayo ke samba ngayo Ring Road West eNew Red Road eAlbertine.
Mela tšatši le 15:29 55 seconds. Ra tsena ka Fort Reke Road New Red Road Albertine o fihla ka 15:30 5 seconds.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 16th of the 19th of June in 2020, we went into Voortrekker Road, New Red Road in Alberton at 15:29 29 and 55 seconds.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke lange 19th ka June 2020 ngayo ke u15:29:55 beshaya ke u15:30:05 sahamba ngayo ke iFortreka khona ke eNew Red Road eAlberton.
Lona le tšatšile gape ka 15:30 20 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Albertine.
On that the same day, at 15:30 and 20 seconds, we joined the N12 freeway in Alberton.
Base kuthi ke ngayo u15:30 ama seconds awu 20 sase sikhumana ke nomgwaqo iN12 freeway eAlberton.
Fihlela ka 15:31 39 seconds re fetša go tšwa mo freeway N12 re Albertine ra joina N12 freeway Basonia ka 15:34:02 seconds.
And we were on the N12 freeway in Alberton until 15:31 and 39 seconds. That is when at 34 and 2 seconds we joined N12 freeway Basonia in Johannesburg South.
Kwaze kwashaya ke u15:31 sihamba ngayo ke iN12 freeway eAlberton kwaze kwayo u15:34 nama seconds awu 2 uma sesikhumana ke nomgwaqo iN12 freeway eBasonia.
Ume utloga ka 15:35:00 seconds ufitla ka 15:35:45 seconds Verosalmo ra joina ra fita N12 freeway Glen Eagles and N12 freeway Cederdorp Johannesburg South.
And at 15:35 and 00 seconds, we were in N12 freeway in Glen Eagles, Johannesburg, until 15:35 and 45 seconds, where we joined Said Road in Johannesburg South on the same freeway N12.
Asasihamba lapho ke kwaze phakathi kwa 15:35 15:35:00 no 15:35 la sasikhona ke ku-N12 freeway eGlen Eagles kwase kuthi ngo-15:35:45 sihamba kuyona ke u-N12 freeway eSaderpoort eJohannesburg South.
Salona the 19th of June 2020 ka 15:36:10 seconds ra be re tsena N12 freeway Winchester Hills Johannesburg South.
On the same aforementioned date at 15:36 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now driving at N12 freeway Winchester Hill Johannesburg South.
Ngalo lelo langa ke ngo-15:36:10 sase singena ke ku-N12 freeway eWinchester Hills Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona salana tšatšile la 2026-19 o fitlhela ka 15:37:25 seconds re tlogela N12 freeway Ridgeway re tsena ka 15:38 N12 freeway Arlington.
We used the same road, my lord, up until at 15:37 and 25 seconds. That is when we left Ridgeway and joined Arlington.
Sambile ke ngalo mgwaqo leyo ke kwase ufika ngo-15:37:25 ila eseshiya khona ke leyo mgwaqo leyo ke iN12 freeway eRidgeway kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:38 sayojoyina ke iN12 freeway eArlington.
Ka 15:39:55 seconds ra rejoina Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
At 15:39 and 55 seconds on the same day, we then joined the Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:39:55 sase siyokhumana ke nomgwaqo iOld Potchefstroom eDeep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona tsela ya go fitlhela ka 15:41:00 seconds.
We used the same road, my lord, until 15:41 and 00 seconds.
Sambile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo leyo kwaze kwayoba ngo-15:41 nama seconds ke u-00.
And then 15:41 ke re tsena salona mo near Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof Soweto.
And at 15:41 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now at Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Kwase kuthi ngo-1541 nama-seconds awu-10-ke la sesiyongena khona-ke noma sihlangana-ke nomgwaqo-ke i-Old Potchefstroom at Deep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
1543, 15 seconds, Werefeta, Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof, Zone 6.
At 15:43 and 15 seconds, that is when we were passing the Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof, Zone 6 in Deep Kloof.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngo-1543 ama-seconds awu-14 esidlula khona-ke e-Old Potchefstroom Road e-Deep Kloof Zone 6.
Ofitlela, Versa Spelaka yona, Old Potch Road, Deep Kloof, Zone 6, ofitlela ka 1603, 15 seconds.
And we were driving on the same road of Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof Zone 6 until 15:03 and 15 seconds.
1603.
Yes.
Okay. Sihambile-ke ngayo leyo mgwaqo leyo kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-1603. Sihamba ngawo ngomgwaqo loyo u-Old Potchefstroom Road at Deep Kloof Zone 6.
Ofitlela ka 1608, territory joiner, Chris Honey Road, Klipspruit.
Until 15:06. 1608, my lord, when we joined Chris Honey Klipspruit.
Kwaze kwashaya-ke u-1608 uma sesihlangana-ke noma sesifumanaka nomgwaqo ifrezani eClipspruit 318 eSoweto.
Omega 1613, 15 seconds, ofitla 1614, 55 seconds, Werasipelaka, Chris Honey Road, Lamini.
And from 16:13 and 15 seconds, we were driving in Chris Honey Road in Dlamini.
Ngaso-ke leso sikhathi leso phakathi kwakhe u-1613 u-1614 isikhathi sihamba ngaso-ke lowo mgwaqo loyo-ke ifrezani eDlamini eSoweto.
Omega Salon El Jachilo, Rape 1616, 05 seconds, Werasipelaka, near Boma Street, Dlamini, Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June at 16 and 05, we were driving at Koma Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Naye-ke u-1605 sasikwistrada-ke ikoma eDlamini eSoweto.
And then Kala Jachilewe, 1616, 53 seconds, Kekitsanaka, Jarataya, Kalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
And on the same day at 16 and 53 seconds, that is when I went into the yard of Moroka Police Station in Kalima Street.
Katima Koloi.
Kwasekuthi-ke ngo-1616 53 yila engena khona kumadzeke-ke epolice station emakhalima street eMoroka naseNtishimoto.
And I turned off the ignition of the vehicle.
Sergeant Mabena Fologa, Ailonya Kanali, Motonal Mo, officing, Ashilling, Dikiacharali, memoristic.
And Sergeant Maibena went out of the vehicle to go and look for that particular person who was in the office where he left his keys and the memory card.
Waseke ehlake emotweni.
Memory stick.
Ehlake emotweni uSergeant Mabena eyake eyobheka-ke umuntu wayeke kwihhovisi lelo awashiya kulona-ke ikhiya kanye nayo-ke i-memory stick.
Ake tsorna o khonne go mo fumana be ankaruri le go bua are o re wa tla motho o re meemele o sa le go jana.
I do not know how was he able to get hold of that person, because when he came back, he said that person had asked that we should wait for him as they were still far.
Angazi-ke ukuthi-ke umthola wamthola kanjani-ke leyo muntu loyo, kodwa-ke wase ecela-ke ukuthi asimlindeke ngoba-ke leyo muntu leyo wayesekude noma
Yes.
besekude.
The fact of the matter is that you had to wait, is that correct?
Lilela fela jaliye.
Well, what Sergeant Mabena
Correct.
said is hearsay, so you had to wait, yes?
Ka gore beele la botlhano batho ba tšhaišitše.
Yes, it was on Friday and people had knocked off.
Kwadingeka-ke ukuthi silinde lapho-ke ngoba-ke kwakuwolesihlanu abantu babesebephumuleke emsebenzini.
Ka morago ga diirinyana šero di emeng mo o ile a tsena gape Sergeant Mabena a bua le dikhiatše tša gage le memory stick.
After a few hours that we waited there, Sergeant Mabena then went in and came back with his keys.
Emuva-ke kwamahora-ke athize-ke silindileke lapho wangena-ke uMabena wasebuya nazo ikhiya zakhe.
Kana ba re eme diiri tše pedi.
We might have waited 2 hours.
Kusengenzeka-ke ukuthi salinda amahora amabili.
Gomme o le go kry-a dikhia tša gage ka starta motoro gape ka same date 1828,
And
30 seconds.
when he got his keys on the same date at 18:28 and 30 seconds, I ignited the vehicle once more.
Yes. Just, yes.
Uma sengidumisa ke imoto.
1828.
Yes, after half past, so minus.
And what time did you leave?
Lase plaka koma?
Very job. Qua Moroka Police Station, 1833, ki join Chris Honey Road.
When we left Moroka Police Station, it was at 18:33 and 30 seconds when I joined Chris Honey Road.
Masipuma ke lapha imoto baba ku 1833 uma sengena ke eTrisa.
As a, please, my lord, we've reached the end of the normal court sitting time. Can we adjourn until tomorrow?
Okay.
Roster fitlhe nakong ya gore re shome go fella moki motšhutšhi se kgopela gore re tswele pele go sasa.
Please, my lord, we continue with the re-examination of Sergeant Mokhane.
Under oath, sir.
Confirmed, my lord.
Sergeant Mokhane, yesterday we stopped at page 39 of Exhibit MM in brackets 2.
Maobane re emisitše re setse re tswa re le go page 39 ya botlhatse ba MM2. Yes, I am listening.
You had explained the two entries at 16:53.
Le be le tlhalositše taba tšela tše e leng gore di diragetše ka 16:53
and 18:28:30 at Moroka Police Station
le
on the
18
19th of June 2020.
le 18:28:30 tšela tša di 19 tša June. That is correct, my lord.
Yes, you can continue from there.
Le ka tšwela pele go tloga gana mowe.
Where's the chat?
Advocate Sibanda.
Yeah, you see posting it there on the screen.
Page 39. It's on the 19th of June 2020, 16:53, where the ignition was off. Then 19 June 2020, 18:28:30, and the activity there is start up, and it's near Makalima Street, Moroka, Soweto.
Sibana ke in 1920 to 1663 la ignition ishwa khona ke kanye no 1828 ila futhi idunyiswa khona eduze namakhalima street eMoroka iSoweto.
So you can continue from there.
Le ka tšwela pele go tlogela gana mowe.
Ke ile ka thoma go drive ka tsena ka Okay, Sanjana ke driver a Toyota Fortuner white, registration number FV47LRGP.
I was still driving a white Toyota Fortuner, and the registration number is FV47LRGP.
Ngangisahamba ngayo ke iFortuner, iToyota Fortuner emhlophe enenamba ke FV47LRGP.
Ka 2026 19 1833 30 seconds Atomao trailer ka Chris Hani Road Dlamini Soweto.
On the 19th of June 2020 at 18:33 and 30 seconds, I started driving at Chris Hani Road, Dlamini in Soweto.
Ngaso ke isikhathi lesiyana ke sibhaliwe lapha yana esu-18:33 ama-seconds awu-30 ngaqala ke ukushayela kumgwaqo iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Shalom ala church leo ka 1834 46 seconds. Bibe keme stop signing Makhalima Street Moroka Soweto.
On the same day at 18:34 and 46 seconds, I was at a stop sign at Makhalima Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Ngaso lesi sikhathi ke su-18:34 ngalo lelo langa nge-19 June 2020 ngangimile ke ku-stop sign eMakhalima Street eMoroka eSoweto.
The church lo gape 1839 46 seconds ya idla gape near Chris Hani Road I think became Robotong.
On the same day at 18:39 and 46 seconds, the vehicle was idling once more, and I think I was at a robot at Chris Hani Road.
Ngalo lelo langa futhi ke ngo-1839 ama-seconds awu-46 yayimi ke imoto lapho i-idla ngicabanga ukuthi ngangime kuma-robot kumgwaqo iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Kalona la church le gape ka 1842 35 seconds e drive la pe tsena ka Poma ya fita Poma Street Moroka Soweto.
On the same day at 18:42 and 35 seconds, I was driving in Koma Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Ngaye ke u-1842 ama-seconds awu-35 ngangishayela ke kwistrada iKoma eMoroka eSoweto.
Kalona la church lo gape ka 1842 55 seconds and 1843 45 seconds next block Chris Hani Road Dlamini Soweto.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 18:42 and up through to 18:43 and 45 seconds, I was driving in Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Ngalo lelo langa futhi ke ngo-1842 ama-seconds awu-55 no-1843 ama-seconds awu-55 no-45 ngangihamba ke ngawo umgwaqo iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Kanal church lo gape 2026 19 18 47 15 seconds ke sepela Moroka Street Klipspruit Soweto.
On the same day, my Lord, at 18:47 and 15 seconds, I was driving near Muthoka Street in Klipspruit, Soweto.
Ngalo lelo langa futhi 1847 isikhathi ama-seconds awu-15 ngangihamba kwistrato iMuhloka eKlipspruit eSoweto.
Kalchurch lo gape 1849 40 seconds ke sepela gape near Moroka Street Pimville Zone 3 Pimville.
And on the same day at 18:49 and 40 seconds, I was driving near Muthoka Street in Pimville, Zone 3 in Pimville.
Ngo-1849 ama-seconds awu-40 ngangishayela ke eMuhloka Street ePimville Zone 3 ePimville.
Isalona la church lo gape ka 1854 10 seconds and 1855 15 seconds be ke sepela Mhleni am Mfuku Street Pimville.
And on the same day, my Lord, between 18:54 and 10 seconds and 18:55 and 15 seconds, I was driving at Mhleni Yamfuka Street in Pimville, Zone 6.
Phakathi ke kwakhe u-1854 no-1855 10 seconds no-15 seconds ngangihamba ke eMhleni Yamfuka Street ePimville Zone 6 khona ePimville.
Umekana la church leo 1856 35 seconds 1857 15 seconds and 1857 25 seconds be ke sepela Mponde Street Pimville Zone 7 Zone 5 Pimville.
On the same day, my Lord, at 18:56 and 35 seconds, 18:57 and 15 seconds, and 18:57 and 25 seconds, I was driving in Mpondanda Street in Pimville, from zone 7, zone 5 in Pimville, my lord.
Isikhathi-ke u-1856 35 u-1857 15 kanye futhi no-1857 futhi ngahamba Mpondonde Street ePimville zone 7 kanye nase Mpondonde Street ePimville zone 5 khona ePimville.
Umeka 1858 00 seconds and 1859 45 seconds. Vekisipela Mokoka Street, Pimville, Zone 5.
And on the same day at 18:58 and 0 seconds and 18:59 and 45 seconds, I was driving in Mokoka Street, Pimville, Zone 5. 58 and 59.
1858 kanye no-1859 ke ngangihamba eMoroka Street ePimville zone 5 khona ePimville.
Umeka na Judge Leo ka 1900 hours 00 seconds. Kisipela Mohalo Street, Pimville, Zone 4, Pimville.
On the same day at 19 hours and 0 seconds, I was driving at Mohalo Street in Pimville, Zone 4.
Ngalelo ke langa 29 June 2020 kungene esikhombisa ibona ntambama ngihamba khona eMukhalo Street ePimville Zone 4 Pimville.
Kana Judge Leo gape kana go ya 1902 55 seconds and 1903 25 seconds. Vekisipela Tsweni Street, Klep Spray 298 IQ Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 19:02 55 seconds and 19:03 and 25 seconds, I was driving in Tswane to Eni Street, Klipspruit 298 IQ in Soweto.
Kanye futhi ke ngalo ke lelo langa lelo ke 1902 isikhathi emsebenzi of 55 ngahamba Tsweni Street, Klipspruit 298 IQ eSoweto.
Lala Judge Leo ka 1904 00 seconds and 1904 25 seconds. Vekisipela Niam Tambo Street, Lamini, Soweto.
And on the same day at between 1904 and 1904 and 25 seconds, I was driving near Mtambo Street, Dlamini in Soweto.
Kanye ke ngalelo langa futhi ke ngoyo 1904 no 1904 25 seconds ngahamba ke eMtambo Street eDlamini eSoweto.
Ume ka 1906 00 seconds. Vekisipela Krisani Road, Lamini, Soweto.
At 1906 and 0 seconds, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Kanye ke ngo-1906 ngangihamba ke kwimgwaqo ke iShizane eDlamini eSoweto.
Judge Leo 1908 30 seconds. Vekisfita near Krisani Road, Shawelo, Soweto.
On the same day at 1906 or 8. 1908 and 30 seconds, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Shawela, Soweto.
Ngalelo langa ke ngo-1908 ama-seconds awu-30 ngangihamba kumgwaqo iKrizani eChawelo eSoweto.
Wala Judge Leo 1911 ingwala incident akuthola maybe go medical emotsileng vekisipela Chris Hani Road, Klep Refer Sorg, Soweto.
On the same day at 1911 and 4 seconds, it indicates that there was an incident. I am not sure whether were the vehicles that were stopped at the road, and I was driving at or near Chris Hani Road in Klepferswoog in Soweto. 1911. Yes, 1911. Klepsrefier. Woog.
Kanti ke ngo-1911 kuyabonisa ke ukuthi kwakuney'moto ezayimile angazi ukuthi kwakwenzekani khona laphayana ke kulowa mgwaqo ke eFrizani iKlepferswoog eSoweto.
Kana Judge Leo gape ka 1912 00 seconds. Exipula near Chris Hani Road, Klep refers Oog, Soweto.
And on the same day at 19:12:00 seconds, I was still driving at near Chris Hani Road, Klebs Refiershoek in Soweto.
Kanti ke ngo 1912 seconds ke awekho ngangihamba khona ke umgwaqo iFrizani eClub Refiershoek eSoweto.
Ka 1913, 05 seconds, Ekefita Union Street, Klep refers Soweto.
And at 19:13:05 seconds, I was passing Union Street in Klebs Refiershoek in Soweto.
Kanti ke ngo 1913 seconds awu5 ngangidlula ke eUnion Street Club Refiershoek eSoweto.
Ka Chachileo Rape, 1914, 00 seconds, near N12 freeway, Klep refers Soweto.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 19:14:00 seconds, I was near the N12 freeway in Klebs Refiershoek in Soweto.
Kanti ke ngo 1914 ngangihamba khona ke ku N12 freeway eClub Refiershoek eSoweto.
Omeki Twechepila Kasepila ka 1914, 00, 1914, 15 seconds, 1914, 25 seconds. Kasepila ka N12 freeway, Klep refers Soweto.
And from 19:14:00 seconds to 19:15, 19:25, 19:14 and 25 seconds, I was still driving an N12 freeway in Klebs Refiershoek in Soweto.
Kanti phakathi ke kwakhe u1914 seconds awekho uyofika ku 1914 seconds awu25 ngangisahamba kuyona umgwaqo uN12 freeway Klebs Refiershoek eSoweto.
Omeki sepiche ka yona gape go tloga ka 1915, 17 seconds, 1915, 49 seconds, 1917, 46 seconds, speed violation, Klep refers Soweto.
And I continued through to 19:15 and 17 seconds in N12 freeway Klebs Refiershoek up to 19:15 and 49 seconds, still on the same road, and it shows that the speed was violated.
Ngaqhubeka ke kubona ke lo mgwaqo loyana ke uyona ke uN12 suka ke ku9:15 17 9:15 49 kubonisa ngawo umgwaqo lo uN12 freeway Club Refiershoek Soweto iyantshengisa ke nokuthi kwaba khona ke lapho ke ukungathobelike umthetho ke mayelana nespeed.
Omeka 1917, 46 seconds, speed violation, Mersipala, N12 freeway, Eldorado Park.
And at 19:17 and 46 seconds, it shows that I also violated the speed, and I was now at the N12 freeway, Eldorado Park in Soweto.
Iyakhombisa ke u1917 46 ukuthi nalapho ke ngeqa ke isivinini esivumelekile ku N12 freeway eLdorado Park eSoweto.
Salwana mo Jajilali 1919
eLdorado Park eSoweto.
Salwana mo Jajilali 19 10 seconds. Wekisipala N12 main route Devlin Soweto.
On the same day in 2020 June on the 19th at 19 and 10 seconds, I was driving in N12 main road in Devlin Soweto.
Kanye futhi ngayeke u19 10 ngahamba ngawo umgwaqo N12 main road eDevlin eSoweto.
Salwana mo gape 19 20 seconds. Wekisipala N1 freeway Johannesburg South.
Whilst we were still proceeding at 19 and 20 seconds, I was still driving at N1 freeway Johannesburg South.
Kanti ke ngalo lelo langa lelo ke 1919 isikhathi ke ma-seconds awu20 ngihamba ke ngawo ke umgwaqo lwana awushayela ke freeway wase Johannesburg South.
Gape ka 1920 07 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway Devlin Soweto.
Once more at 19:20 and 7 seconds, I violated the speed and I was now at N1 freeway Devland Soweto.
Kanye futhi ke 1919 amaseconds awu20 sekubona lo mgwaqo sewayeka eDevon eSoweto nalapho ke ukuthi ngekha isivinini.
Umesha jola phela kapeka 1921 10 seconds and 1921 30 seconds Vexipula freeway deep 319 IQ Soweto.
I proceeded from 1921 and 10 seconds to 1921 and 30 seconds driving in N1 freeway Diepkloof at 319 IQ in Soweto.
Kanti ke ngo1921 amaseconds awu10 1921 amaseconds awu30 angihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke Diepkloof N1 freeway Diepkloof at 319 IQ Soweto.
Apeka 1921 30 seconds and 1922 5 seconds Vexipula N1 freeway Diepkloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
Between 1921 and 30 seconds and 1922 and 5 seconds, I was driving in N1 freeway Diepkloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
Kanti ke phakathi ko 1921 amaseconds awu30 1922 amaseconds awu5 ngihamba ke umgwaqo N1 freeway at Diepkloof 319 IQ eSoweto kanye ke neDiepkloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Apeka 1922 50 seconds Vexipula N1 freeway Diepkloof.
Once more at 1922 and 50 seconds, I was driving in N1 freeway Diepkloof.
Kanti ke ngo1922 amaseconds awu50 ngihamba N1 freeway at Diepkloof.
Apeka 1923 03 seconds Vexipula speed violation near N1 freeway Diepkloof zone 4.
I violated the speed once more at 1923 and 3 seconds driving in N1 freeway Diepkloof zone 4.
Ngaphinda futhi ngefisa ke isivinini ngo1923 03 kuyenalo kuwona umgwaqo osewayeka eDiepkloof zone 4 khona eDiepkloof.
Ka 1923 40 seconds 1924 00 seconds 1924 26 seconds speed violation Vexipula N1 freeway Mooifontein 225 IQ Johannesburg.
From 1923 and 40 seconds, 1924 and 00 seconds, and 1924 and 26 seconds, that's where I violated the speed. I was driving at N1 freeway Mooifontein, Mooifontein 225 IQ in Johannesburg.
Kanti ke phakathi kwakhe u1923 40 1924 amaseconds awekho 1924 amaseconds awu26 bexisa ke futhi nalapho ngesivinini ngihamba kuwona umgwaqo N1 freeway eMooifontein 225 IQ eJohannesburg.
Ka 1927 13 seconds speed violation gape Vexipula near freeway Florida Glen Roodepoort.
Proceeded violating the speed at 1927 and 13 seconds. I was driving in N1 freeway Florida Glen in Roodepoort.
Phindile futhi ke bexisa ke isivinini isikhathi ku1927 amaseconds awu13 kwangihamba ke nako N1 freeway eFlorida Glen eRoodepoort.
1932 15 seconds next driver near N1 freeway Quellerina Randburg.
At 1932 and 15 seconds on the same day of the 19th of June 2020, I was driving near N1 freeway Quellerina in Randburg.
Kwathi ke ngo1932 amaseconds awu15 ngangishayela ke kona bomgwaqo N1 freeway eQuillerina eRandburg.
Ka 1933-05 idling near freeway Quellerina Randburg.
At 1933 and 05 seconds, the vehicle was idling near Quellerina in Randburg.
Kanye ke ngaye ke u1933 imoto ke iyayiduma eduze ke noma ke eQuillerina eRandburg.
Ka 1938-05 seconds driving near freeway Quellerina Randburg.
At 1935 and 1938 and 5 seconds, I was driving near N1 freeway in Quellerina in Randburg.
Kanye ke kanti ke ngaye u1938 amaseconds awu5 ke ngihamba ke eduze ke kwaye uN1 freeway eQuillerina eRandburg.
Otwaka 1938 50 seconds, 1938 23 seconds, 1938 34 seconds, speed violation 1943 seconds, Wexipila N1 freeway, fair lanes or Quellerina to fair lanes.
Between 1938 and 15 seconds through to 1940 and 3 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Fairlands in Randburg.
Kanti-ke phakathi kwa-1938 amaseconds awu-15 kuyofika-ke kona-ke u-1940 ila engangihamba khona-ke umgwaqo ku-N1 freeway e-Fairlands e-Randburg futhi kunokuthi ngehlisake ngesivinini.
Ka 1941 29 seconds, speed violation next to N1 freeway Broomhof Randburg.
At 1941 and 29 seconds, I violated the speed limit and I was driving near N1 freeway, Broomhof in Randburg.
Kanti-ke ngo-1941 20 amaseconds awu-29 nalapho ngeqisa futhi-ke ngesivinini engangihamba ngaso ngangihamba-ke kumgwaqo u-N1 freeway e-Broomhof e-Randburg.
1942 55 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway Bryanston Sandton.
On the 19th of June 2020, I proceeded violating the speed limit and it was at 1942 and 55 seconds when I was driving at N1 freeway Bryanston in Sandton.
Kanti-ke isikhathi kwaku-1942 amaseconds awu-55 umgwaqo waku-N1 e-Bryanston e-Sandton nalapho ngeqisa ngesivinini.
Gape ka 1944 44 seconds, speed violation N1 freeway Magalieseg Sandton.
Once more at 1944 and 44 seconds, the speed was violated and I was driving on the N1 freeway Magalieseg in Sandton.
Kanti-ke ngo-1944 amaseconds awu-44 nalapho ngeqisa-ke futhi ngesivinini ngangihamba-ke kumgwaqo i-Magalieseg e-Sandton.
Gape lona tšatši leo ka 1945 41 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway Brecknock AH Sandton.
Once more at 1945 and 41 seconds, I violated the speed as I was driving on the N1 freeway Brecknock AH in Sandton.
Phindile futhi-ke ngo-1945 amaseconds awu-41 ngeqisa-ke futhi ngesivinini N1 freeway e-Brecknock AH e-Sandton.
Tšwela gape lona tšatši leo 1947 04 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway Rivonia Sandton.
I proceeded, my lord, at 1947 to violate the speed and I was driving near the N1 freeway in Rivonia in Sandton.
Phindile futhi-ke ngeqisa-ke ngesivinini ngo-1947 amaseconds awu-4 ngihamba-ke e-Rivonia e-Sandton.
Otwaka 1947 23 seconds, ofihla ka 1948 45 seconds, Nexipila N1 freeway Woodmead Sandton.
Between 1947 and 23 seconds through to 1948 and 45 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Woodmead.
Futhi-ke phakathi kwa-1947 kuyofika-ke 1948 45 seconds ngangihamba-ke umgwaqo u-N1 e-Woodmead e-Sandton.
Just before you proceed, Sergeant Mukhani, according to the movement report from 1938, 19 hours 38, 23 up to 19 hours 47, 43 shows that you were driving in excess of the speed limit. Can you remember what the reason was?
Nke le re botse mo gobane e bontsha gore go tlogella ka 1938 and 23 seconds go fitlhella ka 1947 and 4 seconds ka na letšatši le la di 19 tša June le na le be le kgwetša ka tsela ye be e leng gore e be e fetiša tekano ya molao wa go kgwetša le ka gopola gore molato e be e leng goba go be go diragala eng.
E lo ba gore ge koloi e sebisitswe e phetse tsela e bulegile leoto le no namela accelerator ke sa tlhokomela.
When the vehicle is well serviced and the road is opened, my foot just goes on without me recognizing or realizing that I am exceeding the speed limit, my lord.
Kuyenzeka-ke ukuthi uma imoto ikwisimo nje esikahleke umgwaqo nje hayi cha ukuthi nje uvulelekile ukuthi ungenza nje umathanda hayi nami-ke bese ngibeka-ke unyawo phansi.
What was the intended destination at that point?
Botsebotse le na le be le ikemišeditše gore le ya kae?
Where are Puke?
We were going to Phukeng.
Sasihamba-ke siya ePhukeng.
Yes, you proceed.
Le ka tšwela pele.
Advocate, go go to the village.
Advocate, can you please assist
Yes,
on where
the,
we end?
You were at 1948-45.
Mid-sentence.
Fine, okay. Jalabo.
Thank you.
Umekwi speed violation agape mo 1945 41 seconds N1 freeway Breckenlock A8 something.
I proceeded violating the speed at 1948 and 59 seconds. And we were at N1 freeway would meet in Senton.
59. You said
48, 59.
Okay. Ngayo kung 1948-59 ala futhi ngahlisa khona ke esibinini sasihamba kwakuse Butterfly mid-range.
Speech
Sorry, good meat.
speech what was 1947-23 speed violation 1947-43 Excel freeway would meet.
I proceeded on the freeway between 1947 and 43 seconds as I was driving in Woodmead through to 1948 and 45 seconds.
Kubekekile ke ngawo umgwaqo lona ke 1947-43, 1948-45 sahamba ngawo umgwaqo lona ke N1 freeway eWoodmead e17.
Umekana la Chachileo 1948 59 seconds speed violation N1 freeway waterfall 5 IR mid-range.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 1948 and 59 seconds, I proceeded violating the speed limit and I was driving at Onier N1 freeway Waterfall 5 IR in Midrand.
Kanti ke mo 1948-59 la represa khona ke ngesibinini ngam N1 freeway Waterfalls 5 IR in Midrand.
Umeke speech ka Jonathan Rayo and from 1948 45 seconds 1948 59 seconds 1949 15 seconds and 1949 19 seconds speed violation Kisale freeway waterfall 5 IR mid-range.
And I proceeded on the same road, N1 freeway in Waterval, 5 IR in Midrand, from 1948 and 49 and 45 seconds right through to 1949 and 15 seconds, my lord, proceeding to violate the speed limit.
Kubekekile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo lwana ke ose Waterfalls eMidrand kusuka ngayo 1948-45 seconds kwaze kwafika ke ku-1949 ngeqisiwe futhi ke ngesibinini ngangihamba ngaso.
Omega 1954 16 seconds speed violation of 1956 17 seconds in Chechikesepala Benskuman freeway country view and Benskuman freeway Braakfontein 399 Centurion.
And at 1954 and 16 seconds and 1956 and 17 seconds on the 19th of June 2020, I was now driving at Benskuman Freeway Country View and Benskuman Freeway Braakfontein 399 in Centurion.
Kanti ke phakathi na 1954 semasekela u-16, 1956 amasekela u-17 ngangihamba ngayo iBenskuman freeway eCountry View eMidrand kanye futhi ke neBenskuman Braakfontein 399 eCenturion.
Utawona far away 1957 15 seconds 1957 30 seconds 1957 40 seconds Shejgerela Botsi Vexiplaga Dani Jobert freeway Braakfontein 399 JR Centurion.
Now I was now driving on the proper speed limit from 1957 and 15 seconds, 1957 and 30 seconds, and 1957 and 40 seconds driving at Terry Joubert Freeway in Braakfontein 399 in Centurion, my lord.
Manje ke xa sengihamba ke ngesivinini ekuyisona ke noma ekufanele ukuthi ngihamba ngaso phakathi kwa 1957-15, 1957-30, 1957-40 ngangihamba ngawo manje umgwaqo iDani Joubert Freeway eBraakfontein 399 Centurion, iDani Joubert Freeway eBraakfontein eCenturion.
Gape ka lona letšatši la re 19 June 2020 ka 1958 6 seconds, 1958 9 seconds, šetše ke gatilenyana be ke sepela Daniel Joubert Freeway Zwartkop Centurion.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 1958 and 6 seconds and 1958 and 9 seconds, I once more exceeded the speed limit as I was driving in Dani Joubert Freeway Zwartkop in Centurion.
Futhi ke phakathi kwa 1958 06 seconds, 1958 ama-seconds awu-9 ngiphindile futhi ke ngehlisa-ke ngesivinini engangihamba ngaso ngisahamba ngayo iDani Joubert Freeway eZwartkop eCenturion.
Gape ka 2000 hours 22 seconds sa e gatile gape be ke sepela Dani Joubert Freeway Waterkloof 378 GR Centurion.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 8 p.m. and 22 seconds, I proceeded to exceed the speed limit as I was driving on Dani Joubert Freeway Waterkloof 378 in Centurion.
Ngazo-ke i-19th June 2020 selibumbene-ke ihora lesishiyagalombili ngaphinda futhi ngeqisa-ke isivinini ngisahamba ngayo iDani Joubert Freeway eWaterkloof 378 eCenturion.
200 hours 02 45 seconds speed violation gape near N1 Freeway Erasmus Rand Pretoria.
On the same 19th of June 2020 at 20 hours and 2 minutes and 45 seconds, I proceeded violating the speed as I was driving on the N1 freeway in Erasmus Rand. Is it Erasmus Rand in Pretoria?
Isimibili-ke imizuzu lishayile-ke ihora lesishiyagalombili ngeqisa futhi-ke ngaso isivinini ngihamba ngawo umgwaqo ekuwuthelawayeka i-Erasmus Rand ePitori.
Gape ka lona letšatši leo ka 20:05 18 seconds sa e gatile gape N1 Freeway Linwood Manor Pretoria.
On the same day, I proceeded violating the speed at 20 hours and 5 minutes and 18 seconds as I was driving on the N1 freeway Linwood Manor in Pretoria.
Isimihlanu-ke imizuzu-ke eshayile ntambama ngiphindile futhi-ke ngeqisa-ke ngaso isivinini ngihamba ngawo umgwaqo ekuwuthelawayeka eLinwood Manor ePretoria.
Sergeant Mokhane, can you just place the time and the places where you're driving on record?
Bare ba khopela gore le bolele fela ka nako e be le kgwetsa ka yona
Only if you stop or the engine was switched off that you can place on record.
le tla bolela fela ge le ema le ge le gore koloi e be e tima mo e leng gore le be le tla bolela ka yona. I understand.
Uyacelwa-ke usajeni ukuthi asho nje ukuthi isikhathi noma-ke isikhathi yebo kanye nendawo la behamba khona kuphela uma imoto icishiweke noma la imi khona asengachaza-ke.
Sauna letšatši lo gape 20:05 minutes 48 seconds, 20:06 seconds, 20:06 minutes 3 seconds, 20:06 minutes 28 seconds. Weksipelaka N1 freeway Kudus Ward 456 JR Pretoria.
On the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 20 hours and 5 minutes and 48 seconds through to 20 hours 6 minutes and 28 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Kuduspoort in Pretoria.
Ukusuka ngaye ke u-2005-48 kwaze kwaba ke u-2006-28 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo kuyi-sport 456 ePitori.
Ka 2007 42 seconds of ka 2008 8 seconds Vexipla N1 freeway Kilner Park Pretoria.
Between 20:07 and 42 seconds and 20:08 and 8 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Kinla Park in Pretoria.
Kanti ke phakathi ko-2007-42 2008-08 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo okuyi-Kilner Park ePretoria.
Omega 2008 23 seconds, 2008 2008 49 seconds, 2008 59 seconds, 2009 14 seconds Vexipla ka N1 freeway Bergkane Pretoria.
Between 20:08 and 23 seconds through to 20:09 and 14 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway on Bergtuns in Pretoria.
Kanti ke phakathi kwakhe u-2008-23 kuze kuyofika ke ku-2009-14 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ku-freeway N1 freeway ekuyi-Bergtein ePretoria.
Actually 2009 30 seconds, 2010 20 seconds Vexipla N freeway Derdeport 326 JR Pretoria.
Between 20:09 and 30 seconds and 2010 and 20 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Derdeport 326 JR in Pretoria.
Phakathi kuka-2009 to 2010 20 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke i-Derdeport 326 JR Pretoria.
Omega 2011 25 seconds and 2011 40 seconds Vexipla ka N4 freeway Doornpoort Pretoria N4 freeway West Doornpoort Pretoria.
At 2011 and 2011 and 40 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway west in Derdeport in Pretoria.
Kanti ke phakathi kuka-2011 25 20 11 40 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo kuyi-N4 freeway eDoornpoort Pretoria.
Omega 20 26 19 20 14 35 seconds Vexipla freeway Doornpoort 295 JR Pretoria N4 freeway.
Did you say 2026?
2024 I think 2014
2014 35.
Yes.
All right. At 2014 and 25 and 35 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway in Doornpoort 295 in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye 2014 30 seconds au 35 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ku-N4 freeway eDoornpoort 295 JR Pretoria.
Omega lona 2015 21 seconds Rahema fihlela ke starta ka 2017 27 N4 freeway Doornpoort 295 JR.
On the same day, my lord, at 2015 and 21 seconds, that's where I stopped the ignition up till I restarted the ignition at 2017 and 27 seconds on the N4 freeway in Doornpoort 295 in Pretoria.
Kwase kwathi ke ngo-2015 ama-seconds awu-21 ila angema khona-ke imoto ngayishesha khona-ke kwase kuthi ke ngo-2017 27 ila aphinda ngayijumisa khona-ke imoto kuyena u-N4 freeway eDoornpoort 295 ePretoria.
Do you remember what the reason was why you brought the car to standstill?
Le sa gopola gore lebaka beileng e la gore le time koloi?
Hey, ke a gopola.
Yes, I still remember.
Ngisakhumbula ukuthi kwakuyini imbangela yokuthi ke ngilisheke imoto.
Le ka re tlhalosetša.
Go na le engine e na le wimpy mo kgoso le after toll gate at Doornpoort.
There is an engine petrol station that has wimpy next to Dorenpoort.
O me fitlere ja dijo, selo Sergeant Mabena o di odile mo tseleng.
We went in and had food which was ordered by Sergeant Mabena whilst we were driving on the road.
Kuno engine ke lapho ke wayendo engine leyo eno Wimpy ke la esa ngena khona ke siyodla ke ukudla ke lokho okwaku order uyena uSergeant Mabena ngathi sisahamba noma sisesemgwaqweni.
Araja re take away ka roba odile pele, ba
And
odile in advance.
we did not sit in, we took the takeaway as Sergeant Mabena had placed an order in advance, my lord.
Asidlelanga khona lapho ke safika njena sathatha ukudla ke kuukuthi ke yena ke uMabena iorder wayeseyifakile.
And for whom were the takeaways?
Beldiretse mang di takeaway tšeo.
Bele ya ka le Sergeant Mabena le Ntanzi.
It was for myself, Sergeant Mabena, and Mr. Ntanzi.
Ukudla lokho ke kwakuokwami uSergeant Mabena kanye naye ke uNtanzi.
Yes, may proceed.
O me ka lona le judge le ka 25 seconds. Ta start out sepila ka N4 on ramp West Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
And on the same day after we had taken our takeaway at Wimpy, I proceeded driving at 20, 22 and 25 seconds going into the N4 on ramp West in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke la 19 June 2020 isikhathi ke 2022 ama second aw 25 la ngalo khona ke kushayela sihamba ngaye ke u-N4 on ramp West at Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
Omega 2024, 29 seconds. Besa ait lagape near on ramp West Dorenpoort in Kemicho join Natsela.
At 20, 24 and 29 seconds, the vehicle was idling as I was waiting to join the N4 on ramp West in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye u-2024 ama seconds aw 29 imoto yayisaduma ke ngokuthi ke ngangisalindeleke ukuthi ngiphumane noma ngihlangane nawo ke umgwaqo lo N4 on ramp at Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
Lona jachelo ka 29 seconds, 31 20 seconds still idling.
It was
Oh yeah, off ka 29 29 seconds still idling, 31 20 idling. Yeah, near Dr. Sonibul off ramp, Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
at 20, 29 and 29 seconds on the same day of the 19th of June 2020, the vehicle was idling near Dr. Swanepoel off ramp in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye u-2029 seconds imoto leyo yayisaduma ke kuwona ke umgwaqo ekuyi Dr. Swanepoel off ramp at Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
Jala pele gape ka 2026, 20 ya sepela N4 on ramp West Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
I proceeded driving at 20, 36 and 20 seconds on the N4 on ramp West in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Ngiqhubekekile ukuthi ngihambe noma ngishayeleke isikhathi ku-2036 ama seconds aw 20 ngawo ke umgwaqo lowo ekuyi-N4 on ramp West at Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
Kalona jachelo gape 20 37 42 seconds. La pele ka namecha N4 freeway Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
And at 20, 38 and 42 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye u-2037 ngangihamba ngayo umgwaqo ekuyi-N4 freeway at Dorenpoort, Pretoria.
Ume ka 29 28 seconds ka N4 freeway feta on der Stepoort, Pretoria.
At 20, 39 and 26 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway in Onderstepoort in Pretoria.
Kanti ke isikhathi u-2039 28 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo i-N4 freeway on the Stopwood, Pretoria.
What's that?
It's, I just need to get some.
You need to get?
It's just requesting a comfort break, my lord.
Oh, I see. On the Stepwood is where the the animal hospital is situated. So we adjourn for?
I just need to go and get something for the item for this.
You don't know that's right.
Some hygiene, maybe it clicks now.
We may proceed.
So,
I'll interpret from English Zulu into Sepedi.
Oh, okay, fine.
It's not a problem until my colleague comes.
All right,
back.
yeah, okay, you can go there.
Omer Jolapele, 20 Salona Chatula 2026 1920 07 seconds. Sipela N4 Freeway, Veldfontein 301 JR Acacia.
As we proceed on the 19th of June at 20:42 and 7 seconds, we were now driving on the N4 freeway in Vetfontein in Acacia. Masiqhubeka ngaso isikhathi u-20:42 no 7 seconds bebadlula N4 freeway a Vetfontein Acacia.
And you were on the way to where?
We were still proceeding to Phokeng. Uthi benisendleleni niyaphi uthi besisaya ePhokeng.
Ome Kalaja Chilo Hape 2042 16 seconds. Satama N4 Veldfontein 301 JR Acacia.
On the same day at 20:42 and 16 seconds, we were still proceeding on the N4 freeway Vetfontein in Acacia. Ngalo lelo langa isikhathi mazithi 20:42 and 16 seconds benilibele ngiqhubeka, we were at N4 freeway Vetfontein Acacia.
2046 37 seconds, 2046 39 seconds, 2048 15 seconds, 2048 30 seconds, 2050 10 seconds, Verisibulaka N4 freeway, seat of Tshwane rural.
Between 20:46 and 37 seconds through to 20:50 and 10 seconds, we were now driving on the N4 highway in the city of Tshwane rural. Manje phakathi kwesikhathi u-20:46 and 20:50 and 10 seconds bekulibele kushayelwa phakathi komgwaqo u-N4 highway kwi-city of Tshwane ezilalini.
Ka 2052 20 seconds, 2055 15 seconds, 2056 9 seconds, 2058 20 seconds, 2058 27 seconds, and 21:02:00 seconds. Late 21:06:09 seconds. Verisibulaka N4 highway Madibeng rural.
Between 20:52 and 20 seconds, right through to 21 hours 6 minutes and 9 seconds, we were driving on the N4 highway Madibeng rural. Uthi ngaphakathi kwesikhathi u-20:52 no 21:09 benilibele nishayela ntanzi uphakathi emotweni kumgwaqo u-N4 highway eMadibeng rural.
Omeka 21:09:41 seconds and 21:10 24 seconds. Verisibula N4 highway Mampa Chrome Madibeng rural.
Between 21:09 and 41 seconds and 21:10 and 24 seconds, we were driving on the N4 highway in Mamba Chrome, Madibeng rural. Phakathi komgwaqo u Madibeng eMadibeng rural kumamba Chrome isikhathi bekade ku 21:09 no 21:10 and 24 seconds uma kusaqhutshekwa khona lapho.
21:10, 59 seconds, and 21:11, 21 seconds. Very simple. Rapper N4 Highway, Mamba Chrome, Madibeng Rural.
At 21:10 and 59 seconds, we were still on the N4 highway, Madibeng, Mamba Chrome in Madibeng Rural. Utingo 21:10 and 59 seconds, be Nisa Kubega Nugumkwako N4 highway, Mamba Chrome, Madibeng Rural.
Omega 21:16, 20 seconds. 21:18, 51 seconds. 21:19, 42 seconds. Very simple. N4 highway, Rustenburg Platinum Mine, Rustenburg Rural.
Between 21 hours and 16 minutes and 20 seconds and 21 hours 19 minutes and 42 seconds, we were now on the N4 highway, Rustenburg Platinum Mine, Rustenburg Rural.
21:23, very simple, near high, 21:23, 46 seconds. Nespla N4 highway, Rustenburg Rural.
Phakathi komgwaqo u-N4 highway laphayana e-Rustenburg Platinum khona nihambe kusukela ngesikhathi uma sithi 21:11 21 seconds ukuyofika ku 21:19 42 seconds, naqhubeka futhi ngo 21:23 nangena kumgwaqo u-N4 highway e-Rustenburg Rural between 21 hours and 23 seconds, 23 minutes and 46 seconds. We were now on the N4 Rustenburg Rural, my lord.
Got 21:25, 46 seconds. We also somewhere near highway, Rustenburg Rural.
At 21:23 and 46 seconds, we were still on the N4 highway, Rustenburg Rural. Phakathi ko 21 and 23 minutes and 46 seconds, uthi benisase emgaqweni ku N4 highway, Rustenburg.
Omega 21:27, 25 seconds. Very simple, near Maruela Avenue, Pretoria Park, Rustenburg.
At 21 hours and 27 minutes and 25 seconds, we were driving near Maruala Avenue, Pretoria Park in Rustenburg. Phakathi kwesikhathi 21 minutes and 27 seconds and 21 minutes 21 hours 27 minutes and 25 seconds. Uthi benikade nihamba kumgwaqo uMaruela Avenue, Pretoria Park in Rustenburg.
Salona la Jajilo Rapeka 21:29:05 seconds. Dr. Moroka Street, Rustenburg, Rural, Rustenburg.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 21:29 minutes and 5 seconds, we were driving at Dr. Moroka Street in Rustenburg Rural in Rustenburg. Uthi ngaleso sikhathi sika 21:29 minutes and 5 seconds bese senihamba kumgwaqo Dr. Moroka Street e Rustenburg.
Omega 21:29 50 seconds, 21:30 57 seconds, 21:32 5 seconds, 21:32 40 seconds, late 21:33 20 seconds. Very simple, N4 highway, Rustenburg Rural.
We were driving on the N4 highway in Rustenburg Rural between 21 hours 29 minutes and 50 seconds right through till 21 hours 33 minutes and 20 seconds, my lord. Uthi beniqhubeka nishayela kusukela esikhathini u21 hours 29 minutes and 50 seconds ukuyofika ku 21 hours 33 minutes and 20 seconds.
Got 21:35 16 seconds. Versepelamo 81.96 kilometers NW of Krugersdorp.
At 21 hours 35 minutes and 16 seconds, we were driving at 81.96 kilometers NW of Krugersdorp. Uthi ke ngesikhathi uma sithi 21 hours 35 minutes and 16 seconds bese senihamba kwindlela ebizwe u81.96 km NW of Krugersdorp.
You can deal with that route up to 214255 all at once, since it's the same stretch of road.
Bare le ka bolela ka yona ka botlalo go tlogella mo we go fitlhella mo e fellang gona jwalo ka ga ile gore ke tulo ye kopaneng.
21:35 16 seconds, 21:36 21:35 16 seconds, 21:36 10 seconds, 21:39 30 seconds, 21:39 50 seconds, 21:41 35 seconds, 21:41 55 seconds, 21:42 10 seconds, and 21:42 25 seconds. Versipelaga NW of Krugersdorp.
Between 21 hours 35 minutes and 16 seconds through to 21 hours 42 minutes and 25 seconds we were driving on NW of Krugersdorp. Uthi kusukela kwisikhathi u21 hours 35 minutes and 16 seconds kufikela ku21 hours 42 seconds 42 minutes and 25 seconds benilibele nishayela ku NW of Krugersdorp.
It's actually up to 21:42:55. Is that correct?
Okay, 21:42:55.
I confirm we were still driving on the same NW of Krugersdorp through to 21:42 of 55. Uthi ngempela uyavuma ukuthi nishayele kuleyo ndlela kufikela ngo isikhathi uma sithi 21:42 of 55 seconds nilibele nilapho kumgwaqo iNW ye Krugersdorp.
Omega 21:44 15 seconds, near R565 Road, Rustenburg Rural.
And at 21:44 and 15 seconds we were now driving near R565 Road in Rustenburg Rural. Ite isikhathi uma sithi 21 hours 44 minutes nama seconds I-15 bengade nishayela ku R565 ku mgwaqo uRustenburg.
Yes, and the next stretch of road up to the bottom of the page, and the next page up to the 6th entry from the top. It's the same stretch of road. You can just deal with them all at once.
Bare go tlogella mo re yang gona ga ni jwale nakong yela go fitlhelleng ka paging e latelang ke tsela ye tee go fitlhella mo e leng gore lena le ka tla la e bolela e tlhakane jwalo ka ga ile le tselang ye tee.
Sa lo letšatši le go tloga ka 21:46:45 seconds go fihla ka 22:21:25 seconds where sepela ka NW Krugersdorp Road.
Between 21:46 and 45 seconds through to 22:26 and 25 seconds we were driving on NW of Krugersdorp. Uthi ke umshushisi hlanganisa ke indlela ngoba uma uzibiza kancane kancane kuyindlela eyodwa uyibiza ngemizuzwana yakhona ithatha isikhathi ihlanganise. Uthi kusukela ngo 21:46 na 45 seconds ukuyofika ku 22:21 and 25 seconds benilibele niqhubeka nishayela ku NW of Krugersdorp.
Utwaka 22:26:25 seconds where sepela ka Mopani Street Freedom Park Rustenburg go fihla re lo yema ka 22:33:41 seconds near Baobab Street Freedom Park Rustenburg Rural.
From 22 hours and 26 minutes and 25 seconds we were driving on Mopani Street Freedom Park at Rustenburg Rural, right through till we stopped the ignition at 22:33 and 41 seconds near Baobab Street, Freedom Park in Rustenburg Rural. Utige niye nashayela kumgwaqo Baobab Mopani Street e Freedom Park e Rustenburg. Isikhathi sona sasikade ku 22 hours 26 minutes and 25 seconds ukuyofika kuze kucinywa imoto uma sisenifika ku Baobab umgwaqo wakhona e Freedom Park e Rustenburg. Isikhathi sona beku 33 minutes after 10 ebusuku.
Do you remember why the engine had to be switched off?
Le sa gopola gore go baneng le ile la tima koloi?
Ke mo go dulago Sandile Ntanzi.
That is where Sandile Ntanzi was residing.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
O meka ga ibe le re lo nyaka hudi. Le ra tsena o me ra secha kana gore tlo kry di kolo tsa R5.
And that is where, as we wanted to go search for the hoodie, we went in, and that is where we found the bullets for the R5. Uthi-ke usakhumbula ukuthi imoto nayicimelane uthi kula uNtanzi ahlala khona futhi kula besihamba sithi siyofuna leya hoodie leyana kula ithema sisafunana nayo ihoodie leyo kula sathola inhlamvu ze R5.
But did you proceed straight to where the accused was staying, or what was the position?
Lilela ya mo molatofatšwa a be a dula gona go ba go diragetseng.
No ka tšatšele go gopola re le straight o mme Sergeant Bibi Mogola le ka dipina ba fitlhe police station ba gopela mapodisa a go tla na re le straight.
On that day, when I recall very well, we proceeded straight, and Sergeant Bibi Mogola and Brigadier Gininda went to the police station and sought for backup from other police officers. However, we went straight. Uthi-ke niye nayenza njani niqhubeke naya la bekahlala khona uNtanzi noma niye nayenza njani? Uthi mina ngiyakhumbula siye mina ngiyengaqhubeka ngaya khona lapho kodwa iphoyisa uBibi Mogola no Colonel Gininda baye baqhubeka baya epolice station bayocela usizo lwamanye amaphoyisa.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
Ume really ra ba emela.
We waited for them. Uthi balinda ke balindela babanye amaphoyisa.
Me really ra drive agape just around 23. Yeah, really had a feature was say chamo and then ra police station ka ertoma ka 23:05.
And we proceeded searching, and after searching, that's when we drove to the police station, and the time was 23:05 and 55 seconds on the same day of the 19th of June 2020. Uthi-ke bona baye baqhubeka ke ba khuthuza laphayana endlini kuwe Ntanzi la ukuthi ngemva kwalokho baye baqhubeka baya esiphoyiseni isikhathi bese sesithi 23:05 and 55 seconds ngalo lelo langa le 19 zika June ku 2020.
Umme really ra sepela gape ka strata de Baobab Street Freedom Park ka 23:05:55 o fihlela ka 23:06 and then 23:06:55 ra tsena ka Mopani Street.
We proceeded driving on Baobab Street in Freedom Park in Rustenburg Rural at 23:05 through to 23:06 and 40 seconds where we went into Mopani Street.
Umme gape ka 23:08:25 seconds versus sepela Mopani Street Freedom Park.
And at 23:08 we were still driving on Mopani Street in Freedom Park.
From
2305, 2308, 25, sase sahamba khona ke Mopane.
from 23, I'm sorry, from 2313 to 231325 to the bottom of the page appears to be the same stretch of road. You can just deal with them all at once.
Le ka itlhakan tšhaela ya go tloga go 23 13 25 go ya mo e leng gore re feletša gona.
Yes, 23, 13, 25, re sepela ka NW Kruger stop, go fihlela ka 23, 26, 52 seconds, e ke tima, re tsena police station ya Pretoria.
Between 23 13 and 25 seconds, we were driving on NW of Krugersdorp through till 23 hours and 26 minutes and 52 seconds when I went into the police station yard and turned off the ignition, my lord, on the 19th of June 2020. Yes.
23, 26, ama second of 52, ngahamba ngawo ke loya mgwaqo loyana u-82, 24, okay, noma u-NW lase-Krugersdorp, ngaze ngayothatha-ke imoto khona laphayana e-Krugersdorp.
Umerile ra mo processa ra mbula case ra package di exhibits ra ra tsentšha 13 from there sepela le ena gape ra tla le ena Joburg.
We proceeded, my lord, and processed those exhibits and opened a case, placed them on the SAP 13, and we came back with the accused to Johannesburg.
La sesiqale khona-ke ukwenza khona-ke umsebenzi-ke la ekusetshenzwa amaphepha noke ama-documents futhi-ke leyo mibukiso leyo-ke nayo-ke esase sibhala-ke futhi siyifaka kwi-SAP 13 sase sibuya naye-ke umsolwa siza eGoli.
Yes, if you can maybe just refer to exhibit PP1 and PP2.
Re le kaya go botlhatsi ba PP1 le PP2.
PP1 is the entry, occurrence book entry, and exhibit PP2 is the cell register.
PP1
that already referred to.
PP1 ke mola mo ileng gore le beng ngwala gona go OB. And advocate, can you please pass it to me as I do not have it in my possession?
Yes, monthly serial number 294 Bongani Sandy Sontanzi.
Yes, it shows the monthly serial number, and the serial number was 294 Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Ikhona-ke inamba elana-ke bathi-ke i-serial number eku-294 baliwe-ke Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Iboncha mengwaga.
And it shows his age.
Bonisa-ke neminyaka yakhe, nomtshengisa-ke iminyaka yakhe.
Iboncha gore ke monna.
He is a male. It shows his gender.
1906.
It shows the day and the month, which was the 19th of June.
Isetshenziswa-ke nosuku-ke noma-ke i-date ukuthi kwakuyi-19 zika-June.
Date of arrest 2245.
And the date of arrest, the date.
Date of arrest, time of arrest, sorry.
The time of arrest, my lord, not the date. The time was 22 hours 45 minutes.
Itshengisa-ke nesikhathi sokuboshwa kwakhe nesikhathi aboshwa ngaso-ke kwaku-22:45.
Iboncha offensive possession of licensed ammunition.
And the type of offense which he was arrested for was possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Nokuthi-ke kwakuyini icala aliboshelwe ukuthi ukutholakala-ke eney'nhlamvu ey'ngekho emthethweni.
Then eventual case number 118/06/2020.
And the case number it was 118/06/2020.
Isitshengisa ke nenamba ke yeqala leyo eku 118/06/2020.
Ome eventually ditokelo tsa gagwe tsa go swariwa.
And it shows as well his rights as he was arrested.
Bese kutshengisa ke namalungelo akhe nanjengomuntu owayeboshiwe.
Notice of rights number.
It shows as well the notice of rights number.
Kanye ke nenamba yawo ke ama notice awo ama right noma amalungelo.
S094
The notice of rights number it's S094
7284.
7284, my lord.
Futhi ke leyo number leyo S0947284.
I just want to refer to exhibit LL.
Ba re ba kgopela go lefa botlhatsi bo ba LL.
Just identify that once again.
Nke le re botsa
It's
gore
already
ke
on
eng?
record.
Yona is tše e le gore e ile ya balwa e fela lena nke le re botsa gape gore ke eng?
Ke notice of rights in terms of the constitution.
It is a notice of rights in terms of the constitution.
Na le phepha ke nginikwayo ke manje ilona ke leli ke elinamalungelo.
Bogodimo is serial number is 09477284.
On top it reflects a serial number which reflected as 09477284.
Laphayana phezulu ke kubhalwe ke le number ke bathi serial number manje ibiza eku S0947284.
Ome engwe ke gore reason for you are detained for the following reason.
And it reflects that the person is being detained for the following reasons.
Tshengisa ke ukuthi umuntu uvalelwe ngenxa yalezi zathu esilandelayo.
Ome yangwala possession of unlicensed ammunition.
It reflects that the person was detained for the possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Nokuthi wayeboshelwe ke ukuthi etholakala nezinhlamvu ngokungekho emthethweni.
Ome enal ihlalosha ditokelo tsa gagwe tsa go swariwa.
And it explains all the rights as the person was arrested.
Bise ichaza ke onke amalungelo akhe ke nanjengomuntu oyeboshiwe.
Ome mofasi ir certificate by detainee.
Underneath it says the certificate by the detainee.
Yes, you've already placed it on record.
Okay.
Bariewe bestele badile.
And what is the time of arrest?
Nako e be le nako mang?
2245. Date 22 of 6/19/2245.
It was on the date of the 19th of June 2020 at 22:45 p.m.
La ngake kwakuyi 19th ka June 2020 isikhathi 22:45 ntambama manje.
Ome engwe tse Phokeng.
It also
Place.
reflects that the place was where the document was completed was Phokeng.
Ibhaliwe ke nendawo lana ke iform lena ke eyabhalwa khona ke kwakusePhokeng.
Yangwala signature dash stamp print of detainee is Danzu signile.
It also shows that there is a place where a detainee is supposed to sign, and Ntanzi signed, my lord.
Yebe kunendawo ke lana ekufanele lona ke oboshiwe ke ukuthi asayinde khona ke uNtanzi ke wasayinda lapho.
Ome signature of a person who informed the detainee was signed na.
And the signature of a person who informed the detainee, I myself signed.
Bese kuba indawo ke la umuntu lona owatshela ke lona oboshiwe ila kwasekusayinda mina khona ke.
As a court, please, my lord, it's almost time for the short adjournment. We've asked that the movement report ends at 23:26:52. We ask that the rest of the report be obtained. It has since been obtained. We'll just hand it up as part of Exhibit MM2, pages 44 up to 49. We can take the normal short adjournment.
Okay, short adjournment.
Exhibit MM2 stops at page 43.
Yeah.
So this just merely continues.
Okay,
from
fine, yeah.
there. Sergeant Mokhani, you've already referred to the entry, occurrence book entry from Pukem Police Station, which is Exhibit PP1. Can you just once again just put the relevant entry on record?
PP1 nke le re balle gape tše leng gore tsona di swanetše gore di balwe go molato o.
Yona bela ga tsela e
It reads as follows.
mo godimo e ngwetse day of week and date.
On top it's written day of week and date.
phezulu ke kubhaliwe ukuthi iliphi usuku kanye ke futhi ne-date.
Ome e ngwetse Saturday 2020/06/20.
It reflects that it was on Saturday the 20th of June in the year 2020.
kubhaliwe ukuthi kwakungumgqibelo i-20 zikaJune ngo-2020.
Ome OB number 713.
And the OB number was 713.
Kanye ke nenamba ke yale ncwadi ebizwa ngokuthi OB 713.
Nako 00.40.
And the time reflected there, it's 12 p.m. and 40 minutes,
Isikhathi ke u-00:40.
12 a.m.
Yona e ngwetse or suspect detained.
And it is written as follows.
Detective Sergeant Mokhani of National Cold Case Investigation detained cell number 2946/2020 Bongani Sandison Tanzi on Puken case 118/6/2020, possession of live ammunition, notice of rights as per SAP 14 number S094724, read and explained to the accused and understood, and detained with no injuries. Correctly detained by me, Gisainile, Sergeant Mokhani.
Ifundeka ngalendlela ke ukuthi ke umsolwa ke uvalelwe uDetective Sergeant Mokhane we-National Cold Case Investigation umvaleleke kwi-cell 2940620 uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi ngecala ke lasePhukeng u1180620 ukutholakala ke eneyinhlamvu futhi ke namalungelo akhe ke nanjengokwe SAP S14A inamba SO947284 uwafundelwe futhi wawachazelwa ke yena umsolwa wawezwa futhi wase uma evalelwa ke engalimele futhi evalelwe kahle yimina kase ngiyasayinda ke yena uSergeant.
Thank you. In the next entry.
Ya ulatela.
Okay, Yawalatela serial number 714, OB number.
The next entry, the OB number is 714.
Elandela yo ke inamba ye-OB u714.
Nako yona iri 00.45.
And the time was 00.45.
Isikhathi ke u00.45.
Ibala ka tsela e,
And it reads as follows.
prisoner transferred to Primrose SAPS. Detective Sergeant Mokhane took cell 294/06/020 Bongani Sandison Tanzi as per Puken 118/06/20, possession of live ammunition with no visible injuries, correctly received
And received by myself and signed.
Lana ke kuyachazwa ke ukuthi isibotsha sadlulisela ke kumaphoyisa ke nama-police station yase-Primrose uDetective Sergeant Mokhane wathatha ke u-cell 29406 ka-20 uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi kwicala ke lasePhukeng eli-118/06/20 kutholakala ke neyinhlamvu futhi ke akukho ukulimala ngamanxeba abonakalayo wathola ke kahle noma kwisimo esikahle yimina ngasayinda.
Yes. Can you then go back to Exhibit MM in brackets 2, page 44?
Le boele morago go botlhatsi bola ba MM mo go page 44.
Are you able to reflect, to show that activity on this page?
Le a kgona go bontsha ntho
On the movement report?
mo e leng gore le be le setla bona.
ya bontsha.
Yes. It is able to reflect, my lord.
Lokhu ke ngicela ukufunda manje ke lana ku MM2 kuyabonakala ke noma kuyavela ke.
Yes, on which page?
Mo page nyefi.
Page 44.
It is on page 44.
Page 44.
Yes.
Dating which 20 June 2020.
The date was the 20th of June 2020.
Nokuthi ke i-date ke kwakungeyi-20 zika June 2020.
Koloi sa le yona Toyota Fortuner.
The vehicle was still a Toyota Fortuner.
Imoto kwakuseyiyona i-Toyota Fortuner.
Registration FV47LRGP.
With the registration FV47LRGP.
Nokuthi ke ne-registration kusewu-FV47LRGP.
SAP number by which a booby number moki BTL709 bra BB.
And the SAP number, which is reflected as the booby number, it's BTL719B.
Futhi ke i-SAP number ababizwa ngokuthi i-booby number ileyana ke elaphaya ku-BTL719B.
Gomme letšatši le nako le bala ka tsela 2026 of 2000 0002 39 seconds.
And the date and time it's reflected as follows: 2020 0620, and the time is 002 minutes and 39 seconds.
Ilanga ke kwakuke
Re sa le ka mogare ga police station ya Phukeng e re start up.
And at that time, we were still at the Phukeng police station, and it reflects that it started up.
ilanga ke kwakusenayo i-20 zika June 2020 or 000239 sisekhona ke eMpukeng police station ithi ke dumisa imoto.
Gomme e go tlogela ka 00 ka 2026 2000 0740 seconds. E re GPS unlocked go fihla ka 2026 20 0308 4 seconds ignition off.
And from 0007 and 40 seconds on the 20th of June 2020, it shows that GPS was unlocked until 0308, where the ignition went off. 08.
Iyachaza-ke laphayana ukusukela ngalesi sikhathi esichaziwe lona i-page edlulile kuzofika lamana ku-0308 yilapho-na-ke imoto icishwa khona.
If the GPS is unlocked, do you know what that means?
Le a tseba gore ge e re GPS unlocked, e ra gore
I get say
I do not know.
Ukuthi mabhalwe lokhu-ke ukuthi-ke i-GPS-ke ukuthi-ke sivuleke noma-ke i-unlock angazi ukuthi kusho ukuthini lokhu.
More or less, what time did you depart from Phukeng police station?
Motlhomong le sepetse ka nako mang go tloga police station ya Phukeng?
e ke lebeletse e re tloga mo re tswile ka di 2026 20 e re thoma go driver nearly 2026 23 29 55 seconds.
When I look, it was at 3:29 3 a.m. 29 minutes and 55 seconds.
29:55. Uma ngibheka-ke isikhathi esasuka ngaso ePhukeng, isikhathi-ke kwaku 3:29 intathabusa-ke ama-seconds awu-55 uma siphuma khona-ke ePhukeng.
Yes.
Re sepetse until Re fitlha Benfell, June Street, Pretoria.
We drove until we arrived at Benfelion Street in Pretoria.
Sihambe saze sayofika ke. Sorry.
Sorry. Remember from Phuking, according to the OB entry, you proceeded to Primrose.
Yes.
Go tloga Phokeng go ya ka dipampiri tsela tša OB le ile Primrose.
Gomme ke tsela e be re šomiša go boela morago.
Yes, that is the route we were using to go back.
Yes.
Indlela lena ke indlela ke ukhuluma ngase Primrose indlela esasiyisebenzisa ke ukubuyela emuva.
Yes, just place that route on record.
Nke le re tlhalošetše ka tsela yewe.
All right, ke thome mo 2026, 620, 320. Yes, ke starta boloi ke le Northwest Krugersdorp.
May I start on the time 03:20 and 11 seconds when I ignited the vehicle where we were at NW of Krugersdorp, my lord.
Just for record purposes, which page are you?
The page mark?
45.
45.
03:20 11 seconds. Okay. Angqale lana ke u-03:20 umsebenzi lana emdumisa khona ke imoto ithi ke amabhalo lapha yana Krugersdorp.
Omera sepela rafita Benfell June Street, Pretoria North.
We proceeded and passed Benfelion Street in Pretoria North.
Saqhubeka ke sandlula yona ke iBenfelion Street ePretoria North.
Yes, but I think if you can just indicate more or less what time did you arrive at Primrose Police Station?
Nke le re tlhalošetše gore police station ya Primrose le fitlile nako mang?
Re fitlhile ka 4:30 re ke makoloi 4:30 28 seconds ka di 20 of 6/2020.
On which page is that?
Page 46.
On page 46, we arrived at 4:30 a.m. and 26 seconds. When I switched off the ignition, that is when we arrived at Primrose Police Station.
Uma sifika ke ePrimrose kwakungo 4:30 ndethakusa ke amaseconds awu 26 ila engacisha khona imoto.
And just read the location on record.
Nke le re balle gore ke eng tulo yewe.
In which near Poppy Road, Primrose, Jimiston.
It is reflected as near Poppy Road in Primrose, Jimiston.
Kubhalwe lana ke ukuthi eduze ke nomgwaqo iPoppy Primrose eJimiston.
Is there a relevant entry?
You
can refer to exhibit QQ.
Mo OB ya lena le ka ya go botlhatsi bola ba QQ.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Ome OB number ya Primrose 1871.
And the OB number of Primrose is 1871.
In number ke OB yase Primrose 1871.
Nako 4:30.
And the time that reflects there it's 04:30.
Isikhathi ke lapho u4:30.
Yona bala ka tsela ye.
And it reads as follows.
Prisoner received. Warrant officer Mukwena received 1 unit as for Bongani Ntanzi SAP 14-136-06-2020 on Phuking case 118 of 6/2020 SAP 14A S0947284 from Sergeant Mohani from National Investigation Unit Pretoria.
Lana ke ubhalwe ukuthi ke umsolwa ke wamukelwa uwarrant officer Mukwena wamukela ke oyedwa nathi uBongani Ntanzi SAP 14-136-06-2020 kwicala ke lasePhukeng elu-118-06-2020 SAP 14A number SO947284 kuyena emamukela kuyena uSergeant Mohane we-National Investigation Pretoria.
The court, please, my lord. We're done with the re-examination. It's like my learned friend wants to address the court.
Yes.
Just a point of clarification, without objection per se. The witness said in his testimony that they were at Phuking, where they went to register the case relating to the finding of the ammunition in possession of accused number
Yes,
2. Yes. Then from Pukeng, they drove to Primrose, where we hear now when he's saying that the accused was booked accordingly to the book in the early hours of the morning. But what I did not get well in his
traveling.
testimony is what route did they use
Yeah,
on
you're
their
right.
way to, from
Primrose.
Pukeng to Primrose.
Yeah.
I just want to align my notes with his testimony. Madam.
Yeah, you're correct.
Thank you, madam.
As a court, please, Maloti, if you're able to clarify that.
ba re nke le tlhaloshe ba le boele gore le be le le phokeng mo e leng gore le ile la bula molato e fela gore le fitlhile jwang Primrose ga se le tlhaloshe gore le sepetse ka ditsela tse di feng ba gopela gore le di tlhaloshe ditsela tsewe ba tle ba kgone gore le bone ba ngwale ga botse.
Uthi ke ummeli acelayo ka ukuthi khona nje aphikisana nako ukuthi uzwile ufakazi ethi ke usuke khona ke ePhukeng kodwa ukuthi kuyofika ke khona ePrimrose ukuthi umzila awusebenzisa noma umgwaqo ahamba ngawo lokho akakuzwanga becela nje ukuthi ke azokhona ukuthi abhale kahle ama notes akhe.
Thoma mo
Page, you can refer to the relevant page.
I will start on page 45, my lord.
Ngizoqala ke lokho ku page 45
Moyering, Thoma Moyering, startup 2026 200309.
Where it's
I realize that the witness, when it's been requested to specifically indicate or to indicate the route that they take, it goes back into the document that is before him. And my understanding of it is that is not how a witness is supposed to be testifying. A witness is supposed to testify independently from his own recollection. He can simply say, from our way to Pukeng, as I remember well, this is the road that we took. We took this road and this road and this road up to Primrose, if my memory serves me well. That will be the witness saying it. And then this document will come and say, basically, this is what is supposed to be happening. I mean, this is exactly the same route that this witness says they used. But for him to read from the document and say, according to this document, this is the route that we took from Pukeng on our way back to Primrose, it's irregular, my lord, because then that defeats the purpose of an independent recollection of the route that they took on that day, and that is how a witness is supposed to be testifying. Because when he reads from this document, remember, my lord, this document still has got to be authenticated. We don't know who wrote this document. We understand that it's a computer downloaded document, but who downloaded it, we don't know. So basically, this document is not a testimony of this witness. When he reads from this document, it is no longer his testimony. It is what is written in this document, my lord. But a witness, the approach that a witness is supposed to embark upon when he testifies, he must try the best of his ability to testify independently from his own recollection. And I've been observing this witness. All his testimony regarding his movement and everything has been based on this document. And what is key is that he has been saying, according to this document, according to this document.
No, let's be fair to the witness. This is a detailed travelogue of the distance.
Yes, my lord.
Show me a witness in this world who can say, we waited at Dan Foster Street, RQ, on the on-ramp, waiting for the traffic to pass, and after 3 seconds, we traversed the street, then went to Danforee Street. Then after 5 seconds, we again stopped, and I infracted the speed limit, just like that. As I understand it, this evidence, he is narrating it from this document because he is the one who drove this vehicle.
The challenge that I have with that,
just listen to me.
Yes.
He is the one who drove this vehicle. As he was maneuvering this vehicle,
yes,
the computer,
yes,
in the vehicle,
yes, madam,
was annotating the route he was taking, the seconds he was taking. So I don't see there's anything wrong with that. And it's important because in this case, there is evidence that some people were taken wherever and assaulted, and
Yes.
what have you.
Yes,
Now this witness
Yes.
is correct to read about the time interludes, which you can't recall without having access to this document. You can't. Try it, you can't. So to be fair to this witness, let him relate the way this document is annotated by the computer. Then you can cross-examine him. But to say he must do it from his graphic understanding of this information, which is here. Just look at it. You can see that.
That is
This
not-
court can rule that
Yes,
for
ma'am.
convenience sake,
Yes, my lord.
he should continue as he is.
Yes.
Because of the voluminous
Let me clarify.
evidence.
Let me clarify my point, my lord. I was not actually saying that this witness must remember each and every graphic detail of the route that they take, including the time and seconds and demiseconds, as to what actually happened at this particular second. I was just saying, my lord, at the level of generality, or in a holistic approach, you can simply say from our road on our route from Moroka, we took N1. From N1, we drove up until Pretoria. From Pretoria, we off-ramped into N4. From N4, we took the Bakwena Platinum Highway up until Pukeng. It will be irrational of me, of any of the counsel here, to expect that this witness should graphically remember that at 22:08 on that day in the evening, that is what was happening. Which is the reason why I'm standing up and saying, from his own recollection, he can simply say to this court, on our way back from Pukeng to Primrose, this is the road that we took. Not necessarily him having to refer graphically into each and every detail
I
of
see.
what is contained.
And
in
what
this
happens to the information contained from page 1 to page 46, is it?
Yes, madam.
What
Let-
happens
let-
to this information?
let
Is it
me explain
admitted?
that. Yes.
This is the problem about splitting hairs. If this information is admitted,
Yes,
and the only thing in issue
Yes.
is whether this information is correctly annotated, it's a different point. But everything here is being disputed. I mean, all of this is disputed. All of this is disputed. That's why this witness has to go through this exercise. And then when you cross-examine, you can say, at 7:20 and 3 seconds, you said you moved from Waterval in Midrand,
Yes, madam.
and you connected Onderstepoort.
Yes, madam.
How did you go there? Fine, that's okay.
Just a quick one on that one, madam. I think, as I was following this testimony well, it has never been Mr. Ntandi's testimony on behalf of accused number 2.
No, he was
and I'm
never
not
there,
pleading
Mr.
his
Ntandi.
case, madam. I'm not
Mr.
pleading
Ntandi
his
is not there, don't involve him.
Yes.
He is not traveling with this witness, as I understand the evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
He's being assaulted somewhere.
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
May I just complete what
Okay.
I'm saying, madam? Yes. When they were driving from Moroka, I think as I followed the evidence,
Yeah.
it is not disputed that from Moroka, they went to Pukeng,
Right?
where they went to search for the hoodie, and Ntanzi was there.
No, the
And
evidence, as I understand it,
Yes.
Mr. Ntanzi says they went to Pukeng because he thought they were releasing him. I listened to the evidence. He's not traveling. He's thinking they are releasing him.
Yes, but he is with.
Yes, sir.
The thought of being released, my lord, is not when he was taken to Pukeng for the hood.
Just when he was taken
It
away.
was after the verification of the whereabouts of the accused from Carltonville, where Kininda and the
Yes,
rest
yes,
of them.
yes, yeah, you're right. You're
That's
right.
when he decided, he thought they are releasing.
Yeah, fine. And
Yes.
yet, he's not being released. He's been taken to Pukeng.
That is so, my lord.
Okay,
But
fine.
basically, what I'm saying, my lord, is that it appeared to me that it is not in dispute that at one moment on the 19th, Ntanzi, in the company of the investigating team, drove to Phuket with a view to go and search for further evidence in the name of a hoodie. Fortunately, when they searched there, then they found other evidence that then incriminated him in respect of unrelated offenses. So what I'm saying is, it is really not an expectation from the defense that his testimony should testify about the seconds, about exactly the corners that they took when on their way to Phuket and on their way from Phuket to Primrose. All that I was saying is that this witness, out of his own recollection, can simply tell this court that as we drove from Phuket on our way back to Primrose, this is the road that we took. It's not necessary for him to say at 1 o'clock in the morning, this is what we did. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the car was involved in a high rev. At 20 past 2 in the morning, we oversped and all those things. It's just a summary of
I
what.
agree with you. Common sense would dictate that this evidence should be led the way you are.
Yes.
But you must recall that it was put to this witness that he was actually torturing, in a sense, Mr. Ntanzi,
Yes,
by keeping him awake for 15 hours or 14 hours. You recall that?
as it please the
Right.
court. Madam. No, thank you. I
Are you with
understand.
me?
Yes.
So
thank
it's
you.
important that he must testify as to the expiration of the time, as to what was he doing.
As
Now
a-
he's saying, hey, I was at John Foster in Centurion. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
As it please the court. Madam.
Okay.
Thank you, madam.
All right, Mr. Baloyi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my lord, we've been through a day of testimony and there was no objection. Witness has been testifying, saying, I was the driver of this vehicle, and basically confirming what stands in this movement report as the route that he took, just much more in detail. That is the first thing. Then the second point is, counsel says it's not in dispute that accused number 2 was taken from Phuket to Primrose, and if that is not in dispute, I don't see what's the point of the route that they traveled. But now, when the witness tries to testify as to the route that they took, now there's also an objection. I don't know
It's a
whether.
clarification. Mr. Nisi
Yes.
is not objecting. He wants a clarification.
Yes, on the route. Now, he wants this witness out of his memory to testify about the route that they took 3 years ago, my lord. I don't know if the witness, but we can find out from the witness if he can.
No. Let's keep the record as it is.
As a court. Please.
Because as I digest the evidence, it was put to him that you actually said it's 12 and a half hours, right?
Nkare le nna le rile ke
When
di
you were in the
iri tse ka
company of Mr. Ntanzi.
di iri tse e leng gore di ka ba lesomepedi le karolo ya ura mo e leng gore le be le na le Mr. Ntanzi.
Kind of more or less.
More or less.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
But it was insinuating that you did that in order to tire and make Mr. Ntanzi a soft target to be persuaded to make a confession.
Mo e
You
leng gore
deprived him sleep. Mr. Chololo put it like that. He only slept for 2.5 hours. And it was all deliberate in order that you must gain advantage over his resistance in not making a confession.
mo e leng
That's how I
gore
understood the evidence. Anyway.
Yes.
Memshololo go ya ka yena o be a re Ntanzi le a mo lapisha ge ntse le mo sepediša kana mogola gore le tlo kgona go humana botlhatsi bola bo e leng gore o be a bolela gore yena o re go diragetseng ka gore Memshololo feletše a rile o robetse fela iri tše pedi ke ka mo e leng gore le feletše le gore le boletše le nako yeo.
That's why it's important for this court to actually appreciate and know what the expiration of time was expended on. I don't know. But if you read from this, if this is correct, one can start appreciating. For instance, that when you went to Boxburg, somebody forgot his memory stick and what have you, and you have to drive back to Soweto. Is that not so?
gape ge e le gore lena le bala ditokomane tše ke mo e leng gore motho o swanetše yena a kgone go kwešiša gore motho oke o sepetše a be a ya kae-kae ga a fitlha Boksburg ke mo e leng gore ba ile ba gopola gore motho o šile memory stick ya gage ke mo e leng gore le ile la boela morago a go jalo.
My lord.
That is correct, my
And
lord.
you also stopped at an engine filling station, Takeaway, Kentucky, you recall? If you don't mention all those things, we don't know how the time was spent by you, because there wouldn't be evidence to appreciate that at some stage you stopped to buy food.
Gape le ge lena le ile la tlhaloša le ile la re le eme engine kae lena le reka wimpy goba le tšea takeaway ela ya wimpy go be go ka se kwešišege gore botsebotse batho ba kgale ba ema ba dira eng lena šimo le kgonne go tlhaloša ka lebaka la gore pampiri ga e tlhaloše yona.
My lord.
So I
That is how so.
suggest, let's continue in the same manner in which we were, unless persons want to say we admit that evidence, then that's different. Okay, right,
As a
continue.
Please, you can continue from where you left off.
bjale re tlo tšwela pele go tlogella mo be le le gona
You're on page 45.
le be le le mo go page 45.
Right, it's a Tomamoka 2026 23:08 4 seconds.
I will start on the 20th of June 2020 at 03 hours 8 minutes and 4 seconds.
Ele off me kalona chachelo gape ka 0309 for the 2 seconds ka starta koloi.
And on the same day at 0309 and 42 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
And just for record purposes, where are you at this point?
Ka nako eo e lebelele kae?
Versale ka mogala police station.
We were still in the police station.
Yes, which police station?
Police station, yes.
Booking police station.
The Phokeng police station.
Yes.
The previous slide. No, page 45. 2 slides before that.
Is that now the trip from Phokeng to Primrose? Hello,
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Baloi.
Yes.
Ke go tloga Phokeng go ya Primrose ingere.
Yes,
Confirmed as well, my lord.
Okay.
Ome GPS and Lord Salwanamo area.
And it showed GPS unlocked at the same area.
Then ka lona chatleo 031457 seconds ignition off.
And on
Just
the
a
same
minute,
day.
sorry. Just,
No, you can proceed. You can proceed, sir.
Okay. On that same day, my lord, at 03:14 and 40 seconds,
Right, GPS unlocked. Isali northwest Kruger stop.
and the GPS was unlocked whilst we were still on northwest of Krugersdorp.
Yes, beqale lana ke 03 0942 ilapho nake imoto idumisa khona bese kuthi 03 14 40 usese northwest ke lapha bekhona ke ukuthi iGPS i-unlocked.
Omega 031457 seconds. Yatima gape.
And at
0314.
At 03:14 and 57 seconds, that is when the ignition was turned off once more.
and
Bese kuthi go 0314 ama seconds of 57 ilapho nake iphinde icishwa khona imoto.
and where were you at that stage?
Lebelele kae ka nako eo?
Lana versala maga police station.
I believe we were still inside the police station.
Sasengaphakathi ke yona i-police station.
Omega 031458 seconds. Ya starta gape.
And at 03:14 and 58 seconds, I ignited the vehicle once more.
Bese kuthi ngo 0314 ama seconds of 58 ngayidumisa futhi imoto.
3:15:25 seconds. Yatima gape.
And at 3:15 and 25 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
bese kuthi ngo-3:15 ama-seconds awu-25 kayicisha futhi imoto.
And then 3:20:11 gastarta gape.
And at 3:20 and 11 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
Bese kuthi ngo-3:20 ama-seconds awu-11 ngayidumisa futhi.
Umera sipila ka yona tsela e re GPS unlocked.
And we drove on that road. It shows that the GPS was unlocked.
Saqhubeka-ke ngalowo mgwaqo loyo-ke ila itshengisa khona-ke ukuthi-ke i-GPS ayikhiyiwe.
Yeah, Northwest Krugersdorp.
It was unlocked at Northwest Krugersdorp.
Bekukhona-ke e-Northwest Krugersdorp.
Ratla gape ya sipila ratla ka Benfelion Street, Pretoria North.
We drove through to Benfelion in Pretoria North.
Saqhubeka-ke sihamba nge-Benfelion Street Pretoria North.
Ufitla ka 3:35 Salwana Benfelion Street risafita.
Until at 3:35 and 30 seconds, we were still in Benfelion passing through.
Kwaze kwashaya-ke u-3:35 ama-seconds awu-30 sese-Benfelion-ke sidlula.
3:36:35 near Rachel de Beer Street, Pretoria North.
And at 3:36 and 35 seconds, we were near Rachel de Beer Street in Pretoria North.
Bese kuthi ngo-3:36 ama-seconds awu-35 seduze-ke kwe-Rachel de Beer e-Pretoria North.
3:38 10 seconds, ufitla 3:39 35 seconds, very some seplaka M1 Road North Pretoria, Pretoria North, M1 Road Pretoria North.
Between 3:38 and 3:39 and 35 seconds to 3:44, we were driving at M1 Road, Pretoria North.
Ukusuka-ke ngayo u-3:38 10 shaya-ke u-3:38:39 sasahamba ngayo umgwaqo okuwu-M1 Road e-Pretoria North.
Ume 3:44 35 seconds, ufitla ka 3:44 45 seconds, Paul Kruger Street, Pretoria Central.
Between 3:44 and 35 seconds and 3:44 and 45 seconds, we were driving on Paul Kruger Street in Pretoria Central.
Kathi-ke u-3:45 35 seconds, 3:44 35 seconds, 3:44 45 seconds sasihamba ngayo umgwaqo i-Paul Kruger la phakathi nedolobha ePitori.
03:46 15 seconds, Yoruspala Madiba Street, Pretoria Central, Pretoria.
At 03 and 45 minutes 15 seconds, we were driving in Madiba Street, Pretoria Central.
Ngayo-ke u-3:46 ama-seconds awu-15 sasihamba ngayo-ke i-Madiba Street. Madiba Street-ke ile elaphambi kwenkantolo.
Umeka 3:47 50 seconds, supply near Nelson Mandela Drive, Arcadia, Pretoria.
And at 3:46 and 3:47 and 50 seconds, we were driving near Madiba Street in Pretoria Central. Nelson Mandela Street in Arcadia.
Umeka toka 3:50 35 seconds, ufitla ka 3:52 16 seconds, Yoruspala Nelson Mandela Drive, Groenkloof 3:58 or 3:50 JR, Pretoria.
From 3:50 and 35 seconds through till 3:52 and 16 seconds, we were driving on Nelson Mandela Drive, Groenkloof 358 in Pretoria.
Masipala lana-ke ku-3:47 ama-seconds awu-50 nasihamba-ke ngayo i-Nelson Mandela Drive ese-Arcadia khona la ePitori. Kwase kuthi-ke ukusuka ku-3:50 ama-seconds awu-35 kuyofika-ke ku-3:52 ama-seconds awu-16 ngihamba ngayo ke iNelson Mandela Drive eGroenkloof ePretoria.
Salagapegari 2020 of 620, 352 for the 5 seconds. Nelson Mandela Drive, Groenkloof 358 JR Pretoria.
Still on the 20th of June 2020 at 3:52 and 45 seconds, we were still driving on Nelson Mandela Drive in Groenkloof.
Bese kuthi ke ngaye u352 ama-seconds awu-45 ngangishayela ke kumgwaqo ekuyi-Nelson Mandela Drive eGroenkloof ePretoria.
Omega 356, 14 seconds. Ufika 357, 6 seconds. Verspelaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Piri, or Agbolin Van Rijn, Piri, Van Rijnveld, Centurion.
Between 3:56 and 14 seconds and 3:57 and 6 seconds, we were driving in Pierre van Rijn in Van Rijnveld, thank you my lord, in Centurion.
Phakathi ke ko-356 14 no-357 6 sasihamba ngayo umgwaqo ekuyi-Albertina Sisulu, Pierre van Rijnveld eCenturion.
Alatalagapeka 357 for 9 seconds. Seplaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Doornkloof 391 JR Centurion.
And at 3 hours and 57 minutes and 49 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Centurion.
Bese kuthi ngo-357 49 sasihamba ngawo umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu Freeway eDoornkloof 391 Centurion.
Omega 359, 59 seconds. Ofitlaka 0401 seconds. Ofitlaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, seat of Tshwane Rural.
Between 3 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds through to 4 hours and 1 minute and 35 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in the city of Tshwane.
Bese kuthi ke ngayo u-359 kuyoshaya ke ngo-401 35 seconds sasihamba ngawo kumgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu city of Tshwane rural.
Omela Talagaper 405 10 seconds. Respelaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Captain Park, NEU Tembisa.
And at 4:05 and 10 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ngo-405 ama-seconds awu-10 sasihamba ngayo kwi-Albertina Sisulu eCampton Park esithi Tembisa.
Omeotlaka 407 15 seconds. Fitlaka 0408 40 seconds. Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Glen Mares, Captain Park.
Between 4:07 and 15 seconds through to 4:08 and 40 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Glen Marais in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ke ngayo 407 ama-seconds awu-15 kuze beshaya ku-408 ama-seconds awu-40 sasihamba ngawo umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu eGlen Marais Campton Park.
Yarka 0410 55 seconds. The Suplagapeka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Pomona Estates, AH Captain Park.
And at 4:10 55 seconds, we drove on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Pomona Captain Park, my lord.
Bese kuthi ngo-410 ama-seconds awu-55 sihamba ngayo ke-Albertina ePomona eCampton Park.
Otogamo 4:11 50 seconds. Atlas Road Airport area, Captain Park.
And at 4:11 and 50 seconds, we were driving on Atlas Road Airport in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ngo-411 ama-seconds awu-50 sasihamba ngawo kumgwaqo i-Atlas Road Airport eCampton Park.
Ka 4:12 30 seconds. Ufitlaka 4:12 55 seconds. Nersipla Albertina Sisulu Freeway Airport area, Captain Park.
Between 4:12 and 30 seconds and 4:12 and 55 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Airport Avenue in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ke ngama mizuzu ewu-12 emuva ko-4 seconds awu-30 no-12 minutes emva ko-4 55 seconds asihamba ngayo i-Albertina Sisulu umgwaqo airport eCampton Park.
Apega 04:13 55 seconds, Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Rhodes Captain Park.
And at 4:13 and 55 seconds, we were driving at Albertina Sisulu Rhodesfield in Captain Park, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke ngo-4:13 ama-seconds awu-55 sasihamba ngayo ke umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu eRhodesfield khona eCampton Park.
Yeah, Tlagapa at 4:14 35 seconds, driver OR Tambo Airport Road, Airport area, Captain Park.
And at 4:14 and 35 seconds, we were still driving at OR Tambo Airport Road and Airport Avenue in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ngo-4:13:55 sasihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke wase-OR Tambo Airport khona eCampton Park.
4:15:05, ufitla 4:20 seconds, refita drop zone road, airport area, Captain Park.
Between 4:15:05 a.m. to 4:20:20, we were driving at Drop Zone Road in Airport Avenue, Captain Park.
Ukusuka ke khona lana ke ku-4:15 ke kuze kushaya ke u-4:20 sasihamba ke la kubhalwe khona ke ukuthi indawo ke yokudiliza ke noma yokuthula i-drop off zone road airport area eCampton Park.
Ka 4:20:55, Municipal Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Rhodes Captain Park.
And at 4:20:55, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Road in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ke ngo-4:20:55 sesihamba ke kona ke umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu eRhodesfield eCampton Park.
04:21:40 seconds, Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Isando Captain Park.
At 04:21 and 40 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Isando Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ke ngo-4:21 ama-seconds awu-40 sasihamba kona ke umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu Isando Campton Park.
Ka 4:24:00 seconds, near Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Meadowdale, Jimiston.
On the same day at 4:24:00 seconds, we were driving at Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Meadowdale in Germiston.
Bese kuthi ngo-4:24 ama-seconds ke awekho sasihamba ke kumgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu eMeadowdale eGermiston.
Umerape ka 4:24:35 seconds, Refita Van Riebeck Road, Meadowdale, Jimiston.
At 4:24 and 35 seconds, we were passing Van Riebeck Road in Meadowdale, Germiston.
Bese kuthi ke ngo-4:24 ama-seconds awu-35 sasidlula ke kumgwaqo ke i-Van Riebeck eMeadowdale eGermiston.
Saragape 04:25 35 seconds, near Edenvale Road, Rietfontein 63, Jimiston.
On the same time of 4:25 and 35 seconds, we were passing Edenvale Road in Rietfontein in Germiston.
Bese kuthi ke ngayo ke ku-4:25 ama-seconds awu-35 sasidlula khona ke kumgwaqo i-Edenvale eRietfontein eGermiston.
Ape ka 4:26:00 seconds, North Reef Road, Rietfontein 63, Jimiston.
Again at 4:26 and 00 seconds, we were passing North Reef Road in Rietfontein in Germiston.
Bese kuthi ke ngo-4:26 ama-seconds ke awekho sasindlula ke umgwaqo i-North Reef eRietfontein eGermiston.
Ume go ka 4:26:55 seconds, ufitla ka 4:28:06 seconds, Versapela AG Divert Drive, Bedford View, Jimiston.
Between 4:26 and 55 seconds through to 4:28 and 6 seconds, We were passing AG Devet Drive in Bedford View, Germiston, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke phakathi ko 426:55 no 428 ama-seconds awu-6 ke sasindlula ke umgwaqo kuyi AG Devet Rietfontein eGermiston.
4:29, 50 seconds, Recipla Reed Fontaine Road, Primrose, Germiston.
And at 4:29 and 50 seconds, we were passing Reed Fountain Road in Primrose, Germiston.
Bese kuthi ke ngo 429:50 sasindlula ke umgwaqo iRietfontein ePrimrose in Germiston.
4:30, 10 seconds, ke fihla Primrose Police Station.
Now at 4:30 and 10 seconds, that is where I arrived at Primrose Police Station.
Bese kuthi ke ngo 4:30 ama-seconds ke awu-10 ila engifika khona ke epolice station yasePrimrose.
Which is reflected as Poppy Road.
Ebhalwe laphayana ke nanjengomgwaqo iPoppy.
4:30, 20 seconds, Katima Koloi Police Station, Afuya, Primrose.
And at 4:30 and 28 seconds, that's where I switched off the ignition at the Primrose Police Station, man.
Bese kuthi ke ngo 4:30 ama-seconds awu-28 ila engicisha khona ke manje ke injini yemoto khona ke epolice station yasePrimrose.
Thank you. For already placed occurrence book entry number 1871 of exhibit QQ at 4:30.
Lebe lesche le boletse ka botlhatse ba QQ gore ka 4:30 go diragetseng engere. That is correct, so.
Bese ngishilo ukuthi ngo 4:30 kwenzekani mase ngifunda yona ke the entry 1871.
And what time did you then leave the Primrose Police Station?
Le sepetse nako mang go tloga police stationing ya Primrose?
Ego bola botse ke sepetse ka start ke tlwele ka 4:42, 40 seconds.
My memory serves me well. It shows that I ignited the vehicle and left at 4:42 and 40 seconds.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle noma ke lana ke ngibheka lana ke ukuthi ke uma sengihamba ke ngiphuma khona lapho epolice station yasePrimrose isikhathi isibhalo lana ke u4:42 nama-seconds awu-40 la engidumisa khona imoto 40.
Now, Sergeant Mukhani, having read the contents of Exhibit MM in brackets 2 in the record, what is your recollection regarding the route that you traveled on that particular day, the 19th up to the 20th? In other ways, does this accord with your recollection of the routes that you travel or not?
Biale Sergeant Mukhani, ka moraga gore le setse le badile botlhatsi bo ba MM dilo tse di ngwetsweng mo di dumellana go ba di sepedišana le tsela ye leng gore lena le sepetse go ba aua. It does go together with the route that we traveled.
Sekufundile ke lokhu obhalwe phansi ke lana ke kuyahambelana ke noma ke kuyavumelana ke nawo ke umzila ke noma umgwaqo engahamba ngawo noma engawulandela ke ngalelo langa lelo phakathi ke kwazo i19 kanye nazo i20 zika June 2020.
As a God, please, that is all, my lord.
What's your time there, man?
No. It's 20 to 1.
Okay. Is that the evidence you wanted to lead?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Okay. Any cross-examination, Mr. Ngomezulu?
I do have questions for the witness.
Yes.
I would like to place this on record, my lord. That,
yes.
The AVL bearing the dates of the 22nd of June 2020.
Sorry, the AVL records
bearing the dates of the 22nd of June 2020.
June 2020, right?
Was not discovered to the defense on the reasons that the said motor vehicle, which the witnesses just testified about, was not used on that particular day, as per the state. And the 24th of June 2020, it has also been said by the state that the said motor vehicle was not used on that particular day as well.
Okay.
And further, my lord, the documents relating to MM2, page 44 to 49, has just been discovered now.
49, 42 to 49.
44 to 49, page 44.
Oh, sorry. Page 44
to page
49
has just been discovered during tea break, my lord. And the defense will request to stand it down so that we can consult with Mr. Ntanzi.
Yeah.
And my lord, I'm in a position to cross-examine the witness, starting from the evidence where the witness indicated that they left Foslora's court to Moroka police station, which I can do it after lunch.
No, look, if you need time, your client is entitled to sufficient time, I said.
Yes.
Yeah, nobody's going to rush you. But before I deal with that, Mr. Baloi, why is I understand Mr. Mgomezulu says you gave him a verbal reason that on the 2 dates, you say it's on the 22nd and on the 24th, and the 26th.
On the 24th, my lord.
22nd and the 24th, where are the records of this vehicle? Because he says you say it wasn't used, but you haven't given him proof that it wasn't used.
As a court, please, my lord, maybe we can formally put it on record through the witness.
We don't have documentary evidence to that effect.
My lord, we did explain to the witness that on the 5th of June, as well as the 24th of June, a different vehicle was used. There's no...
Wait. Yeah, let's take it through. On the 5th of June.
Yes, 5th of June, when the pointings out of accused number 1 were conducted.
But this witness was not the driver.
Well, he was the driver.
Wait.
Yes.
Is he the one who actually took the gentleman to the pointing out, as you say?
Yes, to
he was the driver?
Yes.
Of which vehicle?
But a different vehicle was used, Mara.
Yeah, but you have the registration number.
Yes.
So why don't you discover that?
Yes.
The records.
Yes.
And then on the 22nd, which vehicle was used?
24th. On the 24th. On the 24th, a different vehicle was used.
Was he the driver?
On the 24th, yes, my lord.
Why? You have to discover that evidence also.
As a court, please.
And then on the 22nd?
Well, on the 22nd, my lord, nothing turns on that as far as we...
No. As long as he was a driver on that day.
But I understood my learned friend that he made a mistake. He meant to refer to the 24th, not the 22nd.
24th?
No. I'm referring to the 22nd when he was taken to court.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
So which vehicle was he driving? Hello?
As a court, please.
Yeah, you have to discover all that evidence.
We will do that.
Okay. And then you can continue with putting whatever you want to put, and then we can postpone for those documents to be discovered properly to all the councils. And then Mr. Mgomezulu can prepare his cross-examination starting from tomorrow. Okay.
As a court, please.
Mr. Ntanzi, okwenzekayo ke lana ukuthi ummeli wakho bekuyisikhathi sakhe ke manje ukuthi ke abuze ufakazi imibuzo kodwa ke akushoyo ukuthi ke ukuthi imininingwane yange-22 kanye nazo ke i-24 ayikho ke la phambi kwakhe ukuthi ke angalungiselela ke ukuthi aqale ukubuza ufakazi leyo mibuzo leyo nokuthi futhi ke kunalo umboniso noba umbukiso lona ke onikeziwe lana noma ke exhibit eku MM2 eku page 44 kuyofica ke ku page 49 uthi ke lokho uqeda ukunikezwa manje ke ngesikhathi setiye uyena ke umshushisi okuzokuthi ke adingeke isikhathi sokuthi ahlale phansi akhulumisane nawe ngalokho bese kuyachaza ke lana ke umshushisi ukuthi ke ngey5 kanye ke nange20 2 lezo ke yebo ufakazi uyena owayeshayela imoto kodwa ke kwasetshenziswa imoto engasiyona le ekhulunywa ngayo manje ekuyiyona iToyota Fortuner kodwa ke umahlulo uthi ke cha naleyo mininingwane ke noma kwakuyenye imoto engasiyona lena ke kuyadingeka ke ukuthi anikeze ummeli wakho lawo maphepha lawo ke ukuze azoyilungiselela kakhulumisane nawe aqhubekeke ngokuthi ambuze imibuzo ufakazi kuzokwenzeka ke lokho
motšhotšhisi o re o feditše go le botšiša dipotšišo e fela Ntate Mngomezulu yena ge a swanetse a le botiše dipotšišo o re go na le botlhatsi bo bongwe bo e leng gore ga bogo go dipampiri tše tše e leng gore lena le fetša go di bala go na le botlhatsi ba matšatši a mangwe a e leng gore ba re koloi be le sa tlholo le berekiša ye ya FV ye be ntše re bolela ka yona jwatše kgoro e re ditokomane tšeue tša koloi yeue jwalo ka ga e le gore ke lena ba be le kgwetša koloi yeue botlhatsi boue bo a tlhokagala gore le moleledi wa ga ntate Ntanzi a tle a kgone gore a le botše dipotšišo gape ba re bona ba ka tla ba newa nako ya gore ditokomane tšeue di humanege gore le bona ba tle ba kgone go itukišetša gore lena ba tlilo le tlhoma ka dipotšišo tša wona matšatši aue a e leng gore ga di go mamotlha.
Okay, then we are adjourning now then.
My Lord, I don't want to bother the court, but I'd like to remind the witness because
The docket.
the dockets, my Lord.
The dockets, sir.
Delaying the issue of dockets.
Didokete tšela ba re lena e ka re le tšea nako le go ga maoto ka tšona.
My Lord, docket ya Nongoma, ki mo matsogong a Brigadier Kininda. Ke moritse no ga re ba le busy o tla tlhaloša gore wa itšea nako.
My Lord,
ya
regarding-
Fosloras since ya for decision le yona
You said the director of public prosecutions.
E sa le go ba swereng batšhotšhisi.
yeah.
Correct, my lord. And the Nongoma case, it's still with Brigadier Kininda, whom will come and explain why the delay. And that one of Fosloras, it's still at the director of public prosecution.
Ummeli ke useyacela ke ukuthi ke kade ufakazi ekhunjuzwa ke ngawo ke amadokodo la ayeceliwe uthi lona ke elele cala la kwa Nongoma lona ke lisezandleni zakhe uBrigadier Kininda uyena ke ozochaza kule nkantolo ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi ke abe uthatha isikhathi ke kodwa leli lona ke laso Fosloras lisaphethwe yilabo abengamele abeshushisi.
Okay, please impress on General Gininda that that information is required for the defense of accused number 1 and 2.
Ba re le ba rate molaleng le ba dule molaleng le ba botša gore docket ewe e a tlhokega ka molato wola wa molatofatšo wa mathomo le bobedi.
Yamcela ke inkantolo ukuthi amkhumbuzeke uGininda ukuthi lelo dokodo lolo liyadingeka ke la inkantolo.
Okay.
I will pass the message to him, my lord.
Mr. Mnisi, do you know how to travel from Phokeng to Primrose? On that note, we shall adjourn.
For my learned friend starts with cross-examination. Yesterday we handed up part of exhibit MM2, pages 44 onwards.
Yeah.
It was mentioned that it's not very legible. We printed it on an A3 size paper. I've given copies to my learned friend. We just begged
So
him
it's
to-
page 44?
Yeah, on the A3, the pages are more.
Yeah, visible.
It's page 44 up to 54.
Up to 54.
Yes.
So that's still part of MM2,
Yes, madam.
right?
It just basically continues. MM2 goes up to 43.
Right.
So this page proceeds from page 44, just as
Yeah, I hear you. So MM2 goes up to page 43 and thereafter it becomes illegible.
Yes.
And then we have rectified that by having page 44 to 54,
Yes.
right? Okay, and what else?
That's all.
Yeah, but yesterday there was this point. Remember about pages 20, the dates?
The dates, yes.
The 22nd, is it? And the 24th. The 22nd and the 24th. And you
Yes.
said that on those days, this particular vehicle, which was used by Mr. Sergeant Mohani, was not used. You remember saying that?
Indeed, my lord. If we turn to page 43,
Page 43, right?
yes, of exhibit MM2,
Yeah.
and I did show this to my learned friends yesterday.
So, wait, yes. Page 43, MM2, what is the date
The 22nd of June 2020.
22nd of June 2020, right?
Yes, it shows that the ignition was off, the car was parked.
So the car was parked.
Yes.
Yeah, but what's important for this court? It's this sergeant drives substitution of the car which was parked in order to transport alleged accused number 2 to wherever. Or it never happened.
Yes, indeed. Possibly he used the late Sergeant Mabena's car.
I don't know, possibly.
Yes.
Did that happen?
We're just trying to establish that, my lord, but he definitely did not use the...
Yeah, fine. But look, for me, it's on the 22nd.
Yeah.
Now this vehicle, which it calls, it's FV.
47LRGP.
It's FVL
47LRGP.
LRGP, right?
Yes.
That is the white
Toyota
Fortune. You saying on the 22nd it was not used?
Yes, and we see that on page 43 of Exhibit MM2.
Right. Now, what I'm trying to find out, the sergeant here on the 22nd of June, was he on duty?
Yes, my lord, and also on the following days, the 5th, the 22nd, the 20, and the 24th.
So the 5th he was on duty, right?
Yes.
The 22nd he was on duty.
Yes.
The 24th he was on duty.
Yes.
Now, which vehicle did he use for those 3 days?
He used a different vehicle, my lord, and we just trying to get the logs book for that vehicle.
Yeah, but
yes,
for this exercise, that vehicle or vehicles which he used on the 5th, 22 and 24, are they fitted with the same AVL?
No, it does. From the information that we received, it appears that they were not fitted with
they are not fitted to the same device.
Yes, but I don't want to put it stronger than that, my lord, until we get that information.
So what information do you want? Logbooks?
Yes, the logbooks.
For the 5th, 22 and 24?
Yes.
Where are those logbooks?
The IO is currently looking into that.
So have you advised your colleagues here about that fact?
Yes. When we adjourned yesterday, I did bring that to their attention.
So what's going to happen? Because are you going to proceed even before they are located, these logbooks?
Yes. I've been informed by my learned friend that he's going to proceed with the events of the 18th today.
The 18th?
18th, 19th, and 20th.
And 20th?
Yes.
And the cross-examination of the 5th, 22, and 24 will stand down because Sergeant Mahano still has to give evidence regarding those issues.
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Ngomezulu, is that the arrangement?
That's correct, my lord.
Mr. Mnisi?
That's the arrangement.
I confirm the arrangements.
Mr. Mshololo?
I confirm, my lord.
Okay, so what is happening now? The cross-examination of this witness?
Yes.
By Mr. Ngomezulu?
Indeed.
Okay, fine. Yeah. You proceed. You're still under oath, then, sir.
Sergeant Busmuzil sale ka fase ga kano ya go bolela nnete nkere. That is correct and confirmed.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mkhano, do you remember the time when I asked you, after you verified the status or the whereabouts of accused number 2 at his workplace, then Brigadier Kininda and Sergeant Mkhula left and you also decided to take the other way?
Le sa gopola re ne ba le botsisha ka gore molatofatšwa o be a le kae gape ge ne le mola mošomong le fetša go bolela gore Brigadier Kininda le Sergeant Mabena ba ile ba sepela le lena la tšea tsela ye nngwe. Yes, I still remember.
Ngabe yakhumbula yini ngikubuza ke mayelana nenkathi niya emsebenzini niyobheka ke umsola khona la esebenza khona usuthi ke uBrigadier Kininda wahamba ke kanye naye uMkhula base wase nawe uthatha isinqumo ke sokuthi nawe awuhambe yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, you further confirmed that you actually took a trip to Albertine. You actually
drove to Albertine. You remember that?
Le a gopola gore lena le rile le ile la reila la ya Albertine.
Akopola was guerrilla relay, Axapola was Magrilleri to Jebel Radram Shumaming, Axapola Logic Change.
I do not recall on where did I say we went to, but I recall saying we proceeded and did other duties.
Angisakhumbula ukuthi ukuthi saya kuphike nendawo kodwa ke ngikhumbula ngikusho ukuthi senza eminye imisebenzi.
Yes. For the purpose of furthering your investigations.
Gore le tsweletse pele dinyakiso tsa lena. Correct.
Ngenhloso yokuqhubeka ke nophenyo.
Let's get into exhibit MM.
Barle go botlhatse ba MM2.
MM2, so.
MM ya bobedi.
Page 26.
Mo go page 26.
Do you have that?
Le fitlhe mo we? Which date are we referring to?
The 18th.
Bare ya di 18.
18th.
Yo, Mark 26.
That's correct, page 26.
Yes, I am on page 26, my lord.
Let's look at the time specified there. It's 19, 8:19, which is 19 past 8.
Bare re lebelle nako e leng metsotso e lesome senyane ka moraga iri ya seswai kana mo page 26. Did you say 8:19?
Yeah, 19 minutes past 8. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes, I can see that.
Ngiyabona ke la ngikhomba khona ke ukuthi ngezwe i18 page 26 wakhe uMM2 isikhathi ke imizuzu o19 imvako 8.
Can you please state the location?
Le ka tlhalosetsa gore e be e le mo kae?
Near Benfield June Street, Pretoria, Pretoria North, SAPS.
That is near Belfeld Street, Pretoria North, Pretoria SAPS.
Pake lapha indawo ke ukuthi eduze neBenfield istrada Pretoria North, Pretoria.
So is it correct that you start up the motor vehicle at that time?
Ke nnete gore ka nako e welile la dumisha koloi. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi la enhlala khona ke ukudumisa imoto.
24 minutes past 8, you started driving the motor vehicle, is that correct?
Metsotso e masome a mabedi le bone ka moraga iri ya seswai le ile la thoma go kgweetsa. That is correct.
Bese kuthi ke ngemizuzu 24 emuva ko-80 ke ila enhlala khona ke ukuthi imoto ihambe.
It doesn't show the speed in which you were traveling at and the kilometers. Do you agree?
Ga e bontshe le gore lena le be le kgweetsa ka speed se se jwang le di-kilometers tsa gona ngira. That is correct.
Ayitshengisi ke isivinini engangihamba ngaso kanye nama-kilometers engangihamba ngawo.
Including the odometer. Do you agree?
Including the
odometer.
Le di odometer gore koloi yona e be se sepetse bokae. That is correct, I confirm.
Nokuthi ke i-odometer bithini nokuthi ke ukutshengisa ukuthi imoto ibiseyihambe kangakanani.
29 minutes past 8, it reflects excess idle.
Ka metsotso e masome pedi senyane ka moraga iri ya seswai e bontsha gore koloi e be e duma.
Do you agree?
Le a dumela? Correct, I do agree.
Bangibuza khona ke iyangitshengisa ukuthi imoto ibiduma.
What is the meaning of excess idling?
Go ra goreng ge ba ngwetse excess idling? It means the vehicle it's stopped and it is still ignited.
Lana ke uma kubhalwe excess idle isho ukuthi ke imoto imile ayihambi kodwa ke iyaduma.
All right. Before we proceed, this Toyota Fortuner, does it consume diesel or petrol?
Ka pele ga gore re tswele pele Toyota Fortuner ye yona e berekisa eng petrol go ba diesel
Diesel.
it uses diesel
Le Toyota Fortuner esikhuluma ngayo ke isebenza noma isebenzisa udiesel.
Do you know if it's got a turbo?
le a tseba gore e na le
Turbo charger.
turbo
That table in Leona.
yes it does have turbo
Yebo futhi inayo i-turbo.
Do you know the reason why I'm asking that question?
le a tseba lebaka la gore go baneng a butšho
If it has a turbo charge.
butšho ye ya gore koloi ela be e na le turbo
Please, my lord, but how will the witness know that? If it can just be put to the witness what the reason is.
My lord, it's not an unfair question. For your benefit, let me just benefit you. A motor vehicle with a turbocharger, immediately when you stop, you don't switch off the engine. It must run, the oil must go down back to the sump.
bona ba re koloi ye na le mthebo ge o ema yona ga o timi koloi yona e swanetse tswelle pele gore oile e ye fase
Let's proceed.
No, I want an answer to this.
Sorry, oh, sorry, madam.
You know, you're the expert. He doesn't
No, my lord,
respond.
I'm not an expert.
Well, you told us that.
I grew up driving trucks.
Karabo
Mr.
ya-
Ngomala, did you know that? See, maybe Mr. Mnisi may know. That's when you're driving a turbocharger and it just stops. You don't switch off the engine. The oil must go down.
I did not know that my lord
Ukuthi ke uma ushayela imoto ene-turbo charge ukuthi ke uma umileke ayitimike iyona ke ngoba kufanele u-oil wehle bengingakwazi ke lokho.
Yes. Let's proceed. May I proceed, madam?
Yes, yes.
8:34.
Page 34.
8:34.
Oh, sorry,
Time.
8:34.
metsotso e masometharo nne ka moraga iri ya seswai
Do you see that?
yes I am there
Yes. The car is driving.
koloi e a sepela moo
Yebo usho lapho ngamabhali ukuthi ngo-8:34 imoto iyahamba.
yes I can see that
Yabona lokho.
Yes. It reflects the kilometer and the order 00. Do you agree?
e bontsha di-kilometer le order e re 00 yes I confirm
Nokuthi iyatshengisake ukuthi ama-kilometers u-00.
And if I take you back to 8:24, where it says the car was driving and reflected kilometer 0 and order 0, that means the car was in motion. Do you agree?
ba re ge re boela morago mola go metsotso e masomepedi nne ka moraga iri ya seswai
e bontsha le gona di-kilometer le odo e bontsha 00 go raya gore koloi e be e sepela le moo.
yes it was driving
Mothi ngibuyisela ngasemuva ke la kubhalwe khona ke ukilometer no-order ku-00 ku-8:24 yebo ngiyavuma ukuthi bekusho lokho ukuthi imoto yayihamba.
But you can't explain why in it says excess idle at 8:29 immediately after you pulled off. You can't explain that.
ke fela ga le kgone go tlhalosa gore go baneng
As a court, please, my lord, I think it's important that
Hello?
as a court, please, I think it's important that the question be put in its proper context so that the witness can understand that the car was idling for 2 seconds, my lord. I think it needs to be put to him that the car was in motion, was in motion for 2 seconds.
Now that, may I just clarify this aspect? 8:24, the car was driving, and it reflected 0 on kilometers and 0 on order. That means if the motor vehicle was driving, it should have registered that it was moving. 8:29, it reflects excess idling. May I just put it this way? What do you understand by excess idling?
le kwešiša eng
If the motor vehicle is driving,
le go shaeng ka ntwe ye ba engwetseng ya gore excess idling ge koloi e le gore ya sepe
Now I can never get motledi. Ge starta ke tswa ka police station ya Pretoria North. Ke sepela ganyane go la le stop sign ya I tla le jama le koloi ya feta. Apile ke driver ganyane e ka se bontsi speed ka atso sepele speed se sintsi.
According to me, as I was driving the vehicle, my lord, when I leave the Pretoria police station, I drive a short distance and then there is a stop sign. That's where the motor vehicle stops and it idles as I wait for other cars to pass. And then I drive as well. The vehicle is still not showing the speed as I am not in an excessive speed. Therefore,
No.
that's why it doesn't.
I understand a bit of mechanics. When the car is in motion,
That's correct.
I mean, the odometer says 1, 2,
Yes.
3, etc.
That's correct.
Now, if you're moving 2 seconds, like the learned colleague says, it may not have traversed the odometer from 1 to 2. So for the ordinary guy who's not initiated, the car has not moved. Like he's saying,
Yes, madam.
it has moved.
It has moved.
The calibration is
Yes.
the one that is not recorded.
That's correct.
That's how I understand it.
That's correct. That's how I also
okay.
understand it.
All right.
That's why.
engachaza-ke la ukuthi njengoba ungibuza ukuthi kungani ngingabhalanga ngoba ngiphume e-police station uma ngifika e-police station ibanga nje encane ngihambile kwase kuba nestop-ke yila ebhala khona-ke ukuthi iya-idle-ke ukuthi iyaduma-ke imoto ngilindele ezinye iy'moto ukuthi zindlule ngiphinde futhi ngihambe uma sengihamba manje angithi angihambi uma ngisuka nje ngisuka ngesivinini yingakho-ke kungenalutho noma kusabhalwe yena-ke leya 00 khona laphaya.
Yes, to clarify that aspect that the court has assisted on. When you started moving, driving, it was 8:24. And when it reflected 8:34, that was 10 minutes in the process of driving, in between.
Selo se seng se botlhokwa se leng gore kgoro e fetsa go se tlhaloša ke gore koloi ge e sepela le ge e ka sepela bonnyane bo bokae eupša e a tloga go noto e ye mohlomong go tee goba go nomoro ya bobedi goba ya boraro mo e leng gore e swanetše e bontšhe fela motho wa sa tsebeng yena a ka tla re koloi yeoe ga e bontšhe ka lebaka la gore e sa sepele ka lebelo le lentši. I am listening, madam.
Thank you.
Ngilaleleke uma usho kanjalo noma ukuthi umbuzo uthi beku 824 lapho nake isho ukuthi kuyaduma ke idle manje uma usuhamba ke se iyofika ku 834 okusho ukuthi imizuzu ke leyo eyishumi ohambe ngayo.
On the same day, 8:57, do you see that the car is still driving in Pretoria? Do you agree?
Ka lona letšatši leuwe ge re ya fase go 8:57
Yes.
le a bona gore koloi e santse e kgwetša mo Pretoria. Yes, I can see that.
Ngiyabona ke ukuthi mo 857 imoto isahamba ke khona ePretoria.
Then, at the same time, that's when there was a speed violation at Ben Skuman up to M1 freeway halfway gardens, Midrand.
Ka yona nako e ke mo e leng gore le ile la feta lebelo le swanetseng la tsela mo e leng gore lebele le mo Ben Skuman freeway le ya go N1. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngo 857 ilapho nabe khona ke ispeed khona eBen Skuman.
You passed Sentin, you passed Johannesburg, you passed Selby Crown in M1.
Le fetile Sentene la feta Gaute Johannesburg la feta gape le Selby mo M1. That is correct.
Ukuthi ke sandlule eSelby sandlule eSentin Johannesburg M1 iqiniso.
You passed Omonde, Johannesburg South, you passed Mondio, Deep Clove, Devland. Is that so?
La feta Omonde, la feta Deep Kloof, la feta Devland. Udwalo? That is correct.
Sandlula ke kwezindawo oyibhalayo amaDevland Omonde eDeep Kloof.
From page 26 to page 29, it actually deals with
I won't go that much far. It deals with the trip
or the reflection of the movement to Carltonville.
ba re go tloga go page 26 go isha go page 29 ba re ba ka se tsene botebong ba yona eupša e bontšha gore lena le tlogile kae la bela yo fitlha Carltonville 29. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ukusuka kuyena upage 26 yofika-ke kuyena upage 29 ukuthi-ke umele angeke angeneke lapho ukuthi leyo ikhuluma-ke ngendlela-ke yahanjwa yofika eCarltonville.
From M1, that's when you join N12, proceeding to El Dorado Estate.
Go tloga go M1 lena le la tsena go N12 le ya El Dorado Estate. Which page is that?
After page 29.
Barakamaraga page 29, page 30.
To see, all right, let's just go straight to 924, 934. 934.
Yeah, 934.
18, yes.
Bare 18.
Page 28, sorry.
Page
28.
28.
So yeah, moving within 934, 21 seconds.
Is it 934 and 21 seconds?
Yes.
Bare gana mo
Yes,
yes, I am there.
Lana ke ku 934 21 seconds.
You've already joined N12.
Kana go with the still nameje N12. That is correct.
N12.
You passed Klipspruit Valley Road in Kleprefier Oog.
La feta Klipspruit Valley Road, mo Kleprefier Oog. Correct.
Still on N12, driving on main road in Industrial Park. You see that?
Le sa le gona mo N12 le na be le se le sepela mo main road mo Industrial Park le ya go bona mo. Yes, I can see that.
938.
Nako e be le 938.
Says ignition of N12 Industrial Pretoria Park. Do you see that?
Ka 938 mo we e re le na le la tima koloi le le mo N12 Pretoria Industrial Park. Yes, I can see that.
Yabona ke lapha lokho na ku 938 ukuthi ke imoto iseshiwe ku N12 main road Pretoria Industrial Park.
Do you remember why? In other words, the car stopped. Do you remember the reason why the car stopped?
Le sa go pula gore jwalo ka ga koloi ile ya ema le baka ile
go bola botse ke eme ke checka di tire ka rona le sa sol garage along the way before 10 of Krugersdorp ne ke checka di tire mo garage new.
I remember very well. I was checking my wheels as there is a Sasol garage before the Krugersdorp 10 off.
Ngisakhumbula kahle ukuthi izathu sokuthi ngimeke noma ke imoto icishwe laphayana ukuthi ke ngangibheka ke amasondo ngoba ke kwakune Sasol garage okhona ke lapha ngaphambi nje kwe 10 off yase Krugersdorp.
So it took you 12 minutes, then you start up the motor vehicle and reflects with Westernary.
Ele jeremy jojo e le some pedi ya be le gore lena le dumisha koloi ye be le ya Westernary. Yes, it could be correct.
Ngayimsho ukuthi ngakubanga thatha ke imizuzu eyishumi nambili ukuthi ke ngiphinde imoto ngiyidumise futhi bese siyaqhubeka ke siya eWestern area.
In 11 minutes past 10, you were driving in Carltonville. Do you agree?
Ka 11 minutes past 10 le be le khwetsa le Carltonville. Yes, as the AVL reflects.
Itshengisa kanjalo ke AVL ukuthi ke ngemizuzu e11 number 10 bese sihamba siya eCarltonville noma seCarltonville.
So 23 minutes past 10, it shows that the car was idling, excess idling.
Go fitlhella metsotso e masomepedi tharo ka moraga iri ya lesome e bontsha gore koloi e be e duma ku.
The stop sign in stop sign in
Correct, and the road has stop signs as we were driving.
Yes.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo-10:23 iyatshengisa-ke ukuthi imoto-ke yayiduma noma-ke ayidlake umgwaqo-ke sasihamba kuwona-ke onama-stop sign.
At 10:25, the ignition was off and start up. Do you see that?
Ka 10:25 le a bona gore koloi ile ya tima ya boya ya dumishwa. That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso-ke nokuthi ngo-10:25 imoto icishwe khona-ke yasiphinda futhi idunyiswa khona.
4 minutes after that, that is 10:29, the ignition was off again.
Metsotso e mene ka moraga moo ka 10:29 koloi ile ya timwa. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-10:29 iphinde futhi-ke imizuzu emine-ke emuva kwalokho imoto yacishwa futhi.
Yes. In 15 minutes after the ignition was off, you start up and drive, and you started to drive in Carltonville again.
Ka moraga metsotso e lesometlhano koloi e be e timilwe lena le ile la idumisha gape la thoma la kgwetsa le le mo Carltonville. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke nokuthi emuva-ke kwemizuzu eyishumi nanhlanu emuva kwalokho imoto yaduma futhi esehamba-ke eCarltonville.
You cannot remember why it stopped for 15 minutes.
Ga le sa gopola gore gobaneng koloi ile ya ema metsotso e lesometlhano.
Ke suppose be ke bolela le brigadier ke dinta ka direction of ke ska motlogela ka go se morago ka pleke le ba sides.
If I am not mistaken, I was speaking to Brigadier Kaninda regarding the directions so that I will not leave him behind as we did not know the place properly.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle-ke ukuthi-ke leya mizuzu-ke eyishumi nanhlanu ngamile ngangikhuluma naye-ke ubrigadier Kaninda ngimnikeza-ke ama-directions ukuthi ngingamshiyi kakhulu-ke ngasemuva ngoba-ke indawo leyana esasihamba kuyona kwakuyindawo esasingayazi.
Yes. Is it the same reason when the ignition was off at 11:22?
Ke lona lebaka lona le bue gape ge ne le timile koloi ka 11:22.
Ke nagana bjalo because a re sopona be re setse re fitlhile mo gating ya ke sa tsona fitlhela go mangwa gating ya mine ke nagana gore re timile ka lona lebaka leo.
I think it could have been the same reason, as I do not recall what time did we arrive at the mine gate, and I believe we had switched it off due to that same reason, man.
Kungenzeka-ke ukuthi kwakuyileso sizathu-ke nokuthi ngo-11:22 iphinde futhi-ke injini noma-ke imoto icishweke ngoba angisakhumbuli ukuthi isikhathi esafika ngaso kumasango wabo noma-ke kugate yakhona-ke emayini kwakungenzeka-ke ukuthi kwakungenxa yaleso sizathu.
At 11:54, you start up the motor vehicle and you proceeded to drive in Carltonville. Is that so?
Ka 11:54 le ile la dumisha koloi la tswela pele la kgwetsa gona mola mo Carltonville. Ke nnete. It is correct as it reflects.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi nango-11:54 ngadumisa khona-ke imoto futhi sasengadriver-ke uya eCarltonville nanjengoba itshengisa.
The same time reflecting at 12 o'clock, 12 midday, it reflects driving Carltonville.
Ka nako e uwe gape e a bontsha le gore ge le tshela kgomo mokokotlo ke mo e leng gore e be e sepela mo Carltonville. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke iyatshengisa ukuthi ngo-12-ke nkathi-ke sidriver-ke khona eCarltonville.
A minute past 1, the ignition went off again in Carltonville.
Motsotso ka moraga iri ya pele ke ge e le gore koloi e a timiwa gape gona Carltonville moo. It is correct.
Nokuthi-ke umzuzu owodwa-ke emuva-ke kokuqala ilakhona-ke imoto icishwa khona eCarltonville.
After 12, my lord, I beg your pardon.
O re motsotso ka moraga gore le tshetse kgomo mokokotlo e seng ka moraga iri ya pele.
uthi kumele wenze iphutha-ke uma ethi-ke umzuzu emuva kwehora lokuqala kodwa-ke umzuzu owodwa emuva ko-12.
Then immediately after a minute past 12, 57 minutes thereafter, you start up the motor vehicle, still in town.
Ke mo eleng gore ka moraga iriela ya lesomepedi metsotso e ka bang masometlhano šupa ke mo eleng gore lena le ile la dumiša koloi le le mo toropong.
It reflects 12:58, sir.
E re ka 12:58. It is correct.
Kweqiniswa ukuthi-ke emuva nje ungathi nje kusondele noma eduze nje behora-ke ngo-12:58 ila ngidumisa khona futhi-ke imoto ngisesedrobheni.
6 minutes past 1, ignition off again.
Metsotso e tshela ka moraga iri ya pele ke ga ile tima koloi gape. Yes, it is correct.
Nokuthi-ke imizuzu-ke eyisithupha-ke emuva-ke kweyokuqala-ke noma sishayileke eyokuqala imoto yacisha futhi.
14:15, that is 2:15, you start up and proceeded to drive again. Is that so?
14:15 lena la dumisha koloi gape la tswela pele la kgwetša. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-14:15-ke ila imoto iduma khona-ke yasiqhubeka maqala ukuhamba.
At 14:20, you switch off the engine again.
Ka moraga metsotso e masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi la itima gape koloi. That is correct.
Amashumi-ke amabili emuva-ke noma-ke ishayileke lesibili ihora yaphinde-ke yacishwa futhi imoto.
At 15:38, it reflects excess idling, driving still in Carltonville.
Ka 15:38 ya bontsha gore e a duma gape le sa le gona Carltonville. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi iyatshengisa-ke ukuthi ngo-15:38 iyaduma-ke noma-ke iya-idla-ke khona-ke eCarltonville.
At 15, what does it say? Yes, to start up. Yes. Then at 15:59, ignition off, Carltonville.
Ka 15:59 ya tima gape gona Carlton. Correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngomzuzu nje owodwa-ke kumbaneke elesine ihora iyacishwa futhi eCarltonville.
At 17:16, the start up again, driving, going back to R501 road in Western area.
Ka 17:15 ke ga ile gore koloi ya duma gape ya sepela ya tseleng R501 mo Carlton. So say Carltonville or Western area.
Western area, sir.
Barry Western area. What time was it?
17:16, 16 minutes past 5.
Ka 17:16. It reflects Carltonville.
Iyatshengisa-ke lana umele uthe e-Western area lana-ke uthi yena-ke ufakazi itshengisa-ke i-Carltonville ukuthi-ke ngo-17:16 ila iduma khona-ke noma idumisha khona imoto ukuya-ke kumgwaqo oku-R501.
At 17:33, you joined N12. Is that so?
Ka 17:33 ke ge le le go tsela ya N12. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngo-17:33 ila sengihlangana khona-ke nayo umgwaqo owu-N12.
I believe that was the time after you verified the whereabouts of accused number 2 about this on the date of the 26th of October 2014.
ba re ba tshepa ile gore ke nako e leng gore lena le be le setse le botsisitse ka bua ka mmerekong ka gore molatofadzwa o ba le kae ka October. It is confirmed.
Kuqiniswa ukuthi lokho kwenzeka kamuva-ke kokuthi sengiyokwenza-ke isiqinisekiso emsebenzini-ke sokuthi wayekuphi nendawo umsolo wesibili ngazo i-26 ka-October 2014.
At 17:52, still driving on N12, El Dorado Park.
Ya re nako ge e le 17:52 e bontsha gore lena le sa kgweetša tseleng le le Eldorado Park. Confirmed.
iyabonisa-ke ngesikhathi esichaziweke ukuthi-ke ngisendleleni-ke ese-eldorado park.
Then you pass Devland.
La feta Devland. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngadlula eDevland kuyiqiniso.
At 1756, still driving on N12, you were
No.
driving towards Eraten.
Nako ge e re 1756 ke ge e le gore lena le bentse le kgwetša mo go N12 le reida le ya Araten. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngayo imizuzu-ke imizuzu emine-ke bumbane-ke elesithupha ihora sekuyena-ke u-N12 siya noma ngiyake ngase-Eraton.
You then passed Ridgeway,
La feta Ridgeway.
Winchester Hills in Johannesburg South. Is
La
that
feta le Winchester Hills mo Johannesburg South. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke sadlula Ridgeway eWinchester Hills, Johannesburg South.
At 3 minutes past 6, that is 1803, you were still on N12 in Glen Eagles, Ogden.
Ka metsotso ye meraro ka moraga iri ya botshela le be le santse le le mo N12 mo Glen Eagles mo Ogden. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke imizuzu-ke ewu-3 emuva kwakhe-ke u-6 sekuyena u-N12 eGlen Eagles, Ogden kuyiqiniso.
Can you assist me please with the time after 1803 because I didn't get the correct minutes there.
Ba re ba kgopela le ba thushe ka nako ka moraga
1803.
1803.
About 1803, 31 seconds, why fast?
Are you referring from 1803 and
No,
31 seconds?
the next time after 1803.
Ba re ye ka fase ga mongwe.
1805, 15 seconds.
That's 1805 and 15 seconds.
Esilandelayo-ke isikhathi imizuzu emihlanu-ke emva ko-6-ke seconds.
It's 15 seconds.
Nama-seconds awu-15.
All right. At that time, the ignition went off at Glen Eagles.
Ka nako ewe e bontsha gore e ile ya timiwa le le mo Glen Eagles. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ikhombisa noma itshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke imoto iyacishwa-ke khona eGlen Eagles.
On 1824, you start up driving again.
Ka 1824 la thoma la fetša gape. It is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi ngo-1824 edumisa futhi-ke imoto.
Oh, at 1826, you passed Komaro. Is it Komaro Road? Ogden.
Ka 1826 la feta tseleng ya Komaro mo Ogden.
The driver car boundary lane, boundary lane.
At 1826 and 30 seconds, I was driving on Boundary Lane in Ogden, Johannesburg South.
So 1826 Boundary Lane Ogden, Johannesburg South.
All right. 1837, you start up the motor vehicle.
Ka 1837 la dumisha koloi gape. That is correct.
Yeah, to Mafuti-ke ngo-1837 imoto.
1842, GPS unlocked. And I just want to clear up as to what is the meaning of GPS unlocked.
Ka 1842 ya ngwala gore GPS unlocked. Ba re ba nyaka go tseba gore e bolela gore eng ga e re GPS unlocked. I do not know the explanation of GPS unlocked.
Ukuthi kuchaza ukuthini-ke lokho okubhalelwana ukuthi-ke i-GPS unlocked angikwazi-ke lokho.
Neither can it assist you to inform you as to what was happening. What were you doing at 1842?
Gape ga e kgone le go le thuša gore lena le gopole goba le tsebe gore le be le dirang ka 1842. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ayisizi-ke ukuthi itsheleke noma ingaziseke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso 1842 ngangenzani.
At 1845, you proceeded to drive in Johannesburg South, in N12. Then you passed Basonia.
Ka 1845 e bontsha gore lena le ile la tswella pele le ntse le reila mo Johannesburg South le feta Basoni. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke iyatshengisa ukuthi ngayo 1845 sidlula khona-ke u-N12 Johannesburg South eBasonia.
1846, still on N12 freeway, Albertine.
Ka 1846 le sa le hona mmileng wa N12 bona besitshelele Albertine. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo-1846 sekena-ke u-N12 e-Albertine.
1847, still driving in South Crest in Albertine.
Ka 1847 le sa khwetsa gona mo West South Crest mo Albertine.
Sorry, it's 1848.
But ka 1848.
48.
It is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo-1848 sihamba khona-ke u-N12 e-South Crest, Albertine.
1849, you're driving near N3 freeway, Elands Haven, Germiston.
Ka 1849 le sa reila mo N3 freeway Elands Havens mo Germiston. That is correct.
Ukuthi-ke ngo-1849 sihamba-ke Elands Haven eJemison.
You were still driving from 1849 up to 1850.
Go tlogella ka 1849 go ya go 1850 le ntse le khwetsa gona tseleng eo. It is correct.
Nokuthi kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngayo 1849 kuyofika-ke 1850 sahamba ngawo umgwaqo lowo.
1851, you join Grey Avenue, Albemarle, Germiston.
Ka 1851 ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la namela tsela ye bitswang Grey Avenue, Albemarle, Germiston. As it reflects.
Nanjengoba-ke itshengisa-ke ukuthi ngayo 1851 sasehlangana-ke nomgwaqo ekuyi-Grey Avenue, Albemarle, Germiston.
Yes. Soon thereafter, I'll ask you to pay much attention on what I'm going to ask you on.
Ba re ka moraga moo ba kgopela gore le ele tlhoko dilo tse ba tlo le shang tsona.
1852, Collins Street.
Ba re le lebelele ka 1852 le mo Collins Street.
You were driving near Collins Street.
Le be le reila mo gaufi le Collins Street. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi ngayo u-1852 sihamba-ke duze kwaso istrada esibizwa ngokuthi i-Collins.
All right. Before we get into that, let's put let's clarify this to the court. As you were driving N12, sorry, as you off-ramped at Grey Avenue, you were driving on N3, as you stated.
Ba renke re tlhakišetše kgoro ka pele ga gore lena le be go Grey Avenue le be le go N3 ka mokgwa le tlhalošitšeng ka gona. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi nanjengoba ngihamba ngayo-ke u-Grey Avenue ngangihamba ngibona-ke u-N3.
When you approach Grey Avenue, there is a yield side on the left-hand side. It's a T junction. Left-hand side, it's a yield side, and you can also turn on the right side. It's a T junction.
Ba re ge le ya go yona Grey Avenue go na le letshwao le leng gore le a bontšha gore o ka tsena e fela ke T junction gape o kgona le go tsena ka letsogong la moja. Yes, I understand.
Ngakuzwa-ke uthi ku-T junction-ke mawufika lapho-ke nokuthi-ke kuneleli side-ke ku-left nokuthi-ke ngakwesokudla-ke ila ungakwazi ukuthi ungajika ungangena khona kuloyo T junction leyo.
Still on Grey Avenue, which turn did you make?
Ge le gana mo mo Grey Avenue lena le la tsenela ka go kae?
The Grey Avenue left, T junction right.
from the Grey Avenue, it says left, and then at the T junction we turn right.
khona lapho ke ku Grey Avenue ke ku T junction leyo ke ithi left ke thina ke sangena kwesokudla.
Thank you. If you turn right, still on Grey Avenue, there's an engine garage on the right side of your driving, correct?
Ge le thinya le tsena seatleng sa moja go na le engine garage gona ka moo, and the witness confirms that.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke uma ungena kwesokudla lapho ke kuno engine garage okhona kwisandla sakho sakwesokudla.
And according to the AVL records, it shows that you were driving near Collins Road or Collins Street, not driving in Collins Street, near Collins Street.
Go ya ka botlhatsi boki bo bontsha gore lena le be le kgweetsa gauswi e seng mo go yona Collins Street, le be le kgweetsa gauswi le yona Collins.
nka se gane ka dumele ba re a ke tsebe gore ditrata tsela ke mabitso a tsona mara ne ke mo stratese.
I will not confirm, neither will I dispute it, because I do not know the names of the streets in that area, my lord.
Uma uthi ke ngokwalo mbiko ke we-AVL ithi ngangihambe eduze kwayo ku-Collins Street nangahambi kuyona, angeke ngikuvume, angeke ngiphikiseke lokho ngoba lezi ey'ntathu zalaphayana angizazi.
And I'm not also guessing the streets, they reflect on that AVL.
Le bona ba re ga se gore ba no naganela gore mebila e nngwe be le efeng, šiwe e a tswelela go AVL. That is correct.
Consider ke ukuthi uma uthi ke awuyiqageli ey'ntathu lezi ibhaliwe ke khona la kulo mbiko noma ku-AVL.
As you are driving on Grey Avenue, you cannot turn to Collins Street because there's no, in order for you to join Collins Street, you must use the other street around.
Ba re ge ntse le kgweetsa mo Grey Avenue, ga go kgonagale gore le ka thinya le tsene go Collins. Ge le nyaka go tsena go Collins, e tla nyaka gore le berekise mmila o mongwe.
A ke tsebe nka fetola bjang ka re tsela ke ditšong Collins or mmila o mongwe kwa kae a ke tsebe.
I do not know how to respond to that question, as I do not know the names of the streets around that area.
Ukuthi ngizophendula kanjani ke lo mbuzo uthi uma useGrey angeke ungeneke ngeCollins kufanele uyosebenzisa esinye ke strat, ukuthi ngizophendula kanjani lo mbuzo angazi ngoba angizazi iTrad leziya.
With the leave of the court, my lord, I'm familiar with that place. I will actually, when I'm asking questions relating to the knowledge of the place reflecting on the AVL, what I'll put to the witness, maybe he may contest it, but that will come from the knowledge I have of that particular area. If there's the court so permit me to.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
I think it would assist, my lord, if perhaps the streets could be beamed so that everyone can see them and not only...
But that's not a topographical image of the streets, is that not so?
Yes.
Why don't you guys get a Google map?
That's it.
And you live in such a... There's a Google map, boom. It will show you all the streets.
Yes.
And then there's no argument about agiditsebi ditrata tse nangasicho.
Gore e re o baneng ba sa khumane mme o batle ba kgone gore ba bontshe gore mmila o re bolelang ka ona sho gore kgoro e se ka tla ya khumana dikarabo tse e leng gore le ntse le difa tja gore ga ke di tsebe ditsela tse.
And Mr. Mgomezulu, you know the law.
Yes, my lord.
Unless this court says it knows the area and it can take judicial notice, you can say that.
I can't say that.
That's it.
That's the reason why I had asked for the leave.
Right. So what are we going to do? Are we going to get a Google map or what are we going to do?
Send down the method, then we get the Google map.
To this particular street, it records that street. Is that not so?
That's good.
So if it was on Collins Street, I hear you saying you have to join Collins on another way. But if it ever traveled on Collins Street, should it record? It records that, as far as I can see.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's continue then.
Let's continue. Mr. Mokhane. On, let's look at 1852. Okay, it's 1853.
1853.
It reflects Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
E bontsha Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
Sorry, 1853.
Witness is still looking for it.
Page 31.
Yes, we are on page 31, my lord.
So, from 1853, when you were at Mali Street, Fairwood Park in Albertine, so you start up the motor vehicle. Did you switch off the engine of the motor vehicle at Mali Street?
Ge benje le le gona mola mo Mali Street go tlogelle nako ela ya 1853 lile la tima koloina ge benje le le mo Mali Street. Yes, I did switch it off.
Lana ke ngo 1853 itshengisa ukuthi ke use Mali Street eFairwood Park eAlbertine yabonisa ukuthi imoto iyadonyisa ke ingaba ngalo ya 1853 la ya Mali Street imoto wayicisha yini? Yebo, ngayicisha imoto.
All right. Between 1853 and 1915, you start up the motor vehicle again at Mali Street.
Magareng ga 1853 le 1915 gona mola Mali Street le timile koloi la be la idumisha gape. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi phakathi kwakhe u1853 naye u1915 imoto yaduma edumiswa futhi ke khona eMali Street emuva kokuthi yayiseyicishiwe khona eMali Street.
In between these two times, 1853 and 1952, it gives me 22 minutes.
Bona ba re ge ba lebella nako e we go tlogelle 1853 go ya go 1915 e ba ne ya metsotso e masome a babedi pedi. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ukusuka kuyena ke u1853 kuyoshaya ke u1915 ukuthi lokho kunikeza ke imizuzu ewu22.
All right. From 1915 to 1920, after you have started the motor vehicle, then you drove to Collins Street.
Go tlogella ka 1915 lile la tswela pele la fetsa go fitlhelle 1920 le ya mo Collins Street. That's how it reflects.
Sitshengisa kanjalo ke nalana ke ukuthi ngaye u1915 u1920 ke sahamba ke kuyona eCollins Street.
According to your observation, between Mali and Collins, are these two streets parallel to each other?
Go ya ka pono ya lena mebila e lebane na Mali le Collins.
Nka se fetolo ga re a ke bone a ke tse go ke tla le bana re a ke nka se kgone e fetola.
I will not be able to respond to that as I do not see the roads. I will not be able to know whether are they parallel or not.
Ukuthi ke isimo ke phakathi kwale migwaqo emibili ke iMali kanti nayo iCollins ukuma kwazi ukuthi ngime kanjani angiyiboni ke lana phambi kwami azikho phambi kwami angeke ke ngikhona ukuthi ngiphendule yombuzo.
Then when we further look at 1925, the car was idling.
Re re tswela pele re ya fase re bona gore ka 1925 koloi bentse e duma
at Mali Street.
Mo mmileng ola wa Mali.
to see that, to dispute it.
Yes.
Yes,
Revono.
I can see it.
Do you agree or disagree?
Le a dumela goba ga le dumele?
Ke dumela gore be idler.
I agree that it was idly.
Remember, sorry.
Ngiyavuma-ke ngiyabona ukuthi-ke imoto lena-ke yayi-idle-ke.
And furthermore, at 1930, the motor vehicle is still idling.
Ka 1930, e bontsha gore koloi e sa duma.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke nokuthi yatshengisaka ukuthi ngaye u-1930 imoto yayisaduma-ke.
All right. The version of accused number 2 is that the first time he was assaulted, he was next to a garage, an engine garage.
Molatofatswa wa
But he
bobedi.
wasn't precisely sure about the name of the garage, but he could see the garage from where he was assaulted.
Molatofatswa wa bobedi o re yena la mathomo ge ne a bethwa o be a le kgauswi le garage le ge e le gore ga a sa gopola leina la gona eupia o be a kgona go bona garage.
Theleditše.
I am listening.
Umsolo wesibili-ke uthi la aqala khona ukushaywa kwakuseduze-ke negaraji akalikhumbuli-ke igama layo kodwa wabona-ke ukuthi kwakunegaraji la ashaywa khona umfakazi uthi ngilalele.
And it is his version that it was an open area because he was not assaulted inside the garage. It was opposite an open area.
Gape yena o re tulo ye we be le tulo ye bulegileng gauswi le yona garage ye we a se a bethelwe mo gare mo garage-eng mola mo go tshelwang gona eupia o re gauswi le garage.
Theleditše.
I am listening.
Ngilalele-ke uma uthi-ke la ashayelwa khona-ke wayengashayelwa khona-ke egaraji leyo kodwa-ke indawo nje evulekile eseduze nayo igaraji leyo.
And where he was assaulted, at the place which is opposite the garage, they are separated by that Grey Avenue.
O re gape mo a bethilweng gona tulo yeo e mo gauswi le garage yeo e fapantšhitšwe ke yona tsela ela ya grey.
Sa theleditše.
I am still listening.
Ngisalalele-ke uma uthi-ke la ashayelwa khona-ke kuleyo ndawo-ke evulekile ihlukaniswa-ke yona-ke umgwaqo leyo lowo oyi-Grey Avenue.
My Lord, if I may be given time at least to calculate the minutes in which, according to the version of the accused, reflecting from the time in which they stood, I would add 22 minutes. It's 25, 27, 32, approximately 37 minutes.
Ore e ka tswa e tšere metsotso ye masometharo-šupa.
Theleditše.
I am listening.
Uma uthi-ke lonko konke-ke lokho noma kwathatha-ke imizuzu-ke ewu-37 ngisalalele.
And according to his version, that's when he said, when you parked at that place with Sergeant Mapena, that's when Jonathan joined you. After Jonathan, it was Mapumulo in company of Constable Buthelezi with a hard body, a white Nissan hard body.
Ore ka nako ewe lena le be le na le Mapena ke mo e leng gore Jonathan o ile a fihla a sepela le Maphumulo le Buthelezi a le ka gare ga koloi ya hard body.
Theleditše.
I am listening.
Uthi-ke uma engitshela-ke noma engichazela-ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi yila khona-ke wasefika uJonathan emuva kwalokho-ke bafika yena-ke uMaphumulo kanye naye-ke uButhelezi ehamba ngemoto-ke eyi-hard body.
From 1930 up to 1935, that's when there was a movement. Here it reflects that the vehicle had an excess idle, but near Fraser Street, Albemarle, Germiston.
ba re ge go tlogella ka 1930 go isha mola go 1935 ke mo e leng gore koloi ile ya sepela eupia mo e bontšha gore ke excess idling mo mmileng ola wa Fraser mo Alberton.
Ke nnete?
That is correct. Just a moment. 1935 shows that it was idling.
Okay, lana ke iyatshengisa ke ukuthi ngaye u1930 ukuthi ke imoto iyayiduma khona ke kuseduze kwayo o iFraser Albemarle eGermiston.
So you would agree with me that the car was moved from Mali Fairwood Park in Alberton to Fraser Street in Albemarle, Germiston.
Le tlo dumellana le yena ge gore ke nnete gore koloi e tlošitšwe mo mmileng ola wa Mali mo Fairwood Park Alberton e išwa go mmila ola wa Fraser mo Albemarle, Germiston.
Ya ka ge e bontšha AVL.
Yes, as the AVL reflects.
Kuzovuma ke ukuthi lana ke imoto yasuka ke khona la eMarley Street eFairwood Park eAlberton yase iya ke eFraser Street Albemarle, Germiston. Nanjengoba ke itshengisa ke yona iAVL
1942 back to Collins. Ignition off near Collins Street, Fairwood Park, Alberton.
Ka 1942 nako ke mo ileng gore lile la boela mmileng ola wa Collins, Fairwood Park, Alberton ke ge koloi e timiwa.
Nnete?
That is correct.
Uyiqiniswa ke ukuthi kubhaliwe la ngo1942 imoto yacishwa ke yase buyela khona ke eCollins Street eFairwood Park, Alberton.
Okay. 17 minutes past 8. We start up the motor vehicle at Collins, Fairwood Park.
Metsotso ye lesome šupa ka moraga iri ya seswai ke mo ileng gore mola mmileng wa Collins, Fairwood Park, Alberton lena lile la dumisha koloi gape.
Nnete?
That is correct.
2017 imoto iyadunyiswa futhi ke khona ke eCollins Street, Fairwood Park, Alberton. Uyiqiniswa?
Nnete?
I confirm.
At 22 minutes past 8, the car was driving from Marley Street, and there was an excess idle, but the car was driving at Marley Street.
Ka metsotso e masomepedipedi ka moraga iri ya seswai thapama koloi e be e kgwetša mola mo Marley Street go be go ile gwa ba le gore e be le excess idle. That is correct.
Uyiqiniswa ukuthi ngaye u2022 ukuthi imoto yayihamba ke eMarley khona ke nalapha kubhalwe khona ke excess idle okusho ukuthi yayiduma ke khona ke eMarley. Yebo ufakazi uyaqinisekisa lokho?
So further in at 2023 the motor vehicle's ignition at Marley Street was off.
Motsotso ka moraga mo be nako e le metsotso e masomepedi tharo ka moraga iri ya seswai thapama mola Marley Street koloi ile ya timiwa. That is correct.
Uyiqiniswa ke kubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ngo2023 yase icishwa ke imoto khona ke eMarley Street, Fairwood Park, Alberton.
At 25 past 8, which is 2025, at Marley Street, the car was start up again.
Ka metsotso e masomepedi tlhano moraga iri ya seswai gona mmileng ola wa Marley koloi ile ya dumishwa gape. That is correct.
Uyiqiniswa ke ukuthi ngaye u2025 imoto yase idunyiswa futhi ke khona eMarley Street, Fairwood Park, Alberton.
At 8:30, driving the said motor vehicle at Marley Street, Fairwood Park, Alberton, it reflects excess idle at Marley Street. Do you agree?
Metsotso e masometharo ka moraga iri ya seswai ke ge ile gore koloi yewe ya kgwetšwa gona mola Mali Street e bontsha access idle gona mola mmileng wa Mali Street. That is correct.
Uqiniswa ukuthi ngayo u2030 imoto ke iyahamba khona eMali Street Fairwood Park Albertine iphinde itshengise futhi ke imoto ukuthi iyaduma uaccess idle khona eMali Street Fairwood Park Albertine.
From 8:30 at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine, up to 9:30, the car was still there, idling excessively at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
Go tlogella metsotso e 30 ka moraga iri ya seswai koloi e bentse le gona mola Mali Street e dira ntho e leng gore ngwetswe access idle go fitlheleng metsotso e 30 ka moraga iri ya senyane gona mo Mali Street. That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ubhalwe ke lana ukuthi kusuka ngaye u8:30 khona ke eMali Street kwaze kwayoshaya ke u9:30 sikhuluma ke ngeenkathi zasebusuku ukuthi ke imoto iyayisaduma ke ikhona lapho eMali Street.
At 10 to 10 at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, the car was still there.
Metsotso ya lesome ka pele ga iri ya lesome bošego koloi e be santse le gona mowe Mali Street. That is correct.
Ngayo ke imizuzu eyishumi ngaphambi kwayo ke ngaphambi kwalo ihora leshumi ke ntambama imoto yayisekhona lapho eMali Street. Yebo kunjalo
until 10:05
go fitlhella metsotso ye 5 ka moraga iri ya lesome. That is correct.
Kwaze kwashaya ke u5:10 kuyiqiniso.
At 10:10, access idle, Fraser Street, Albemarle, Jamestown.
Metsotso ya lesome ka moraga iri ya lesome ke mo e leng gore koloi e besitse e le mo mmileng wa Fraser mo Albemarle, Jamestown. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngaye u10:10 ebusuku ke imoto ke isaduma ke noma isa idle ke eFraser Street, Albemarle, Jamestown.
Will you then confirm that there was a movement of that motor vehicle from Mali Street to Albemarle, to Fraser Street, Albemarle, in Jamestown?
Le dumellana le ena na gore go ile koloi we ile ya shuthishiwa go tloga mo mmileng wa Mali go ya mo Fraser. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ngizovuma ke ukuthi imoto yase ihamba ke ukusuka ke eMali Street khona ke eFairwood Park Albertine yaya kwistrata iFraser.
At 10:15, access idle back to Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
Metsotso ye lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya lesome ke mo e leng gore ile ya boela ka kwa ga Mali Street. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngaye ke u10 imoto ke iyaduma ke ukuthi ke ibuyela khona ke eMali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
10:18, ignition off at Fairwood Park.
Metsotso ya lesome seswai ka moraga iri ya lesome koloi ya timiwa gona mo Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ke nokuthi ke ngayo ke u22:18 umizuzu ke u18 ngamuva ke ko10 ebusuku yase icishwa ke imoto eMali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
At 22:52, the car was start up again at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
Metsotso ye seswai ka pele ga iri ya lesometere bošego ke ge le gore koloi ya dumishiwa gape gona mo Mali Street. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ukuthi ngaye ke u22:52 imoto yaduma futhi ke noma yadunyiswa futhi ke eMali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
At 22:58, 2 minutes to 11, the car was driving at Mali Street, and it reflects an access idle and later ignition off.
Metsotso ye mebedi ka pele ga iri ya lesometere e bontsha gore koloi e be e kgweetsa gona mola Mali Street ya bontsha gape le excess idling ga e fetša ya timiwa.
Maybe for the sake of the record, council keeps on saying at this particular street,
What's
at
that?
Mali Street. Council keeps on saying the car was at a particular point, but the information is near that particular street, not at that particular street.
Beg your pardon, my lord. I'll put it as it reflects. I just missed the word near Mali Street.
Bare nakwe ka moka ge ntse go bolelwa ka mmila ola wa Mali bare e kgauswi le mmila ola wa Mali ka mokgwa e tswelelang ka go. I am listening.
Ngilaleleke umshushisi-ke ukuthi-ke uqala nje ummeli ukuthi-ke ayibekeke ngale ndlela ebhalwe ngayo lana ngoba ummeli uthi kwistrata esithize kodwa lana kubhalwe ukuthi eduze nestrata esithize.
At 11:05 at night, there was a startup of a motor vehicle, Mali Street.
Metsotso e metlhano ka moraga iri ya lesometere ke mo e leng gore koloi ile ya dumishiwa gape kgauswi le mmila wola wa Mali. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke imihlanu imizuzu-ke libumbene elashumi nanye-ke ntambama ihora imoto idunyisiwe futhi-ke eduze nestrada iMali khona eFieldwood Park e-Albertine.
At 11:10 at near Mali Street, there was an excess idle.
Metsotso e lesome ka moraga iri ya lesometere gona mola kgauswi le mmila wa Mali koloi ile ya duma gape. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ishumi-ke imizuzu libumbene-ke elashumi nanye-ke ntambama imoto idunyiswa futhi-ke khona eduze naseMali eFieldwood Park e-Albertine.
11:15 Mali Street, excess idle.
Metsotso ya lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya lesometere bošigo ke ge e le gore koloi gape e tswela pele ya duma gona mokgauswi le mmila ola wa Mali. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso kubhaliwe-ke lana ngo-23:15 ukuthi imoto iyaduma-ke khona-ke eduze nestrada iMali khona eFieldwood Park e-Albertine.
Same applies to 20:11 and 25:11.
Le ka metsotso ye masomepedi ka mora iri ya lesometere le metsotso ye masomepeditlhano ka moraga iri ya lesome koloi bentse e duma gona mmileng ola wa Mali. That is correct, my lord.
Kanjalo-ke ngo-20:11 kanye no-25:11 isaduma-ke imoto khona lapho eduze neMali Street.
11:27, the ignition off.
Metsotso ye masomepedi šupa ka moraga iri ya lesometere ke ge koloi e timiwa. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngayo-ke imizuzu ewu-27 emuva-ke ko-11 imoto-ke iyaciyisha.
12 midnight, start up the motor vehicle.
Metsotso
Mali Street.
ye lesome nne ka mora bošigo gare ke ge e le gore gona mo mmileng ola wa Mali koloi ya dumišwa gape. That is correct.
Imizuzu ewu-14-ke libumbene-ke eleshumi nambili ihora imoto iyadunyiswa futhi eduze naso istrada iMali eFieldwood Park.
At 12 midnight, excess idle near Mali Street.
Metsotso ye lesome senyane ka moraga bošigo gare ke ge e le gore koloi ya duma gape gona kgauswi le mmila ola wa Mali mo Fieldwood Park ka di 19 ja June 2020.
19 June. I said, oh, sorry. Hey. Sorry. Sorry, President.
Le a dumela go ba ga le dumele. Yes, I can confirm as it was now on the next day, my lord.
Ngiyavuma ke ukuthi ngayo ke lemisuzu ke u19 emuva ke kwakhe u12 ke ukuthi imoto ke manje ke isiyahamba ke chazwa ke ne date ke yazo i19 lezo zika June ke ngayo 2020 manje ngoba kwakuse elinye ke ilanga manje.
At 23 minutes past 12, the car is driving near Mali. Is it driving? It reflects driving Mali Street. Near Mali Street.
Metsotso e masomepedi tharo ka moraga bosigo gare koloi e bontšha e le gore ya kgwetša gona kgauswi le Mali Street, Fairview Park, Albert. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngayo ke 23 yeah imizuzu 23 emuva kwakhe ke u12 imoto isiyahamba ke khona eduze nase Mali Street.
I wish you to please to note this one before I proceed.
Bare ba kgopela gore lena le ele tlhoko ye ka pela ga gore ba tswele pele.
At all these times, Mali, Collins Street, Fraser Street, movement from Alba Mali, Jimiston to Fairwood Park, Albertine. At all these times that have placed before this honorable court's record, where is the escort?
Bare ka dinako tše ka moka tšentše ba di bolela magareng ga mmelaola wa Mali, Collins le Fraser le mola Fairview Park le Albemarle, Jamestown. Batho bale ba be bentše ba le thuša ba le lateletše bona ba be ba le kae? They were present.
Kumele ufisa ukwazike ukuthi ngazo zonke le inkatha ayifundile ichazile lana le ndawo ezahlukileke abo Mali, abo Fraser, abo Collins zonke nje le ndawo ezifundiwe lana ukuthi laba ababeniphelezela ke phecelezi ke escort babe kuphi bona ke bendulo ukuthi babe khona.
If those you said they were present, do you mean Jonathan, Buthelezi, Mapumulo, the late Mabena, and yourself, including accused number 2?
Le ra gore le bolela ka Jonathan o be a le gona, Buthelezi o be a le gona, Mapumulo o be a le gona, le mohu a moya wa go tswele pele go robala ka khutso Mabena le ena o be a le gona le molatofatšwa a ntse a le gona. That is correct, I confirm, my lord.
Mangisho ke ukuthi babe khona ke ngisho ke yena ke uJonathan uMabena ongase usewashona ke Buthelezi uMaphumulo mina ke kanye futhi naye ke umsolo.
And at that time,
as the court pleases, it appears that counsel and the witness might be at purposes, my lord, at cross purposes, because the counsel is talking about the time when they were coming from Carltonville, going back to Pretoria, and it appears that the witness now thinks that is referring to the trip to Morocco. If counsel can just clarify that to avoid misunderstanding.
Yes, Mr. Meyiwa.
my lord, I've made it clear that at the time when they were at Mali Street, Collins Street, and Fraser Street, I did not mention anything about Morocco. I didn't speak about Pretoria. Not. I was referring at all these times that are recorded according to this AVL. The witness has confirmed that they were escorted by the persons that he has confirmed on that night.
Sir, what's your answer?
Karabo ya lena e reng re ba re nako ela lebentšhele le mo Mali le Collins le ntše le koloi e duma nako ewe ka moka ba bentše ba le gona bo Jonathan bo Buthelezi le ba bangwe ga senke ba bolele ka Morocco ga senke ba bolele ka Pretoria ba bolela ka nako ela lebentšhele le mogausi le mmelaola wa Mali. They came and found us there. they did not come with us from Carltonville, as they were not there in Carltonville.
Laba ke ekhulunywa ngabo ke laba ebabuyibona ke ababesiphelezela ke phecelezeke ababesesipotha ke ukuthi bona ke basithola kuzona le ndawo lezi ezishiwo ezichaziwe ke lana umeli aboma Fraser aboma Mali aboma Collins khona lapho abezanga nathi ke noma abahambanga nathi ukusuka eCarltonville babengekho bona eCarltonville.
Thank you. That is consistent with the version of accused number 2 when he said, upon your arrival at a place next to a particular filling station, Jonathan arrived later on, joined by Mapumulo and Buthelezi. That is consistent with the testimony that you just confirmed in court. Is that so, sir?
Barasel sibulelang sia tshwana le se sibulelwang ke molatefatwa gore yena re ne le motulong ya la ke mo ile gore Jonathan Buthelezi le Makholobo ba ile ba fihla ba re dia tshwana le tse di boletsweng ke yena ke nnete na. That is correct.
Lokho kushoyo ke uyahambisana ke nalokho okushiwo yena ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi yebo ke ila khona ke uJonathan Ubuthelezi noMaphumulo bafika khona ke uthi yebo uqiniso lokho.
And what is further confirming the version of accused number 2 is that there was a garage, there was a petrol station or a filling station. That is consistent with the version of accused number 2. Do you agree?
Barantwe mo gape le gore isibishana le dilo tse le gore molatofatso a bobedi o ba boditse tsona ke gore bogobe mo gausi gana mo we go be go na le petrol station le yona garage le a dumela
la need engine garage le re mo go yona.
That is correct. There is a engine garage where we were.
Futhi ke lokho kuphinde futhi kuhambisana ke nalokho kushiwo yena umsolo wesibili ukuthi lokho kwenzeka ke kwindawo ke ekune garage khona ke fakazi yebo ne garage ke engine la esasi khona.
From that time up to the time when I was about to take you on when you were leaving, but up to 0023 there's only thing that you are disputing is that accused number 2 was not assaulted by the police. That's the only thing that you can dispute now. Do you agree?
Bare dilo tse ka moka tse be ba di boletse ka pele ga gore ba botse potšišo bare le na le a di dumela gore molatofatso le be le na le ena koloi bo mabe bo Jonathan ba le fitlhetse mola selo se se tere se ile gore lena le fapana le sona ke se sa gore molatofatso o bethilwe ke nnete gore lena le fapana le seo
ya go betha ona a ke dumele ke gana.
I disagree that the accused was assaulted, my lord.
Kubona konke ke ngichazile kona ke lokhu engikushoyo kwena ukuthi ke bafika ukuthi umsola naye uyakusho ke nanise garage bafika oJonathan abo Maphumulo abo Buthelezi lokho uyavumelana nabo into ongavumelani nayo ukuthi umsola washaya eyokuthi washaywa ke yona ke cha ngiyayiphikisa.
So those hours, minutes, seconds that were spent at that particular place, what were you actually doing?
Biale, nako yewe di iri metsotswana elena le be le dutse tulong yewe le be le diraine
with those officers
le maphodisa auwe. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to explain.
Manje ke lesisikhathi ke lamahora lamanenjana futhi ke nalemizuzu ke enachitha ke lapho nanenzana ngiyabonga ukuthi unginikeze lethuba leli lokuthi ngichaze.
Please.
Eloko pola mosagare o mana ona mo re emeng sa sol garage ke re ke cheka mabili aka re sa ya kwa Carltonville eloko pola ke lobuditse bjalo.
Sorry my lord,
if you would remember.
Sorry my lord to interject. May I confine this witness specifically at Fairwood Park, not at, that's why I did not canvass anything in relation to what happened at Carltonville, Western Area and so forth. My main concern, the explanation that I'm expecting from you is about your presence in Albamali, your presence in Fairwood Park, and what were you doing at that particular spot?
Mr. Mgomezulu, let the witness explain. He actually thanks you. He says, thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain.
Yes.
Have you heard people telling stories? Long ago, there was an old man with 6 teeth and a long beard.
Yes.
And Mr. Mnisi will say, in the past, there was this gentleman who told stories. So let's hear what he wants to say.
Biale ge khoro e re le ka tswela pele le tlhaloshe le ge ile gore ntate Mngomezulu o be a sa nyake gore le tlhaloshe o ba nyaka gore le bolele fela ka tsela tša mmadi fela khoro e re le fenako lena le re botse nnonwane ya lena
ka ge tšetše ke boletse ke rile nako re sa ya Carltonville ke tsene garage ka checka mabile yaka
As I've explained,
nako re sa ka bo 1938
as I've explained that in the morning, whilst we were still driving to Carltonville, I went into a petrol station to check my wheels,
bese ngichazileke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke
my tires, my lord.
ngichazileke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke mangiphuma ke khona eCarltonville ukuthi sengizohamba ke ngangena ke kule garage ke la engangiyobheka khona ke isimo ke samasondo emoto engihamba ngayo.
well re re boa re feta the Glen Mall mo ka re Komaro somewhere there.
Now, as we were coming back, passing the Glen Mall at or near Komaro,
Uma sesibuya ke sindlula ke lana ke kunenqanqathela ezitolo khona ke The Glen ababiza ngokuthi ke kuse The Glen eKomaro noma eduze kwaseKomaro.
I felt that the motor vehicle was now not balanced on its tires.
Ngase ngizwa ke ukuthi ke ayikho ke ibalance kwimoto ke kuma sondo ayo.
Omega sepela eksethi ke tlo joina N3 ke tlogela Bloemfontein ke tlogela Emalahleni.
I proceeded, and when I joined the N3, leaving the Emalahleni route,
Mase ngihlangana ke nayo N3 ngishiya ke lena ke eya Emalahleni.
I felt that there was a smell of some smoke.
Ngezwa ke ukuthi kwakunale phunga ke le smoke ke eliphuma kuona ke amasondo.
And the vehicle was now losing its power.
Nokuthi ke manje ke aseyaphela ke manje ukuthi imoto lena ukuthi amandla khona kuyona imoto.
Omega rapeletsa ke fitla mo off ramp ya fuel boots ya ke ka actually ke fenya o tsena ka garage ya engine gona mo Albertine.
I forced the vehicle to proceed, and when we got to an off ramp, which I cannot recall which one is it, as we were now entering, whether is it Fairwood Park in Albertine.
Kodwa ke imoto lena ngase ngiphoqa ukuthi ke iqhubekeke noma ke iye phambili ke sayofika ke kunale off ramp ke engasayikhumbuli kahle noma kuse Fairwood yini khona Albertine.
Omega kufona brigadier ginda brigadier ole mpha bathathanyana ba tlo tsena mo garage ya engine ya gausumo.
That's when I contacted Brigadier Gininda, informing the brigadier that the vehicle was now giving me problems. However, I will go into the engine filling station.
Ngase ke ngikhumana naye ke ubrigadier uGininda ngimtshela ke ukuthi imoto lena ingipha inkinga ke kodwa ke ngizongena kule garage ke engibonayo noma kule garage ke yakwa engine.
Uma le phone leng bo Jonathan le bo Buthelezi ba tle ba le shireletse le memo.
And he said I should call Jonathan Buthelezi and others so that they will come and cover us up as we are standing at that place.
Mase engazisa-ke noma engitshela-ke ukuthi ase ngixhumana-ke noma ngishayele ucingo-ke laba abashiwo-ke abo-Jonathan abobuthelezi-ke ukuthi bayeze babe khona-ke bazosilekelela-ke nanjengoba simile kuleyo ndawo.
Sergeant Mabena will have a phone.
And even Sergeant Mabena contacted them.
Kanti naye-ke uSergeant Mabena waxhumana nabo noma wabashayela ucingo.
And when I went into the garage, I stopped
engine garage
at the engine garage.
Masengena khona-ke garage lapho engine garage ngema khona.
When I alighted the vehicle and looked around the vehicle, there was some smoke that was coming from the front brakes.
Nokuthi-ke uma sengiphuma kuyona-ke imoto lena uma ngibheka-ke kuma-brakes angaphambili-ke kuthi kwakunesmoke esasiphuma khona lapho-ke.
And on the dashboard, it reflected a oil light.
Noma ubheka-ke lana-ke kwi-dashboard ubona-ke ukuthi-ke ibonisa ikhombisa-ke i-light noma isibane-ke se-oil.
And indeed, Jonathan and his crew arrived as we could not be at the garage on our own without any backup, as we were in a company of an accused person.
Ngempela uJonathan kanye nabanye-ke bafika-ke khona lapho nanjengokuthi-ke sasingeke-ke sime-ke egaraji ebusuku-ke futhi-ke sihamba nomsolo noma-ke ummangalelo.
And again, that type of a motor vehicle, a Toyota Fortuner, it's one of the vehicles that is targeted for car hijacking or car theft.
Futhi-ke leyo moto-ke esasihamba ngayo kuyi-Toyota Fortuner-ke imoto-ke ephuma kabi-ke ebhekwe-ke ngamehlo abayifunayo ngokuthi-ke uma bethatha imoto noma-ke i-hijacking.
And as you saw that I was igniting it and stopping it,
nanjengoba ubona-ke ngokwalombhalo-ke noma ngokwalombiko-ke ngokwandlela-ke ubungibuza ngayo ukuthi imoto ibihamba ime ngidumisa ngiphinde ngiyicishe futhi.
When I opened the bonnet, I found that my oil was low.
Uma sengiyovula-ke ngaphambili-ke lokhu kubizwa ngokuthi-ke ibonnethi-ke ngathola-ke ukuthi-ke i-oil yami-ke isenzansi.
As I had oil at all the times in the vehicle, I filled up the engine with oil.
Nanjengoba ngazo zonke-ke iy'nkathi i-oil-ke yayihlezi ikhona-ke emotweni ngase ngiyithela-ke kuyona i-engine.
I ignited the vehicle again.
Ngase ngiyidumisa futhi imoto.
And I tried driving the vehicle a bit, but the wheels were already stiff. They could not move back and forth.
Ngathi-ke ngiyayihambisa nje kancane-ke kodwa kwatholakala-ke ukuthi-ke amasondo-ke manje aye ngavumi-ke ukuthi-ke aye phambili nasemuva.
That is where you see that I had switched it off for quite some time for it to cool off.
Ingakho-ke ubona-ke ngokwalombiko-ke ukuthi kunala khona-ke engayicisha-ke isikhathi ukuthi-ke ithi-ke ukwehla.
Ditrata jebolela ka tsona ke tshepa gore ke tša mo around garage a di gole le ka garage e mo gareng ga ditrata tše tharo e gopola botse.
And the streets that you are referring to, they could be around where the garage is situated, because that filling station, if I am not mistaken, it is between 3 streets.
Futhi ke leyitrada ongibuze ngazo ke sikhulula ke ummeli ubuze ngaboma Mali ubuze ngaboma Fraser ngaboma Collins ukuthi lezo yitrada lezo ke azikho kude nendawo nala igarage ikhona ke uma ngikhumbula kahle noma uma ngenzi ifutha ke igarage ke ngathi nje ngale kweyitrada eziwu3.
Alwa le boshitse le boshiro ara khona lo ka hwetsa thusho ya di mechanic ba rena ba sepodisa.
And as it was already at night, we were unable to get assistance from our mechanics from the police division.
Nanjengoba kwakusebusuku ke sasingekho kwisimo ke sokuthi sasingathola ke uncedo noma usizo bona ke abo mechanic basemaphoyiseni.
So really mo actually give Jonathan or give Teles ba fonela mechanic wa mathula charging.
Therefore, whilst we were still there, I'm not sure whether it was Jonathan or Butelezi who called a mechanic who was working independently.
Ngaleso sikhathi siselapho ke akusakhumbuli uThelezi uJonathan owafonela ke umechanic oyisebenzelayo.
Ome sala tla go le nya go bleediwa go tshwantse ntshwe moya e heme.
And that mechanic came and he diagnosed the vehicle and said that vehicle needs to be bleeded as there is some air that needs to be removed from the brakes.
Wafika ngempela ke wafika ke wayidiagnose ke noma wayibheka ke washo ke ukuthi kwakunomoya ke kwakumele ukuthi ke ukhishwe kuma brakes.
Uyibone ayidlana kwetele so eka kana go tsanya go bona rena e tla khona go sepela or bianga ya ayidla gore a gore mechanic le ayidlana kwetele nyana so then remove around go wanna remove around the strategy
Now as you see the vehicle idling for some time, it was when we were trying to move it around to see if it would be able to move further. And even as we were driving around those streets, the streets are nearby each other. That is where we were trying to see if the vehicle will be able to proceed.
Na njengoba ke ubona ke ngokwawo umbiko lona ke kunesikhathi lapho na ke imoto iduma isikhathi ke eside yila khona ke ayethi ke umechanic ke ayibheke khona ke isimo sayo imoto futhi ke sihamba kuzona lezi yitrada lezi yana ke oyichazile ke oyifundile khona lana ngoba lezi yitrada yitrado eyisondelene kwakubhekwa khona lokho ke ukuthi imoto manje ikusiphi isimo.
And whilst we were still there, we bought food and ate.
Sisekhona lapho ke ila ekwathengwa khona ke ukudla sasesidla.
We did not forget Mr. Ntanzi as we ate. He also ate with us.
Azange simkhohlwe ke ukaNtanzi ngaleso sikhathi ke naye ke ayichaphela wadla nathi.
Well,
when he says he was assaulted, I do not know. Maybe he can explain it to the court on where was he assaulted and when was he assaulted, as I did not see him being assaulted, my lord.
Manje ke uma ethi ke bambamba bamiyeka ke bengizofisa ukuthi ke ayichazeleke lenkantolo ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani kwenzeka kuphi mina ngingazange ngikubone lokho.
Sorry, I don't want to repeat evidence, but as I'm listening, is the sergeant saying he would be happy? He's not supposed to ask questions, by the way, but his evidence is how, when, and how. Just are you with me?
I'm with you, madam.
Because they just mention when and where. They don't mention how. Who doesn't mention how is the interpreter. Am I right, sir?
I'm getting lost now.
Bametile Juang Kai Wabon Go Kai Juang. The interpreter just left out how Juang.
As the court pleases,
I mean, if you insist, you did say that, you can play the record.
I can move, my lord.
I did not hear it properly, my lord. However, as an interpreter myself, as the court says, I pleased as it pleased the court, my lord.
Uthi ke umbuzo uthi ke noma ushilo kufakaza ukuthi uma ukuthi ke untanzi uthi bamshaya kuphi nendawo bamshaya kanjani bamshaya ngasiphi isikhathi.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Are you done?
Le feditše go tlhaloša.
Gomme ka le lebeletseng tše tima e tšhuma gape ga mokgwebe re sa ilokiša gore re be re kgone go sepela ka yona go fitlhele ge le gore e ba maemong a o kaone.
And as you saw that it was switching on and off, and we were trying to, that is the time when we were trying to fix it to see if we will be able to drive with that vehicle until it got into a better state.
Nanje ngoba ubona ke lana ngoba kubikwa ukuthi imoto yayicishwa ke idunyiswe ke imoto ayideleke ukuthi leso sikhathi leso ke ila khona ke sasibheka isimo ke semoto baze isikhathi ke la ifinyelela khona ukuthi sibone ukuthi ikusimo esingcono ke manje ukuthi sesingaqhubeka kahambe ngayo.
Feditše
I am done.
Remember when my colleague for the state asked you from the inception of your examination as about overspeeding, you told the court that the car was from service, that power.
Le sa gopola ge ne motšhotšhisi a le botšiša ka nako e la gebe le tshetše lebelo gore lena le ile la re koloi e be tšwa servicing gape e be e na le maatla. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ngishilo ke uma ngishushiswe ngibuza ke nkathi ke ethi ke kubhaliwe la ukuthi ngayiqa isivinini ukuthi ke ngikhulu ngishilo ukuthi imoto yabuya kwi-service inamandla.
From Pretoria, sorry man, why do I like Pretoria? From Pretoria North to Carltonville, you never encountered such a problem. Do you agree?
Pretoria North o fitlhella Carltonville ga senke la ba le bothata boo.
Le gopola botse ke le re eme sa sol garage ke cheka mabili ya tsona le nkwelena.
If you recall, I do not know if you heard me when I said we stopped at Sasol Garage as I was checking my wheels.
Angazi ke yaqhubeka kumele athi ke ukusuka ke ePretoria nofika ke Carltonville imoto lena ke inkinga enjalo ayikaze ibe khona angazi noma ukuthi ungizwile yini uma ngisho ukuthi ke kunenkathi la ngangena khona ke eSasol ngiyobheka ke amasonto emoto.
I heard you very well, but according to what you testifying about now, that means the condition aggravated when you approach N3.
Ba le kwele ga botse jwalo ka ga lena le tlhalosha gora gore seemo sewe sile sa ba sa feletša setse le gore se feteletse ge le fitla go N3.
Nka e fetola ka mokgwa koloi swana le motho le yona e na le bolwetse.
May I respond in this way? A vehicle, it's like a person, it also has its own illnesses.
Ingabe lokhu kusho ukuthi ke manje isimo siye siba qayike sayo imoto lena uma manje isiyongena ke kuthela wayeka lo N3 angikusho noma ngichaze ngalendlela ke ukuthi imoto yafana ke nayo nomuntu nayo ke inazo inkinga zayo noma ke ungaphatheki kahle kwayo.
Alright.
Okaro wena go le mo le hono go go lebetse balo tate Ngomezulu. Olo thoma tlhakatlhakane le gore maybe maaba no tšwa doctor-nya ga bona wa. E tla khoteng tate Ngomezulu ka la botlhano ka re go lwana.
It is possible that as you are standing here in court in a good condition and it happens that you just complicate as you were not present on Friday and your doctor had said you should come, then you just complicate whilst we are still looking at you.
Angisho ke ngichaza ngalendlela ke kuzofana ke nawe Ngomezulu ngolesihlanu ke ubungekho khona lana uhambile ke wayebona udokotela wakho vumeleke athi cha ungeze mhlawumbe la emsebenzini mase kubuka thina sikubheke ke sibone ukuthi cha isimo sakho ke siyasuka bucayi noma ke asibi ngcono.
And that is what happened to us. with that vehicle as well.
Ilokho okwenzeka kuthina ke ngaleyo moto leyo.
Le kusha wore koloi ke yone be re shumisha kudu o feta dikoloi tse dingwe mo molatong ye re iphenya.
Please also understand further that this vehicle, we used it mostly as we were investigating in this matter more than other cars.
Okunye futhi ofaneleke ukukhumbuleke ukuthi imoto lena esikhuluma ngayo lana iyona ke imoto esasiyisebenzisa ke kakhulu ngeyona ndlela ke ukudlula ke ezinye imoto ukuphenya ke udaba lolu oluphambi kwenkantolo noma ke ikala leli eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
Is that all, Mr.?
Yes. Yes.
So, you said you bought food and what? The drinks that you bought?
Le rekile dijo le eng le nwele eng.
Dijo le sepola le metsi le cold drink. Gore re kgone go tsena ga botse mane.
Whenever we buy food, we would also buy cold drink and water so that we would digest them properly.
Make uthenga ukudla ke make sithenga ke ukudla ke sokuthenga ke namanzi noma sikuthenge ke nephuzo idrink ke sokwazi ke ukuthi ukudla ke lokhu kwehle noma kungeze kahle.
Do you remember that at that time, from the 1st of June 2020 to the 17th of August 2020, the country was on lockdown?
Le sa gopola gore go tlogeleng ka di 1 tša June 2020 go ya go di 1 tša August to 2020 re be re na le seemo sela sa lockdown. Yes, I do remember.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi ngazo ke A1 lezo ke zika Nhlangulana ke kuyena u2020 kuyofica ke kwi1 zakheke unqwaba kuyena u2020 ukuthi sasibhekene ke nalesiya simo ke ababesibiza ngokuthi ke iyona ilockdown.
It was level 3, I can call it level 3, but it entailed that there was a curfew where people were not expected to move, were under lockdown.
Bare re be re le go level 3 mo eleng gore go be go na le curfew gore batho ba seke ba sepela ka nako ye rileng jwalo ka ga re be re le ka fase ga lockdown.
Do you remember that?
Le sa gopola se
E go gopola botse e be se ka monka batho ba ile gore ba ka se kgone go move nako e.
If I remember very well, it was not everyone that was not allowed to move.
Uthi ke ummeli umemchazela ke uma ekhumbula kahle ke ummeli ngaleso sikhathi kwaku level 3 la abantu babengavumelekile ke khona ukuthi ke umuntu ke bahambe asuke endaweni ethize aye kwenye. Umephendula ke uSergeant uthi kwakungathi uma ekhumbula kahle kwakungasibona bonke abantu ababenqatshelwa noma ababevinjiwe ukuthi bangahamba.
Let us not dwell much on this story because I can tell you now we are making this story for yourself. Let me just put your version, your testimony actually. Your testimony, Butelez's testimony, Jonathan's testimony. All of you denied that you have ever been next to an engine garage. They all denied having escorted you from engine garage, but they only escorted you to Moroka police station. This is just a total fabrication of what you're saying.
Bar tabela ya lockdown o re ska tsena kudu go yona bar botlhatsi ba lena ba Jonathan ba Buthelezi le maphodisa mang ba re ba ganne gore ga senke ba kgauswi le engine garage ba ganne gore ga senke ba le latela go ya ka kwa. Did you also mention Moroka police station? Bar bona ba ile le lena fela Moroka police station.
Ngifisa ke ukuthi lokho kuwena ukuthi ke asingaqali kakhulu ke kulo daba ke lockdown into nje wena ke ozakhela yona leyo ke kodwa ke phakathi kwakho ufakazi bakho uJonathan ke uThelezi ke bona ke banqabile nje ukuthi bahlangana nani ke engine garage nokuthi ke ukusuka lapho ke bahamba nani bani escorta ukuphela bakushoyo ke ukuthi la abanisa khona ke bani escortela khona kuseMoroka
Eko polabotse pala o fetola eko polabotse
If I remember very well,
la le mpushitse ka gere ya Moroka le tšatši le le la le hola sa ka la no bolela ka lona ke la mathomo le fa o tlhatse ka lona
you only asked me about when we were going to Moroka police station. This day that you are referring to, it is my first time that I am testifying on today.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke mana ningibuza ke nangibuza ke ngeMoroka ukuthi manje ke singibuze ke ngaleli langa leli ombuza ngalo ke manje ihlandla lokuqala ke lelo kwenzeka lokho.
Must I proceed?
Yes.
Yes.
The evidence of the 18th of June 2020 was brought to the attention of this court. Today, you had an ample chance to testify about this day of the 18th of June 2020. But let me just leave it. I'll leave it for argument. For the sake of progress,
Barbotlhatsi bo ba letšatši le la di 18 tša June 2020 bo hlageletše mmamotla fela bona ba re ba tla elesa e tla re ge ba bakišana ke mo e leng gore ba tlatla ba e bolela gane jwale ba re e ka re tlatla re tšwelela pele
Angisho nje lokhu kuwena-ke ukuthi lo bufakazi lobu-ke balo-ke ilanga lebike la kwakungazo kwakunge-18 zakhe-ke uNhlangulana u-2020 ukuthi wawunesikhathi esiningi nje isikhathi esanele ukuthi-ke ungakhuluma ngakho kodwa-ke ukwenze namuhla lokho kodwa-ke uma senza izethulo zethu-ke ila engisozoliveza khona-ke lolo daba lolo
bona Mngomezulu ka di nako go bolela gore bere ya Moroka o mputšile ka gore o bethilwe ra tsena kae ra kae a sanka wa botšiša ka letšatši la lekgone be go fetola letšatši leo
Mr. Mngomezulu, when you asked me about the trip to Moroka, you had specified that he was assaulted at certain places. You did not ask about this day that you are referring to, about today.
Uma-ke Mr. Mngomezulu wawungibuza-ke noma-ke ukhuluma nami-ke mayelana nodaba-ke lwaseMoroka owangitshela kona-ke ukuthi washaywa-ke eshayelwa kuyindawo ey'thize awukaze nje lokotho-ke ukhulume-ke ngalolu daba noma ngaleli langa leli ongibuza ngalo namuhla.
thank you. Are you done, sir?
Yes, I am done.
That's why I said I'll leave it for argument because the records will speak for itself.
Ba re ke ka mo e leng gore bona ba re ba tlatla ba elesa eo ba tlatla ba boledišana ka yona ge se ba tlo tswalela dipoledišano. I am listening.
Let's move on. 2023 midnight. Sorry. Yes, I'm still at MM2.
Ba re ba sa le go bona botlhatsi bola ba MM2 page.
What page is that? On page 31.
No, page 31.
Do you see that?
I am still looking for it.
Can you repeat the time, Mr. Mngomezulu?
It's 00223. Is it 0032, sorry. Here it's written 23, sorry.
Page 32.
Page 32, sorry.
Okay.
0023. I was confusing the two.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Okay, bon.
Yes, I can see it.
Page 32. Page 32. All right. You were now driving, joining N3.
Ke nako e le be le kgweetša le tsena go mmila wa N3. That is correct.
Driving.
Naye u-0023 siyahamba-ke manje noma imoto iyahamba sijoyina-ke u-N3
Driving near Albemarle Freeway, Albemarle
Lekgweetša
Germiston.
kgauswi le Albemarle Germiston. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso-ke ukuthi sasihamba-ke kuyona-ke noma-ke Albemarle noma eduze entry freeway Albemarle Germiston.
Are you driving with the escort?
Lebe le sepela le ba le babe ba le thusha ba be ba le lateletse.
No, re arogane mo le go shetolo she go bela Pretoria.
No, we had parted ways as it was at night and we were going back to Pretoria.
Sasingahambi-ke nalabo ababesiphelezela-ke noma-ke babesi-escorta-ke ngoba-ke saye iy'ndlela zethu-ke noma zaphambana-ke ngoba-ke manje kwakusebusuku-ke sibuyela ePitori.
Before you proceed, there's something I just forget to ask you, but it's just a simple thing. Did Mr. Ntanzi, or accused number 2, have his watch on that day?
Did he have his watch?
Did he have his watch?
Ba raised watch. Ntwe nngwe e botlhokwa e leng gore ba lebala go e botsisha ke gore molatofatso wa bobedi ka na letsatsi lewe o be a na le watch ya gagwe. I do not recall. I would have seen it.
Angikhumbulike umbuzo uthi-ke ngabe uMr Ntanzi-ke wayefake iwashi ngalelo langa lelo angikhumbulike ngabe ngalibona.
All right. Now, but the point is, in terms of your procedures, is it allowed that a detained person must have a watch, Rolex watch, for instance?
Jwale go ya ka melao ya lena motho e leng gore yena o golegile o swanetse molao wa dumela gore a ka ba le watch na. No, the watch is supposed to be kept in its bag.
Mehlelo liyabuza ukuthi ngokwemithetho-ke khona-ke noma enayo emaphoyiseni umuntu oboshiwe uvumelekile yini ukuthi-ke alifake-ke iwashi noma-ke i-Rolex-ke cha fanele ukuthi-ke lihlaleke esikhwameni
kwa church office bayalocate their bag enyane le number usayina lo form SAP 22.
At the church office, a watch would be kept in a small bag, and he would also sign a form, and that form is SAP 22.
Futhi-ke khona-ke e-church office-ke ila khona-ke abazoyifaka esikhwameni esithize leyo form noma le futhi-ke la kuzofanele kuneform ekufanele ayisayinde-ke yena ebizwa ngokuthi SAP 22.
This question is not only about the watch per se. It's not relating to the watch. Was there any source where accused number 2 would know that at this particular time, the time was like this, was 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock?
Ba re putso e ga se gore ba botsha fela ka sešupanako. Ba botsha gore mohlomong e gona ntho e nngwe ye e leng gore e be ka kgona gore molatofatso a kgone go bona gore ka nako eke e be setse e le 12, e be setse e le 1, e be setse e le nako mang. E gona ntho e nngwe e leng gore mohlomong o be a kgona go bona ka yona.
Ka be putisha nna le be le bjalo yena nya go tseba nako tla botšha rena because ana watch.
Initially, maybe that is how you should have placed your question, my Lord, Mr. Mngomezulu, because if he would want to know the time, he would then ask us, as he did not have a watch.
Uthi-ke kumele lo mbuzo awukho mayela nje newashi ukuthi wayegqokile-ke kodwa-ke ingabe khona yini la khona-ke ukuthi wayezokwazi ukuthi manje isikhathi u-1 sisendaweni ethize manje isikhathi u-12 sisendaweni ethize. Ngabe-ke mhlawumbe kwasekuqaleni-ke umbuzo lowo ubuze kanjalo uma kuwukuthi-ke kwakunesidingo sokuthi azi isikhathi lokho wayezokubuza kuthina-ka nanjengoba iwashi wayengenalo.
Apele mo koloing ona le mo ona go le watch ona e lo o gona o dutse botsa ka itlhodimela a sa re botse.
And as well in the car there is where, so if he was sitting on a proper way he would have able to see the watch even without asking us.
Futhi-ke emotweni-ke esasihamba ngayo-ke kunala khona-ke kunesikhathi esitshengiswa khona-ke uma kuwukuthi asithi-ke wayehlezi kahle-ke noma ehlezi endaweni awayengathi aboneke wayengasibona isikhathi lapho engasibuzanga thina.
Okay. 0025. So driving entry Germiston Elandsfontein.
Bare nako yela ya 0025 le be le kgwetša le le mo N3 freeway Elandsfontein. That is correct.
So iqiniswa ukuthi ngo-0025 yahamba-ke imoto sise-N3 freeway e-Ellersfontein.
0026 still driving Jamestown Elands Haven.
Gape le 0026 le be le santse le kgweetsa le le mo Jamestown Elands Haven. That is correct.
Ngo-0026 sahamba-ke sikuyona-ke u-N12 e-Elands Haven e-Jamestown.
0028 you joined N12. Basole.
0028 ke ge lena le tsena mo N12. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-0028 sasijoyina-ke u-N12 kuyiqiniso.
You passed, yes, you passed Glen Eagles, Winchester,
Lafeta, Glen Eagles, le Winchester,
Eratin,
le Eratin. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke sandlula i-Glen Eagles, Winchester, i-Eratin.
In 10 minutes thereafter, ignition was off.
Metsotso ya lesome ka moraga mo uwe ke mo e leng gore koloi e ile ya timiwa
at Guys Gibson
mo
in
tulong
Eratin.
ye bitswang Guy Gibson Avenue mo Eratin. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke nokuthi-ke kwimizuzu-ke eyishumi emuva kwalokho-ke imoto yaseyicishwa-ke eduze-ke nendawo ebizwa ngokuthi yi-Guy Gibson Avenue e-Eratin.
At 0048, then start up there and you started to drive.
E re ge nako e le metsotso ye masome nne šupa ke mo e leng gore koloi ile ya dumišwa.
Back to Pretoria.
Le tšwela pele le kgweetša le ya Pretoria. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-0047 imoto yadunyiswa futhi-ke isiyabuya-ke manje-ke buyela ePretoria.
00555 at Ben Notier. You were still driving on it.
Ke mo e leng gore le be le santse le kgweetša le metsotso ye metlhano pele ga iri ya pele le kgweetša le le mo Ben Notier. That is correct.
Nokuthi kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo-0055 yahamba-ke imoto ihamba eBen Notier.
0057 speed violation. The car had a problem. 0057 speed violation.
Ka nako ya 0057 e bontšha gore koloi ile ya tshela lebelo e be e santse e be e na le bothata ka nako ewe
ka ge šetse boletše gore e sa le ya bleediwa ka tšhela le oile e be šetse sepola monate ebile bošego after midnight engine e cooler down go cool koloi sepola botse.
As I have explained that the vehicle was bleeded and after midnight the vehicle cools down and that is when it is able to run smoothly.
Lana-ke ummeli umtshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke isikhathi u-0057 kuyatshengiswa-ke ukuthi nalakhona weqa isivinini. Uthi besengishilo-ke ngaphambili ukuthi-ke imoto lena yayise itholiwe-ke ukuthi-ke ibhekwe ibleediwe-ke noma ikhishwe-ke i-oil noma ifakiwe futhi i-oil-ke uzoqaphela-ke ukuthi isikhathi manje useshayile-ke u-12 wasebusuku-ke imoto iye yathola ukuthi-ke iphole noma ikhule down-ke manje iyayihambela nje kamnandi.
So you were driving at Moy Fontaine N1.
Lena le be le kgweetša mo mmileng wa Moy Fontaine mo N1.
AVL e bontšha
as the AVL reflects, yes.
Yebo-ke i-AVL itshengisa kanjalo ukuthi sasihamba umgwaqo-ke i-Moy Fontaine.
A minute to 1 o'clock, still driving towards Pretoria.
Motsotso ka pele ga iri ya pele bošigo gare ke ge le gore lena le be le santse le kgweetša le ya Pretoria. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke umzuzu nje owodwa libumbaneke eloqala ihora entathabusake ukuthi sasisemgwaqeni-ke siza ePitoli.
0146 arrived in Pretoria.
ya re ge e re 0146
You see that?
le bona
Yes, Your Honor.
la fitla Pretoria.
Ithi-ke uma isikhathi-ke sesithi 0146 niyafika-ke ePitori, yebo ngiyabona lokho.
0151 Access Idle Benfelion Street.
Ka 0151 ke ge e le gore koloi e a duma mo Benfelion Street,
Pretoria.
mo Pretoria.
Kimo Pretoria North SAPS.
Yes, that is Pretoria, not SAPS.
Iyasho-ke ukuthi ngo-0151-ke imoto iyaduma-ke u-access idle eBenfelion noma eduze kweBenfelion, Pretoria North. Mephendula-ke yebo, police station yase-Pretoria North.
A minute past 2, you were at Hell Divet.
Motsotso ka moraga iri ya bobedi le be le setse le le mo Divet.
Innete.
That is correct.
Kuyiqinisoko ukuthi ngomzuzu owodwa sekumbeneke elesibili ihora ndathakusake sasiseduzeke Divet ePretoria North.
6 minutes past 2, early hours, Emily Hope House Avenue.
Metsotso ye tshela ka moraga iri ya bobedi ka masa belele mo kgauswe le Emily Hope House Avenue mo Pretoria.
Innete.
That is correct.
Kuyiqinisoko ukuthi imizuzu ewu-6-ke emuva ko-2-ke sise eduze kwase-Emily Hope House Avenue ePretoria North.
14 minutes past 2, early hours in the morning, near Theron. Is it the street? Theron Street.
Ka masa ka metsotso ye lesome nne ka mora iri ya bobedi ke ge e le gore lena le kgauswe le Theron mmileng owe gona mo Pretoria.
Innete.
That is correct.
Iyasho-ke ukuthi imizuzu iwu-14-ke emuva-ke kwensimbi yayo ishayileke eyesibili seduze-ke kwaso istrata i-Dani Tron Street ePretoria North.
Thank you, ma'am. 19 past 2, GPS unlocked at the same place.
Metsotso ye lesome senyane ka mora iri ya bobedi ke ge e le gore e re GPS unlocked gona tulong ye uwe.
Innete.
That is correct.
Iyasho-ke ukuthi ngemizuzu-ke ewu-19 eshayileke u-2 isona-ke leso strato leso-ke i-GPS i-unlocked.
2:30 in the morning, ignition off, same Emily Hope House as per exhibit MM, booked in Nongoma cars number 163. That's the exhibit MM. It's not reflecting there.
Yale ke mo ileng gore metsotso ya masome tharo ka moraga iri ya bobedi ka masa ke ge e le gore koloi ya tima gona tulong yewe ya Emily Hope House Avenue mo Pretoria North.
Innete.
That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqinisoko ukuthi uma ithi 2:30-ke imoto iyacishwa-ke kuseduzeke ne-Emily Hope House Avenue ePretoria.
That's when accused number 2 was booked in.
Yes.
Yes.
Ila khona-ke umsolo wesibili-ke manje esebhukwakhe amagama efakwa-ke khona lapho.
At 25 to 3, that's when you charge accused number 2 for Nongoma case murder 163 of 10/2018.
Innete.
That is correct. Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi ngayo u-25 to 3 ila khona manje-ke esethweswa icala-ke umsolo wesibili kona-ke icala leli la kwaNongoma elokubulala.
At 10 to 4, what day was that?
Bare metsotso ye lesome ka pele ga iri ya bone.
Date was it?
E be
What
le
date was it?
date ye efe?
The 19th of June 2020.
19 of June 2020.
Ngaye ke u-10-4 ongibuza ngayo kwakungazo ke i-19 kuyena ke uNhlangulana ku-2020.
I'll confirm that one. It's 10-5. That's when you booked again, accused number 2.
Bare ka 10-5 ke mo eleng gore lena lide la buka molatofatso wa bobedi gape
Out to
lebe
Phosphorus
le
court.
montsha le moisha kgorong ya Phosphorus. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi isikhathi ke baku 10-5 la phinde damkhipha khona ke noma ngimbuka out khona ke eya ke enkantolo yase Phosphorus.
When you book him out, I think this is the third time if I'm not mistaken. Do you still have regard of human dignity in terms of the rights of the accused? Do you still have regards to human dignity? Did you sleep all these hours comfortably or otherwise? Did you have regard of his right to human dignity?
Bare ge lebe lile la nagana jwalo ka gabe le setse le mobuka le montsha e be la ga kgetlo la boraro mo e leng gore lena le la nagana na ka ditokelo tša gage tša botho.
Ka ge ke tlhalositše ke re o ba robala le mo koloing re mo swere botse ke tshepa gore ditokelo tša ge tša botho le be re mfa dijo re mo tlhokomela re be re di šeetša kudu.
As I have explained that as we were in the vehicle, he would fall asleep and we were protecting his human dignity rights as we were also taking care of him. We took care of those rights as well, my lord.
Memfisa ukwazike ukuthi mase umkhipha ke manje ke ngalo 10-3 uma ngenzi iphutha ke kwakuse ihlanda lesithathu ke manje ingabe yini amalungelo akhe ngokuphathelene ke nesithunzi sobuntu noma sokuthi abe umuntu ke nani sibhekile noma nani kunakile yini lokho ngoba ke lo muntu akalelanga nihambe naye onke lamahora ngicabangeke kanjalo ke ukuthi wayeba nesikhathi ke nasemotweni ke sasimphethe nje kahle ke elala ke nasemotweni nangenkathi futhi ke sinikeza noma simphake ukudla ngicabanga ukuthi naloko futhi babukuthi ke amalungelo akhe noma ke isithunzi sakhe sokuthi abe umuntu sisibhekile.
My lord, I submit that it will be a convenient time to attend for a long.
That's okay.
It's 1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock.
Let's go. I think before I proceed, sir, with the booking out at 10-5, remember you told the court that you were doing investigations after you verified the whereabouts of prisoner. You were busy with the investigations on that day.
Kamera gore le ile la thola gore molatofatso ba le kae ka tšatši le la rena le ile la tswela pele ka dinyakišišo.
Ke a gopola ebile o tlhalotšetša kgolo gore mmoto wa rena o ile ba thuša ba fiša ga ba kgone le go tšwetša pele dibeskeng tša rena gona mo le mo garage yone tše dingwe tše be di re šala morago ka document ra ka lefa yona ya tlala ka mo court.
That is correct, my lord. I do remember, and in addition, our vehicle helped us when it overheated, as it also assisted us that we could proceed with other investigations of that particular document that the court had asked for, and the document was roaming around in the courtroom.
Kuyiqiniso ke ngishilo ke ukuthi nkathi ke ngayo ngangiyobheka ke ngiyobuza ukuthi umsolo wayekuphi nendawo makhona ke emsebenzini ngishilo ukuthi saqhubeka ke ngophenyo nokuthi futhi ke imoto yethu ke yayinenkinga ke lokho kwasinikeza ke ithuba ke lokuthi ke sibhekeke noma senze ke olunye uphenyo ekakhulukazi ke kanye ngayo idocument lena ke bikade ijikeleza khona la enkantolo.
Were such investigations concerned accused number 2 particularly late night?
Dinyakišišo tšeo bošegong boo di be di sepedišana le molatofatšo wa bobedi.
Ao ba kitjela ke jil fikile fele re tsona. Gomme go na le e tele gore wa mega ga yona.
No, it is one of them where he is involved in, and those investigations are the ones that I gave them to you.
Ukubuza uthi ke ngabe lelo phenyo lelo lafaka noma lahlanganisa umsolo wesibili yini cha uthi ke bakuomunye wabo futhi ke lawo lamba documents lawo ila engikunikeze wona.
Okay. So in other words, those investigations are still pending. They are incomplete.
Dinyakiso tšeo ga se tšho di fele.
Nka se kgone go bolela ka tsona ka gore already lengwalo la rena le tswetse pepeneneng. Nka se kgone go fetola go ya gare ka yona.
I will not be able to respond in that further as our document has already been publicized.
Lokho ke futhi ukuthi ke uphendlo losaqhubeka noma laqedwa yini angeke ngibekusume ke sokuthi ngaphendula ke lokho nanje ngoba ke i-document yethu ke manje isikhishiwe.
You further confirm that when you, okay, let me just leave it because the Nongoma case, murder case, that docket you said it's in the hands of Brigadier Kininde.
That is correct.
Correct. Let's go to exhibit MM2. Let's proceed. After 10 to 5, accused was brought out again to First Laura's court on the at 2 minutes past 5. You were driving.
Kamraga metsotso ya lesome pele ga iri ya botlhano ke mo e leng gore molatofatšwa yena o ile a ntshiwa lebelele ya kgorotshekelo ya Phosphorus ka metsotso e mebedi ka mora iri ya botlhano ke mo e leng gore lena lebele kgwetše. That is correct.
Mshilo-ke ukuthi ngawo ke imizuzu ewu-10 phambi kwakhe ke u-4 ile sikhathi ke la sorry phambi kwakhe u-5 imoto ke yayimile-ke khona lapho noma ke iduma futhi ke imizuzu emibili emuva kwakhe ke u-5 imoto isiyahamba ke manje.
I will not waste the court's time in terms of the places that you had to pass through, but at that time you were traveling from Benfield June Street till Power Park at 0552. Can you go to 0552?
Ba ka se senyena go ka gore lena le sepedisi la tse di feng di bontsha le gore lena le thomile sepelo ya lena go tloga mo Benfield June go fitlheleng mo 0552 ba re re go 0552.
Do you see that? Oh, sorry. Page
le bona 0552
Card 19.
Are you referring to the 19th on page 36?
36.
Bar A. Yes, I can see it.
Guess one of the start of Kulumanga, so it was 05 or 52, so 05 52.
Yes.
And I go page 36.
You have confirmed that this is.
Yes.
All right. You said till okay. At that time, you were at Power Park, Crisani Street in Soweto.
Kana ko yewe lebelele mo tulong yela ya Power Park mo mmileng wa Chris Hani Soweto. That is correct.
Oh, can you saw look what say Power Park kumgwaqo iChrisani eSoweto.
Okay. Power Park. Are you familiar with Soweto?
Soweto le a itseba ga go tsebotsa. No, I am not familiar.
So na ke dawo mjwayelene noma engiyaziyo ke iSoweto.
The court is familiar with that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Next to whatever.
Power Park. Is it not in Orlando?
Power Park yewe ga e kgauswi le Orlando.
He doesn't know.
That's correct.
I do not know where is it.
Ukuthi ke iPower Park ikuphi indawo ukuthi ke isola Orlando njengoba ubeli ebuza angazi.
All right. From 0556, we're driving to Elias Mutwaledi Street, Soweto, Dlamini.
go tlogeleleng ka 0556 lena le be le kgweetša mo mmileng mola wa Elias Motswaledi Road mo Dlamini, Soweto. That is correct.
mizuzu mine-ke ngaphambi kwalo-ke ihora lesithupha-ke ngihamba Elias Motswaledi eDlamini eSoweto kuyiqiniso.
1 minute past 6, GPS unlocked until 11, 06:11 until 11 minutes past 6.
Motsotso ka moraga iri ya botshela go fitlheleleng metsotso e lesometere ka mora iri ya botshela GPS e be e unlockile le ya bona mo. That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi umzuzu uwodwa lishayeleke lesithupha ihora kwaze bayoshaya-ke eyishumi nanye lishayele lesithupha ihora ithi GPS unlocked.
So to confirm that between those two times, the 10 minutes was spent in these two times.
Le a dumela gore magareng ga dinako tše pedi tšeuwe yela ya motsotso ka moraga iri ya botshela le ela ya metsotso ye lesometere ka moraga iri ya botshela. Le a dumela gore go fetile metsotso ye lesome. Yes, I can see that.
Ngiyabona lokho ukuthi-ke phakathi kwalenkathi embili omnikeze zona ukuthi kudlule imizuzu eyishumi.
What were you doing in this 10 minutes time?
Le be le dirang mo metsotsong ya lesome eo.
Eke go kola a sangala no ya matsileng a tsona ga ere GP unlocked la gore a sangala me se ba ona mo yemi.
If my memory serves me well, we never stopped on the road. I do not know what does it mean when it says GPS unlocked, as we did not stop on the road.
So ukuthi-ke sasenzani ngalesiya sikhathi-ke angikhumbule-ke mina-ke ukuthi-ke sekukho kunala semakhona-ke ukuthi-ke u-GPS unlock usho ukuthini angazi.
Alright. Will this require an expert to tell the court that GPS unlock entails what?
O ka tla wa nyakega setsebi gore se tla se tlo botša kgoro gore GPS unlocked e ra gore
Tlaba ka tumelo ya kgoro.
If the court pleases, then it would need an expert.
Uma lokho-ke kungaphuma-ke kwinkantolo-ke yebo-ke kungasho-ke ukuthi kuzofuna ungoti noma kuzofuneka ungoti ukuthi azochaza ukuthi u-GPS unlock usho ukuthini.
At 14 minutes past 6, we were driving near Krisane Road, Dlamini, Soweto.
Metsotso ye lesomenne ka moraga iri ya botshela lena le be le kgweetša kgauswi le mmila ola wa Chris Hani Dlamini mo Soweto. That is correct, I confirm.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi imizuzu u-14 eshayele u-6 angihamba eKrizani Road eDlamini eSoweto.
Quarter past 6, it reflects Koma Street, Dlamini, Soweto. Were you driving there?
Metsotso ye lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya botshela e bontsha gore le be le kgauswi le Koma Street Dlamini, Soweto. Le be le kgweetša gana moo. Yes, according to this AVL, it reflects the truth.
Ngobayo-ke i-AVL lena noma umbiko lona-ke ngayo past 6 sasi-driver-ke noma ihamba-ke imoto eKoma Street eDlamini eSoweto.
My Lord, may I beg to approach my PA?
Yes.
Thank you.
From quarter past 6 to 22 minutes past 6, there was excess idle.
Go tlogeleleng metsotso ye lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya botshela go išeng go metsotso ye masomepedipedi
in Kalima Street.
Go be go na le mo e leng gore koloi be e duma gona mo kgauswi le Mkhalima
Moroka, Soweto.
mo Moroka, Soweto.
Okay, got 19:6:22, 19 seconds, terminating.
It is correct at 06:22 and 19 seconds.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke isikhathi-ke u-6:22 ukuthi-ke imoto iyaduma-ke eduze nemakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
0646 ignition off, we confirm that.
That's 0646 ke mo koloi ile ya timuang gona le ya dumela. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-6:46 i-injini-ke noma imoto yacishwa-ke.
Approximately an hour, that is 0812, 12 minutes past 8. The ignition was off.
Koloi e timilwe nako e ka lekantshang le iri go fitlheleng metsotso e lesomepedi ka moraga iri ya seswai.
Until you start up at Makalima Street.
Ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la e dumiša gape gona mo Makalima mmileng wola gaufi le Moroka.
Police station in Moroka.
That is correct, as we were inside the Moroka police station.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi kwakuyihora imoto ecishwe khona-ke base kuthi kamuva-ke ngo-0812 imoto yaduma-ke kwakungaphakathi kwe-police station yaseMoroka.
At 0821, there was excess idle, Coma Street, Moroka, Soweto. To confirm that.
Ka nako re be e re metsotso e masomepedi tere ka mora iri ya seswai mo mmileng wa Koma mola Soweto Moroka koloi e bentse e duma. That is correct, I confirm.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo-821 imoto yayiduma-ke kuseduze ne-Coma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
Before I proceed, because the same sequence is the same as the one in Fairwood Park and Albemarle Jimiston. In this case, I want to establish, is it Coma Street next to Kalima Street, Makalima Street?
Bare ba bona ile gore ntwe e diragetseng mo magareng ga mmila ola wa Koma le Makalima ke ntwe e swanang le ka bua ge be e diragala ka kwa gaufi le Fairwood Park. Bare Koma mmila wa Koma le Makalima di gaufi na.
Nka se tseo tseba ntwe ke tseba gore gate ya